Ciao, what's up? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? How are you doing? How's the sleep? Good, bro. Lovely sleep. How's everyone feeling? How you doing, Theo?
Welcome to VCT EMEA.
Bienvenidos a la VCT.
How was your sleep?
Bienvenue au VCT EMEA.
VCT EMEA, hoş geldiniz.
Hello, Lexi as well. No longer look like a vampire. Yeah, I fixed it. We fixed it. So this guy, where is he? This guy was different, and something on my webcam had like blue and green are uploads for some reason. That makes sense. I don't know what was going on. It was like a double.
Three teams battling out for the final spot in
Tech beat JDG again? Oh really?
Welcome to the stage, the bad boys
Yeah, rough
in
start
blue.
for them.
It's Karmine Corp.
Rough start for them. Put up this message, a few people back, and then I'm good.
And this wouldn't be a great introductory series if it wasn't for a worthy contender. Give it up for the boys in black and yellow. It's Team Vitality. As the coaches do find their way into the arena, make sure to vote in chat as well for your favorites in this series. Is it going to be KC? Is it going to be Vitality? And if you're in Berlin, make some noise for your favorite team in the arena. It's Karmine Corp.
Dude, this
and
could be pretty
Vitality
open.
to take on the stage for
This-
the
this
first
really could be
match
open.
of today. My name is Pavlos, of course, and joined by Ash. We'll be breaking down the action for you.
YouTube
for this
chatters,
first
hello,
match.
hello.
Of course, it's great to have you here, Ash. We're looking at an amazing matchup. Give me your first thoughts coming into this one.
I'm really excited. I mean, Team Vitality did the kings of the French Derby from yesterday. Then you're also looking towards Karmine Corp, the underdogs to actually make their way out of Group A. The team that had expectations kind of reset from last year and are stunning us with a stellar performance.
100%, right? Team Vitality yesterday and the day before, right? Being able to go toe-to-toe with the region's pride Fnatic.
Here we
and
go.
also eliminating at the same
What
time.
maps do
the
people want?
newcomer
There's gonna be a
gentlemen.
Lotus
lot
in here, you would
expected here
imagine.
for them as we enter straight into the veto.
Might be the
messing
third
around
map.
Here. We've got Sunset, the first map.
Okay, no surprise, I think, to see Sunset as that first map.
Okay,
map
it probably
that
is
both
Lotus
these teams
last.
share
Both
from
teams
the
like it.
last few days that we've been able to see here within Kickoff.
And it was a map that they were both able
This
to
is
close
like
out
where they
the
kind of had
series
that
on
mutual
their
agreement
matchup,
where
so
it's like,
massive comfort pick, but this time
well,
only one
we all know it's going
Curious,
to
though,
this.
because Karmine Corp has been banning out Ascent, but
Sunset,
potentially
Ascent.
having that kind of ace in their pocket that they've been
Wait.
saving up, especially after
Okay.
seeing how
This is
Vitality
big.
performed against Fnatic.
I kind of feel
Vitality
the series is
Ascent
destined
as
to go
well.
into a
Dude,
three-map
these maps could be
overtime.
fun.
Lotus, the final map, and that's a map where both of these teams
Oh,
have
yeah.
shot a lot of rounds in. 2 out of the 3 times Vitality have played it, they went to OT. And for Karmine Corp, the last time they got into Lotus, it was at a staggering 18-20 scoreline.
Dude, no,
So get yourselves some drinks, some snacks, because I think we're on for a long one here. These two teams don't want to drop out.
Who have I got for this one?
Yeah, there's a
Oh,
lot of
man.
rival, and for them to redeem
Who do I
themselves
actually have for
previous
this?
year, they've got to win this first match.
A lot
It's
on
so
the
hard with the
line.
Heretics.
Yesterday we talked about that French Derby happening between Vitality and Gentleman's, but
I
they've
dunno,
got to
man.
do it again. They were the kings there on day 5,
But
but
let's
now heading
say-
into day 6,
let's
they're
say a
gonna
little
have
bit
to face
of-
up against the blue wall.
They really
Little
do
bit,
have to do just that as the players find their way to their seats. There's a lot anticipating. Of
Vitality.
course, the arena is a little bit more empty given
Nah,
it's
Kickoff.
Monday today,
Let's
right?
go
It's the
Kickoff.
start of
We'll
the
stick
week.
with Kickoff.
Everybody's still at school, at work, but I'm sure it will be filling up slowly but surely. But the crowd, yeah, they're making
Dude,
some
if we
noise
actually get
already. It
Lotus,
doesn't
by the way,
matter
it's gonna be
that
so
they're
much
at
fun.
half
It's gonna be pretty
capacity.
close.
We're getting into this strongly. Agent Select coming through from Sunset. We wouldn't expect any difference coming in from yesterday.
No, go, and my eyes, again, they draw towards the difference between that Gecko and the Sky, and a big
That's
difference
it.
at that, because Gecko's
There's
that
not much on this
agent that
one.
we're looking towards to kind of fill in the Sky role ever since the nerfs
This
have
is a
rolled out. The fact that
50-50 though,
Kicks
like no
will
doubt in
have
my mind.
We'll have to be a lot more careful
My
on what
mic
he's
normally
throwing
this
at
low-
that
feels low
utility,
today.
but Narrate will
It's
have the
bad.
opportunity to pick those dizzies back up.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of eyes on Magnum here, right? He did redeem
Who would be
himself
considered the
yesterday
underdog in
with
this
finding
match?
some frags, being a lot,
I
more
imagine
influential
K-Corp
in
is
his
considered
series,
the
but
underdog,
still,
but
Karmine
I
Corp is
don't
sort of
think
cursed with the IGL
there is an
curse, right?
underdog
Never
here,
being able to
really.
put a
This is
player in
very
a position
even.
that can
Problem
make
is we
the
don't
team
have too much
proud, and I
data,
think for
so
a
that's
team
why
like
it's
Karmine
like a
Corp
little bit
and
harder
fans
to work it
behind
out.
them, they deserve such a player. So for Magnum, sitting in that seat right now, it's pretty much a very hot seat, right? And for him to perform is what everybody's looking towards today.
But when you know that N
What's
is
the
one to
scenario for
back
Na'Vi
them
Fnatic
as a
not happening in the
coach, he is
semis?
going to
It's
pick
always
a
there's always gonna be a
star-studded
percentage
player
for
to
it,
be
no
able to
matter
fill
who
that
goes
role. He
through.
would not have selected Magnum to fill in that IGL.
There's just a
that
higher
position of
percentage if
leadership if he didn't believe in him, and I think we've seen a lot of growth from Magnum as a player as well. Looking
Trying to
over towards
remember the
times
groups.
Side of Team Vitality, though, Sender has been putting out numbers.
There's a lower
in
percentage
that
of K-Corp go
leadership
through,
seat,
I'm
too.
pretty
It's
sure.
time to make some noise, though, everybody. Welcome Karmine Corp and Vitality as we get things started off here on Sunset. And it's Vitality on attack.
Or is that
VCT
even right? I could even work that one
Starting
out.
things off
K-Corp
already.
on defense,
Really
Vitality
showing here to
on
our front
attack.
side, Vitality.
Let's don't ask me massive in the first 20 minutes of waking up. Actually have no idea.
That position. Just gonna have that wall up here towards
Long
the
story short
side.
is though, at the end of this we do get the randomness. Like we get the randomness and
right off the back of this toxic screen, won't look to contend just yet. Tamaju grouping up
we
with
do
They're
just
looking
get the
to
draw.
take an isolated fight onto safety. It could be a pickup, and indeed it is.
This is a nice exec, and the rate does really well. And I want to say that there was vision block. Dude, I think this is back-to-back smoke kills. This pistol was really good, but I like the fact that K-Corp decided to leave their site here.
No
Problem is, I
initiative
imagine the
between Hands and Narrate
main
either
key
way.
character of their
Taken down
retake
first on side
just
of
got
Karmine
taken
Corp.
down.
To make this way
They
back
still
up
have
towards
Omen
site.
Flash.
Eyes towards Martine for that.
Felt like forever until Magnum made his way onto the site now, but he has
Dude, if he lets the Omen Flash go, oh my god, it's incredible.
In a quick fashion, Shin forced to back off Ascender. That right-click jump extravaganza like a bunny in the sight. Smike is touched, but it's still a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, they got really good positions, one on each side.
Realizes no one on the spike, but now Martin's taking it already halfway. Denied by Sender. Magnum 3 kills to his name, but I feel Karmine Corp have all got it all up
Nicely
to covered,
done.
but the fact that
Yeah,
Sender's
Vitality
hiding
really
out
cool
in a
plant
corner
on this one as
doesn't
well. We
give them
don't
a
really
chance.
we don't
Spike
really
is
see
still
people
denied.
plant here.
Vitality
And then
for
they
the
wanted
first
to
round
push
of the
spawn
game.
reactively.
Incredible
Like this was a
positioning
sick
into the
pistol.
post-plant there
Wanted to
coming
push
out
spawn
from Team
reactively once they
Vitality.
took
had every single angle
this
covered
control
for
as
the
well, and then they had
crossfire,
one
and
site.
unlucky there for
And then
Karmine
this
Corp
guy went all the
because
way
we thought
around.
Martine had just
I wonder if they'd
towards
looked at
half, but it was fully reset just to pixel off.
And I feel
And
I
how
feel
they
for
like to
Karmine
retake
Corp
on this.
here and
Look cool.
Vitality, really, because Vitality came off a French derby the other day. Well, French org derby. Can't really call it a team French
Heretics
derby.
might make
But they
Madrid?
getting
Oh,
on
they have a
into
good
another one
chance.
again with Karmine Corp. It feels like
So a lot comes down to the draw.
French orgs are taking over in the EMEA.
Hey, they've been looking good. They've had this reset going now into the 2024
Heretics want
season.
anyone but K-Corp to go through,
Again,
basically.
head to head here.
Because everyone wants to play one of these
Pointed
teams.
out
basically,
the initiator
for sure.
difference between both
You
sides.
don't want the
earlier
team in
on.
your
We saw
group
that
to win.
agent select, but Kicks hasn't. I feel like even in his matches earlier this week, he's not too quick to throw
Get a
out all
full
this
eco.
utility, and
We do the
they're always
Fnatic
taking
as
space off
sorry,
of
we do
that
the
same
Na'Vi
court.
as
They're
well.
Always capitalizing, never for naught.
Allowed 2 deaths. Let's see if they're like
This time around,
really.
back off towards
Let's see
mid.
if they're as strict as Na'Vi in terms of the people taking the risks.
Really lean into their rookies a lot, right? Kicks, runner, looking to bring out high flying performances. KC, on the other hand, you could say
That
the same
caster's
thing.
low, right? Especially as
Lot
he's
of new
whispering now.
additions being made, and so far they're doing
Maybe
quite
limp
a
it
lot
up
of
a
damage.
little bit.
KC right now, they've got the right idea on this defense with 4 players dedicated to this A site. Vitality slowly move in, safe, isolated once again. Last time he got picked off, but it mattered to Nord. Desion on the flank gets picked off by Magnum, but Vitality move into this A site.
Oh.
Safe might be in trouble here. Tops the screen is crossed by all the kings.
Damn.
Players safe. What is
No
that?
way.
Safe.
The
Stop
little
it.
cubby there
And
looks
round
so
number 2
confusing.
already.
How has he
This
got
guy
3?
pops up the MVP of the EMEA last
so
year.
sick.
Wants to do it all over again.
And just a ghost in hand there as well for Safe. The one on the eco weapon to try and
That
have
second
something
kill
into
is-
the next round if things did go awry. But now
I mean,
it's
he
left
heard him.
to
It's not like
on
it's
the
luck,
side
he
of
heard him.
Karmine Corp. Not
Maybe a little bit
much
luck.
you can get off of this situation here.
That is crazy. I mean, for the outcome of this round, it's what would you expected, but you wouldn't expect it to come off of the Ghost, right?
No.
Vitality? Yeah, there's a chance they got their best 3 maps.
Used to be the duelist player, right? You're used to seeing him be flashy, not necessarily.
There is a good
expecting
chance
that
they
out
got
of
their best 3
control, but
maps.
He
But
always delivers.
And even though he's one of the vets of the group, it's still, he's pretty young, but he still has that father attitude with his team. I remember talking to him a few weeks ago. He was like, these are my kids, and I'll take care of them, you know? And I like him getting that new prospect to it. And you can tell from the transition from him, leaving that duelist role, allowing Runner, the rookie, play into his comfort position. I think so far it's been working for Vitality.
a safe go from Crack Duelist to Crack Sense. It's, yeah,
Shows the
dude,
depth of him as an individual player.
he can play
as
everything.
well. That experience and how much that can add
Sometimes-
in layers.
Sometimes you can see, especially when now he's playing like more of a flex role, you can see him
a bonus, to be honest. Like,
slightly.
look how strong these weapons are able to contest up against the kit of
I mean, he's
KC.
aggressive, right? So sometimes he'll definitely over-rotate a little bit, which I think is like the main flaw that I see in him as a player at the moment.
To aggress here. You can start to see Shin moving up together with Marty.
But I think when he's
nothing to be figured out
in more
just
of this position where he can kind of rotate a little bit, and you have a Cypher that has info,
that mid control.
then it doesn't hurt them as much. Yeah, I do feel like he kind of suits. He wants to be everywhere, I think, is the issue.
We're still looking at a 5v5 for this retake.
It's a little bit like the issue we had with Scream sometimes, where he wanted to rotate, but can't really rotate on the agencies was playing on most maps.
Numbers game, Magnum, they have to clear out towards mid as well, but the wrap coming in time, perfect opportunity to close that door.
And that's exactly what Vitality are going to look to do. Delay it.
Okay, we've got a lot of vision block for this one. We've got smoke deep. The double wrap is nice on this one. We've got vision block in terms of the wall as well. And they are just straight up sticking this. I say them in terms of little bro. Yeah, that's nice. That kind of reminded me a little bit of like a Icebox retake. You know, where like they wall up and then they just create mayhem, but instead it's like little bro diffuses and then they just create mayhem.
Overly expended due to the fact that they're just positioning themselves towards A main for that information. And with that lack of mid pressure coming out from Vitality as well, it was comfortable for them to just pull off and play that retake towards that B site. But now head into the next
like,
round. I've got my eyes on Kicks here.
I like
You're one away from the
this.
to come
You know how I normally like a vision block and etc. Like this one way. It's a similar thing where it just blocks vision from like the main point, and then you can just by either angles. I think that's better than having the spam fest. Definitely this smoke is like the worst you can do on defense. Like there's three variations, right? You can either smoke the choke point, you can smoke the spike, or you can smoke this box. And as long as you don't smoke the choke point, I like it.
Super strong for their retake, and that's exactly what they do. Destrian down, and now they can move that into that garage position if they want to.
Gonna pull back though, switch up the positioning of that tripwire back towards B main.
Whoever goes to winning playoffs.
Fully empty here.
Is it mad to say Koi?
And KC are super scared of a mid push, which is why both of the groups of defenders are far back, trying to hold them off. Still, Kicks does get the kill, which allows Vitality to slowly move into this B site. No issue, Spike will go down, but it's a 4 versus 4, and with the Seekers going out, they at least have a slight idea of where KC are coming from.
Oh, they're taking market control back here on the side of Team Vitality into the post lane, denying one of these lanes for the retake.
Runner forced that into the open, but not punished. So now can drop right back in, but the paint shots do it difficult. Sender dropping down the Dizzy. And Martine is a gift from the heavens. Gets gifted over. Runner tries to hold on his position onto side, but he's falling low, and Nare will
keep
clean
an
it all
eye.
up.
It's a lot on safe here. Nah, Magnum respect. Especially as he knew like that was like the moment when he'd be wanting to get him, when they knew it was a 1v1. Nicely done from Magnum. Yeah, it can honestly be like these three are also evenly matched from what we've seen.
Again, the retakes
a little bit dependent map-wise, but
with the way that KC look to posture themselves around the map, very aware of any weaknesses, any openings that they have, and ensure that they cover their backs accordingly. Vitality there. I mean, when you're stuck on that box.
Tamazi from Saw, yeah, he's the duelist.
Needed to get through that wall.
Him and
as
Magnum
well.
probably
You
have
just
the
get
most to learn
sprayed
at the
down. You
moment.
have really no opportunity to get anywhere, and
More Magnum because he's IGL. More
you
Tomazi
need
because he's
that.
playing.
It's just vibes on the circle
He's
when you
playing
hit that Thrash knife.
agents he's not used to
I
playing.
want to test out the crowd here a little bit, right? I know a lot of the days it's either Team Liquid or Gentlemates fans. Let me hear it. Who's here for Vitality?
Or
Thank
pass
you,
and
one
push
guy in
down
crowd.
on the.
Who's here for Karmine Corp?
Okay.
All right, I have a feeling we know who are the fans in the arena right now, but it kicks with first blood as Vitality look to
This was a
upset
ball
the
call
crowd.
from Kickoff. It's
And
on the
already
big
with a
round
numbers
that
advantage,
the Vitality have to eco
Vitality
next, and they
move to
full
this right-hand
person
side.
walk middle. And
Nash all the
then
way over towards A though instead.
I don't
Team Magnus
really.
completely swapped up his setup with
I
the
would love
Trix,
to know what the
playing over
actual
towards
plan
mid,
was
but having
because
these trap wires
they
towards A,
bailed very
just to assist
fast
with that
once they
delay.
saw people bottom mid.
Slowly but surely, do start to traverse inwards. That space sugar is going to allow them to get so much space, but Sender's looking to TP right back into the site. Magnus, big sneaky! Not much health on him, so he couldn't survive much.
Flash is legit. Oh my god, that flash was so good. It got so many people. Nice run from Runner. They're going to get a lot of ults. Omen ult, one away from Razor, safe, one away.
They'll grab the lead back in their favor.
Runner has been stellar on his comfort
Money's
pick into the
decent,
duel,
especially if they can
stepping up
save
to the
this.
big stage for the
This becomes
very
a
first
5.
time. And again,
And he can drop him,
toe-to-toe here.
and then they
find
can
the
all buy.
advantage, of
This
course,
guy
at the end of this
gonna
round
have
on
like
the side of Team
3-1,
Vitality.
but
I feel like, man, honestly, Pavlos,
considering how
How
low
do
their
you
money
protect
was
that
as
three-way?
well, this is
I
like
don't
a
know.
sick
I
round
mean,
for
Lotus, I think
Vitality.
that's destined for it. For Sunset, not quite sure.
Sunset, it's
I
like
think
slightly
just
attack
iconic,
sided
the fact that both of these teams closed off
at the
their
moment.
elimination matches on
It's
this map.
it's for
Right,
sure
so they're coming
comp
off of a
dependent.
high on
Like we've seen
Sunset,
some
so
mad,
this is definitely gonna be hotly contested,
seen some
there's
mad
no doubt
halves
about
either
it.
way, to be honest. But
But for now, Vitality slow lead. Attacking side is where
I
they'll
think
find
just
most
because
their
of like
success.
this, like these
At
three
least
especially.
They'd hope so, at least for now.
I think because of these three, it's
What's a
attack
ballpark,
sided, but I
maybe
think because of how
half
B
time?
is
What do
in
you
terms
think
of
they will
after
do
plants,
to
really
provide
hard
Vitality some
to
comfort? I know for them,
hold.
Throwing games has
in the
been
after
a part
plant.
of their history, especially
Becomes
with
a little bit more
the
even.
roster off season. I don't know if anybody has watched the convergence event, but they lost a 7-0 lead and they've lost a 10-0 lead in the grand final of that.
Hello, Des, powered in.
Yeah, I don't think they'll want to be repeating that. I want to grow a sizable lead to be able to comfortably close out maps.
then you can also see on the flip side there for Karmine Corp, this team, sure, things are fine now, but as we get into the later maps, if they don't start off on the right foot, that's when
Okay,
you can see
big-
a lot of that communication
Big
starting to
money
fall
rounds,
apart.
and look at
Not a
safe.
concern
He did this.
for
He did this
now.
like once as well.
And I think KC is one of those teams that can come sooner than later. But
Oh
Safe
my
and
God.
Alert here is moving into
He
the safe side
has
and
done
nobody
it.
spotted him.
He's
Wow.
actually done it. The problem is,
And the fight
these
is
two are
coming
going to go
to the side,
aggro.
but
Maybe
Safe's
the
gonna
whole
be
of the
waiting
team is
upon,
going to be
but
dead
KC
before he
taking
gets
chance
to do
push
anything.
themselves. That's 2 kills for nothing.
And it's one of those
Karmine
things
Corp
where he's
sees
just
a
like,
lot
guys,
of
please
control,
don't
so
do
that's
anything
if they can
crazy.
turn this
I've won the
round
rounds.
upside down,
And then they're
provided he
still
gets
trying to take
able
B
to.
main.
They
Kickoff
do
just
have
had a
some
punish
awareness
for
on
it.
the timing.
You
They
could
can see
argue that
right
maybe
now
they
from
didn't
the
have to
back
do
of the
this, but
They
way they
expect
will
him
do
so
you'd
deep.
normally think that B main,
No
if they're not
way they
fighting
think
early,
they
is.
don't. They don't. Martin's dead. but
Tell you what,
Nation
Kickoff
knows.
get a bit
Martin
of,
was a player that was low.
Kickoff would
Vitality
take
could
that.
afford- well,
Lowest
KC could
HP
afford to
goes down to
slightly
find
lose
him.
that person. Repositioning from safe and
Oh,
Vital's been
man.
thrown. Oh dear, he knows he's in a dire position, so he's challenging KC to cross into those Viper's pits. Like, come get me.
He's trying to draw attention, but right now, Karmine Corp, they're aware that they have to focus their efforts towards sight.
He does distract a lot of the players. He
Yeah,
does
nice,
split the
nicely done.
atmosphere.
They just
The
left
fact that
him.
Runner and Sender do
Especially,
drop as
like,
soon as
the
they
calling
enter
on
the
this was
site,
really,
set
really
foot
good.
on it.
To straight up just
It does
leave him,
lead
and,
with the
and like, he's not going to
inevitable
run out of his
result
ult.
this round.
He's not going to run out of his
Extended
ult.
for
We can still
Vitality.
win the duels over towards the
Expensive
site
to
here.
lose the Viper's pit in that sort of situation, sure.
Yeah,
He's
Safe there
not
would probably be a bit
finding the
annoyed that his team
value
died.
that Safe maybe expected to draw enough attention away. KC were comfortable
'Cause
knowing
he had
that
this
Shin was
round.
just going to walk up and try and find that timing up against Safe.
30 seconds
But
left.
Narrate has just been, again, such a consistent player here for Karmine Corp. Every single day you see him putting out those numbers, finding value in those picks, and still serious. That's just always the one that's like, okay, let's go.
Man, that's such a... Okay,
That's
hold up,
square,
fast one.
though. Showstopper from Runner. I'm not going to hold back on using that at all. Clearing
There's
out
a trip that
markets.
he's going to hit here.
There is a trip, so he's not going to be able to push
Oh
right
my.
past. And the snake bite
Oh my
doesn't
God,
stop
so
him
much
from
detail.
moving even close to it.
What I was going to say is that was such a
And attempts to change
free...
the pace, but
That's
KC
such a
very
free
good to
lesson as
deny
well
that
that
tempo.
Kickoff gained from that round. Like, they realized that
Out through the smoke.
Safe had got over towards spawn through A as
awareness
well.
that is
So they
being
realized that
unseen.
he took a timing so that they have to be a
Yes,
little
I
bit more
agree.
aggro.
Definitely
And they
does.
won the round.
bring back the glory
Like
days.
it's like the best thing ever when you kind of get intel like this of how you need to switch your play, and you won the round still.
Like 3 players of KC are trapped in sight unless Vitality drop.
Dude, their retake on B is
safe and sender. All that is left. But I think that the fact that Wingman is already on the spike, you cannot stop it.
Yes,
But you haven't stopped Wingman. And Wingman.
Yeah, there's a smoke that I kind of don't want to see, but I want to say that this was maybe Sender's as well. So
albeit saves heroics is KC with the lead.
Vitality make it a little bit.
It would be fine
costly,
for
though. They can have
Vitality to do a timeout
leaning
here.
on that at the
They're
very
definitely going
least,
to
but
talk
now
about how
Nari
this B
cycled
retake
back
is
up
too
into
strong that
this
they actually
rush
need
for
to
the
take some
second
map
time
control,
already
whether
in
it's
the
Market
first
or
round.
Boba.
Okay, Magnum just knows. He's just like, okay, they're gonna try and break my trip. Got the little pre-fire angle. So nicely played.
So you know when I talk about
Now we're seeing a
teams
timeout to be
being
called here
able
from
to
Team
like
Vitality. I want to take a beat, though,
play
to talk
after
about the way
plant
KC's
if they
been
don't
handling
have certain
their
agents,
retake
right? So say that you can,
situations. And even
Haven's
into
always
the
the best
early
example over
round,
towards
a lot
C,
of
like
teams
with the
will
Omen.
attempt to favor to close that
The B works a
mid
little bit like this
door
as
by
well,
Market
where it's just
very
like if the
early into
Omen's
the round,
dead,
just to deny
you can
a
normally
lane
play
for
over
the
towards the
attackers.
site.
Instead, KC, they play the retake
Play over
protocol,
towards B
knowing
main
that
because you can just
Vitality are
spam.
going
But
to
I
be
think you
leaning
probably
on
have to
safe
include
or Destiny
Gecko
to
now
find
as
those
well in
laps
that.
back around into the late
So I
round.
think they have
And it
two
makes them
agents that
much
if
more
they're
comfortable
if
to
either
take
of them
that
are
ball control,
alive, they
not
have to
worry about that
have some
backstab
kind of map
because they will
control.
have the signal.
So the coach right now is for sure talking about bigger picture in terms of what he wants to happen, but especially over towards B, they gotta have some map control. So you might see them just try heavy prioritize either back of site, maybe even Boba, most likely
Put you in a
Market.
position that you can take on the world, right? He can talk.
Little bro
He
proving
can
me wrong.
convince
Hey,
you
I've
that you're
always
better than
said,
anyone.
as much as I think
And I feel like
he's
those are the
awful
type
at
of
doing
leaders
certain
that can
things,
make
I've always said in the right
Vitality weren't able to prove that last
in the
year,
right
although they
team
were
in the
middle
right
of the pack,
hands,
KC
like
was a different story.
it is sick to have someone that can defuse the spike and you don't have to worry about it in a team game. Like that is strong.
But for now, I think it's clear. Economical recession for
Timothy's,
Vitality,
what's up,
KC
Jim?
clear
How we doing?
advantage. They
Thank you so much for
could
the prime.
extend
Good to see you,
further.
mate. Appreciate you.
It's an eco round here, though, for Vitality. So we have to
Thank
temper
you,
our
thank you, man. Good to see
expectations.
you.
Here, right now, it's just about doing as much damage as they possibly can. Sure, if they find some sort of advantage, but not to
The A
get too
retake
ahead
is
of
pretty good.
ourselves.
Honestly, I
What
just feel
will
like
the
as
focus
soon as you have a
be?
Gecko,
Market
your
pressure,
retake
a
abilities are
constant
like through the
conditioning
roof.
factor here for Vitality on the attack. I feel like
Surprise, I'm
we've
already
never
awake.
seen
Yeah,
them
just about. We just got
this
here.
mid-trip, though, and look the way the KC's just
was
full
close.
stacking.
Oh my god, there's no way KC have read it like this, but it seems that Sender will be able to find
Well,
one before anybody else shops. But
definitely
it's a
looks like
barrage of
K-Corp
lead to fall
are
upon
ahead on that
Vitality.
one.
The
Holy.
bees are quashed, smashed,
5.
and the lead extended as expected.
Yeah, using up that neural theft just to have that extra information, knowing the fact that they fully left that A site completely abandoned in case, again, Vitality found some sort of timing behind them. And now into the bye. This is the round that Team Vitality took the timeout for to look to regroup. You've got the Seekers online here for kicks to take a look into the next round. But again, Karmine Corp, they have that Thrash as
Yeah,
well.
big read on that. Yeah, the Cypher
So good,
Cypher
especially over towards
was a
that
little bit weird,
site.
but honestly, they just wanted to
See,
try and
again,
keep
posturing for this
the
conditioning.
econ good. Like, it's
Towards
still
mid.
pretty early
They're
in the
always
game.
poking and prodding into
but
Market.
Just trying to ensure that they can buy for the rest of the half. And honestly, with how clean that was, they can.
You're going to see the rotation from our team for that.
Vitality, like we said, okay, let's see. We now go over towards B. I'm going to put a square here and here and just see what they do. They probably need to take
I think
one
one
of
the
these
first
bits
few
of map
times where
control,
we've actually
or
seen
at least
KC
back
lose
site.
players into Market there as well.
exactly where you are.
Neural theft
Spike planted.
aiding
Okay, fighting back a site
as well.
a bit more. Yeah, I mean, they
Also coming
maybe.
in. And slowly KC move together. The death pool approach, if you will. They've got plenty of money.
It might be a little bit
look to
different because
fight
they're
this.
going up against
Look to give this
official.
a go. There's a Thrasher even available, which begs the question, is Nara going to use it? Yes, he is. They're feeling comfortable. They feel like they can take on the world. Tripwire on the one end, they need to break it. It hasn't been broke just yet.
Yeah, let's see.
Vitality have bought so
Let's
much
see.
time
We
to
might
make bite.
have the
Being
struggle
thrown,
again.
There are none left. Only just one throwing just now. It's Martin with a double. KC have turned it all around. They're safe. Has another
Little
say in
bro
the
gets
matter.
involved.
Cam broken. Martin
Guys,
with
what are
solo
they
down.
doing? What
Good.
happened in this
KC
timeout? What do they
off
talk
of a
about?
disadvantage. Are right back on top.
What did they
They're
talk
down
about in the
2 players
timeout?
from the beginning
Why are they
of
all
the
playing
round,
B main
and
again?
85 into that retake, and that was even with the Thrash not even finding the value there, being stalled
Nicely
out
done,
by
but
that
this is a good
tripwire.
example of just how
Watching
strong
for
this
that
retake
Market
is and the
push,
fact
but
you got to
Martin
respect
with
the
the team on his
Omen
back in that
and
round.
the Gecko in the retake. You gotta play a different position if they have these two agents. Look at this smoke. Look at little bro defusing.
They were unwilling to go for retakes. They were scared. They were holding back. But this one, they don't care. And they're talking
What's up,
smack,
guys?
and I love it. I mean, it's a Mackinum type of smack, but it's still smack.
Listen, we gotta take what we can get here.
Yeah,
okay,
for sure. I'm loving this energy.
Timeout though.
I mean, for a team, sorry to interrupt.
Wait, is this second timeout?
For a team that are struggling emotionally, it's best to funnel those emotions into something positive.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
Exactly what
their
They
timeout.
have to start off on that
The
right
existence.
foot.
I mean,
It's a lot
the
harder to try and turn it around.
the Eng we just run
But then you also
around
can't have your
timeout.
spirits get too
Might have a
high.
read into
So we wanna see that
into some of
pullback. They
the
do look
ults that they
measured
have.
in this timeout that has been called, reeling those emotions back in. Sometimes even if you're not necessarily talking strategy,
I
it's
just
that
might
moment
have
to
seen
kind of
something
just be like,
different. Dude, if
okay,
I'm the
calm down,
vitality coach and I got a free
continue on into the
I got a
next round.
free extra chance of telling my team to make sure that they're
Exactly what
playing
they do.
B after pawn different,
Make
that is
sure
a
that
huge
this
win.
momentum from KC is stopped. It's four
This in
consecutive
my
rounds on the way.
books,
It's
and again, we
4
have no
rounds
idea, but this in
chained
my books, and
together.
it might be because they have something with these ults and it's something they like to do, because it looks like their reads are pretty good at the moment. But yeah, I think the fact that
We need to start
Vitality,
stopping the bleeding.
there's a good chance Vitality come out on
3
top of
rounds
this
left into
time,
this half
out
as
in my
well.
opinion.
We're gonna, if Vitality lose a round here, we're bound to see
We'll see.
Nico eventually before he swaps sides. Just spray down towards the mid. Early presence to be shown here by KC. And just through that dark cover, Vitality continuously conditioning that smoke coming out from Sunder, cycling it back up here as well. So a little bit longer that we'll have to wait here for Vitality to make any real
This is a
move
nice
on
change
towards
up with the
this
camera
site
in towards
unless
market as
they
well.
lean over towards A, weakening more of those
With
own
this
smokes
smoke
to
that goes
be
down
regained.
from
Very
Shin,
patient,
you
very
kind
slow
of,
round for
and
Vitality.
you can obviously use this
Different
debate,
from
but
what we've seen from them
you kind
before.
of
Typically,
realize
they've
that you
already
might
pushed
have
into a space and
control.
then pulled back.
Because why would you do
They've
this
been
smoke if
waiting
you're
for
playing
the Karmine
close?
Corp
You're
here.
just wrecking your
Now they have
crossfire. This smoke,
50 seconds.
honestly, you pretty much know that no one's playing like this. You could bait it out, but
Could be influential, but yet to make
I
it
doubt
through.
anyone would do that.
Martin, hearing all this commotion, is calling over an extra player for reinforcements, perhaps. They're still diligent, making sure this is not all a fake, not a rouge.
I've got
And
your
I think
trail.
they may
30
be under the
seconds
impression
left.
that it might be, but not anymore. As the Seekers are dropped towards this right-hand side, and Vitality look to move in.
Yeah, and
Left-hand
Kickoff
side
are
pushed out.
doing good
KC
to just
comfortable
play
with this retake.
off site. Like they're
Walking
fine.
straight on in.
They know their
Yeah,
retakes are
there's
good.
Viper's
They got
bit
the
into
sick
the
retake
here
comp.
as well, but
They're probably
we're
playing
also
the
gonna have
Gecko,
our
one of
eyes
the
on
best I've
Destiny
seen
on
on
this
defense out of all of the teams I've watched, to be honest. Because I do think you can do
Deshrin's got it all
this.
covered, but Tamaj is going to check it, and Deshrin wasn't ready for it. Who's lurking who? Tamaj is in Deshrin's head. And all of a sudden, Vitality are on the back foot. KC look to have a look.
Keep
at
an eye on
mid
the
with Mackin pushing all the
Cypher.
way
They kill the
behind
Cypher
right
luck,
now,
and then
while the
Cypher
rest of
decides to
KC
go
look to infiltrate
all the way
with
behind.
power
No
of the
trips.
numbers. Martin doubles up, one by Pachels, one by Led, and it's safe all to himself. The MVP needs to do it up against 4, and I'm afraid it's too tough. He realizes Magnum might be nearby, but he doesn't quite
Yeah,
find
and
the
you can't
timing.
do this
Wingman
one.
on the
Plus the
defuse.
defuse.
Safe
Chat, someone's at my door.
realizes
Give me like
it's
1
gonna
second.
have to be a save by him. So KC, lock and load, yet another round.
And this is the round where we were expecting that change to come in from Vitality. We did see an adjustment, slowing things down, not going for that same map control. But again, if you're going to be that quiet on the attacking side, you're not forcing anything out from the likes of Karmine Corp either. I think Vitality maybe were hoping that Karmine Corp would start to feel starved of that information, but that hasn't really been a threat to them thus far.
No. It feels like whenever it's on the retake, it's KC all the way. Vitality haven't been able to find themselves any sort of comfort. Maybe they should change their attempt or their adjustment, but this time KC are preemptive. They don't
Alright,
allow
missed the
Vitality
kill,
to
of
set up
course.
the way they would like. Sender no more,
Missed
limiting
the kill on the
themselves,
Omen. They
limiting
went
themselves,
aggro
rather,
with
to a
Raze.
single
They have ult
controller
now.
safe, who has already thrown down his toxic screen to that right-hand side.
That's why you see them backing off that B site. They don't have the ability to control those angles. Oh, poking back here towards mid. The concern that that Karmine Corp maybe have kept some of this space. But KC diligent to just play numbers. Just denying some of that vision. You also have, in case everything goes wrong, that
Am I
showstopper
real?
here for
I mean, I
our
tried to
team.
be.
Pedestrian still just keeping that information, but they're more than happy to leave A empty. They've got the kit there of Magnum.
Dude, look
Keeping
at
that
Kickoff, man.
signal on the push.
And it's nice having the Cypher here because they can just get so much info.
Preemptive.
And again, their
Just like their push early on, anticipating
their
a B
retakes are just
That's not what's happening.
Just so
It
good.
allows them to focus some of that attention.
And I do think
back towards
Vitality
mid,
could have
back
played a
towards
lot
A.
better, but
30 seconds left.
But the
I
side's
don't
taking
know.
over now. Vitality, will they adjust? There's a lot of side.
this is a good chance.
With this
Okay,
playing
let's
safe,
see.
we'll have the Vipers
Let's see.
fit
Do we
into
all
the
over
post
towards
as
here or do we
well.
all over towards
It's
here?
a question of, do these players all
Okay,
play
so we're
inside?
all over towards spawn. So then with this, you're probably going to see like a 4-1. Like, who's the one?
But you've got one left back, right? Runner finding an alternative position. He has been smoked off.
Wow,
and
we
that
go
Angel does
5?
reveal his
Okay,
position.
4.
So they will be looking in that direction.
Whoa.
Kicks is a mastermind, and somehow Figueroa's Magnum will be right before
Um,
him. Martin has to take his own life.
fine.
He takes one down with him. It's death by suicide, but Runner on a strong angle is able to shut one down. Blast Pack trying to get them off of the spike plant, a defuse rather. And again for another go. But I don't think so. It's done so. And he might be getting the kill. That's insane. Runner auto himself.
Dude, they can't win these rounds. Oh, it's okay. No time on this. Yeah. I think they could have. I still think they could have as well. They're gonna chat. I'll tell you what. Kickoff will look at that one back and be like, actually, like we should have won this. Why are we trying to defuse and not do, bro? Why not say wingman to this?
I know. Oh, when you're watching Kick's point
Nice
of
run
view
for
there, you're
Vitality
like,
still.
how in the hell did he get that pick? But at that point, they know that the retake's coming in from short. You might as well just spray down the angle and try to get some of that damage down. And it was just lucky that he was able to find the dome of one. But it's insane just how good Karmine Corp are in retakes. Team Vitality taking the king piece there as far as biding that time.
And it seems like the solution to this is individual prowess, and Kicks makes that statement straight out of the bat here. Narrate no more.
That was nice from Kicks. Wall goes up. They ping the side of where to spam, and yeah. One of the benefits of being able to ping in this game, especially when you're smoked off.
But for now, even Steven. And the B site is exactly what they're going for.
Not the B site again.
But he won't be fighting anyone. It's used to
Lovely kill.
That's aggro as hell.
And they've
But
killed.
isn't
They
able to get
killed
away.
one of the
door
MVPs
drops,
for the
and so does he.
retake. So
Yeah, Magnum just still committing to the
They
spray
maybe-
on towards those legs that
I mean,
are
they still
trying
need to fight site
scatter.
because Omen's here. Damn, they fight
His legs
site.
are shattered into pieces.
Now,
Got that.
3v3.
Kicks going ultra aggressive. This is a change of pace that Vitality need to bring out, and it might be the best call for them because nobody's pressuring Kicks from that CT side, while KC push into market.
Magnum's making so much noise, trying to draw those eyes.
Oh, still Vitality hold back. They don't want to be too aggressive. Then Kicks does show his ground. Runner is there to assist, but Destrian is behind. They trailblazer onto the site, making sure if anybody is defusing, they know of it now, but someone has to interrupt it. One may be stunned, but Ashin able to use his weapon. And again, with the
Martin
stick,
double
KC is
satchel,
committed to do as they
shorty
breathe
kill,
this
which we
off.
see him do
8 to
all the
4,
time, by the way.
big
Just
superiority.
insta-sticks it and
The
trusts his
defense side is
teammate.
stronger for them.
I feel like there's been so many times
How
in the past
many
few days that we've
retakes?
seen Martin sticking defuses that you would not expect. And that's the full faith that he's able to put onto his team to guard him, to keep that watch now as we swap sides. But man,
Their retakes, yeah, their retakes are really good. Vitality, do not get me wrong though, like don't get too twisted. Like it's a mix of their retakes are good and the Utah's great and they know what they're doing and they're all together. But Vitality, that was slow learning.
Trailblazer too, he was just like, no, my team's
Slow
helping.
learning.
I'm fine. I don't even have to worry about it.
Like at least they're gonna learn now.
Such a good smoke that had come out
Like,
there from Shin
For the
as
next
well,
time
just
they
to
play
cut
this
off
game,
that
like
back
it's a
angle.
good easy
Very
VOD review to
aware
kind of
of
work
the
out
fact
what
that Vitality
issues
were
are,
moving
but
towards the boat, but now we head into another
could
pistol.
cost you. I mean, could cost them this map.
Question is there still hope for Vitality? It is 4 rounds of difference. Could be definitely quashed to 2 rounds of difference, given they get themselves a pistol in and safe. It's determined to do just that. He's come alive on this pistol. It's not the first time he's done that. But they need to stick the landing here, and there's 2 remaining from KC, causing a lot of trouble. They've garnered B-side control, but they don't have the spike. So it's all for naught.
No, they've got to regroup, and all the control now into the hands of Vitality. You've got Kicks with one guiding light in the pocket as well. Narrate to pick Dizzy back up.
Narrate, he's going to have to wait for Dizzy to come back. And Shin, not sure if he wants to take a different angle himself. Instead, KC group up.
Happy to watch it from bottom mid.
Bit of a nightmare.
Position here.
Now, if you're watching this at the start of the round, you'd think the defenders are in attacking position and the attackers in a defending position.
Yeah, Sender's in a really good pause.
The spike is collected 40 seconds in,
enemy
and
remaining.
Sender's not allowing that to happen one bit.
Mid.
Shin, only one standing. And I'm afraid I don't think for too long. 35
Yeah, he
points of
hears
health.
both and realizes maybe I
That's
should be
not much
taking the
for any of these
1v1 here.
bullets. Come on, 19. He's running. Vitality don't want to make a mistake. They're scared of it as well.
Nicely done for Vitality, though.
Another pistol, the second of this series.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's two pistols and it's 8-5.
Otherwise, Karmine Corp could have found themselves on double digits. So now the anti-eco to come through here for Team Vitality, but it's safe with the ghost. Someone has got to take this pistol away from him. I feel like that was a 3-piece into the anti-eco of the second round, last half, and now to start things off into the pistol round, hot for him.
Joshy, thank you so much for the 16 months. Appreciate it.
Walk through his wall every single time, and he's just like 1, 2, 3.
Bruh. I'm blaming other people for that as well, so that's fine. You can blame me. One way goes in, flash goes up, and at least against the eco.
So far, Vitality.
I mean, that's nice info. At least against the eco, they held 2, but now they just hold 1.
In control of their pace and control of their tempo. Can switch it all back. Sender's got their number though, and there's a bulldog there, but it means nothing. It could be a weapon collected for the attackers, and this could turn this whole round in KC's favor.
Yeah, that gun being picked up is
the savior at the moment is this trip over towards A.
Over towards Vitality too. Kicks and Destrian stuck on pistols alone.
So it's 2 rifles to 1, but there's an extra player for KC, so the numbers have it for the boys in blue, but look at this aggressive push here from Vitality.
I mean, right now, KC are just
waiting
for the regroup to happen from spawn.
This could be another gun for them to get.
Needed to do all the damage. Spike kept back, so it's not dropped. If someone does go aggressive, it's Shin to hold the defenders back in case a push does come through. They're wary of it, but the collapse comes through as a poison cloud deteriorates. Safe picks it up and needs to get Shin as well.
21. They know he's B main 21. Oh boy. And they have a smoke and double mollies. Yeah, they go to clear B main, but this could kind of work as well. They clear B main. If he gets the plant down and he actually has a smoke and molly lineup, and this guy's cleared a whole path for him.
He's going even further, but you won't check that right-hand side.
And Martin's doing damage. I think he needs to stay alive. I'm telling you, if Viper puts the smoke on the spike, he can delay a lot here. We go round the world with Magnum, and literally, I mean round the world. He was B main, and he's now going all the way round.
Moving into this B site, so this means that KC need to do a lot of damage themselves. Remain safe. It's
safe on top of it. Now got the heal earlier. Smoke goes in. Molly's here.
So it's going to delay this massively here.
Oh, Tamazi had another molly.
Kill already. Getting his second. He needs to stick it now. It cannot be interrupted. Otherwise,
okay, nicely done from Vitality, but honestly, this was very good from Kickoff. They nearly made this one doable.
In the game.
What a way to manage that
honestly,
loss of
if the Viper had the mollies, I'm trying to remember what team had it. Had the mollies for afterplant that are like from this bin outside here.
That they were continuously taking those fights together. I think into the next round now, though.
To his foot? Yeah, I think, yeah, that is it.
Here and there for Vitality.
Yeah, if they had the foot mollies, that's a 1 round.
To contest into the full loadout here on the side of Karmine Corp.
Yeah, not looking like a bad bonus at all.
2 separated. I think the separation there would have been fine if they had the delay, right? Say he went over towards here, he mollied, and the whole time these guys had like more time to play their life, and like we don't have to turn this corner yet. We don't have to show ourselves at market yet. Like it would have been different. Time goes down, they realize that there's time pressure over towards actually tapping the spike.
He's safe on site.
Yep, safe on site. Nice, you can see what you did there. Paranoia does get to safe though, and the cross does eventually come in here from Martin. We like to call it Martin.
Yeah, let's see how Kickoff play this after plant.
Still on the spike, KC gained ground
control. No one is close to ults. Like all the kills in this have been pretty even.
Need to do the same thing, although the weapons aren't favoring them this time around.
Play 3 on site. I mean, we could kind of include Omen in this.
To allow the push. And they have to drop back. Dizzy already utilized here from Vitality. Push coming in. Nara is insane with it.
Yeah, much better. Much better on this. Just everyone duel him.
I mean, Karmine Corp,
doing what Vitality kind of couldn't do. They did have the gun diff though, slightly. A couple of bulldogs and there was 1 pistol.
A very nice effort. I like the idea. You're throwing out that cage towards the back side of B, and then the nade to try and push forward. Just continue to deny that backside space and force KC back, but they don't go running for main. They'll still fight for that front side control. Now you've got that
Destrian?
flash
Yeah,
up
but he's
and
on
ready
defense
here for
now. He should be
execution on the
fine.
side of Karmine Corp.
And I think the Thrasher is what you have to be having your eyes on
Oh.
right now, but instead it's Martin to be confronted with Runner. I like the aggression from Runner, but it doesn't pay dividends. Instead, they drop a player.
just feel like
Yes, they
this
gain-
Omen flash
gain
is a
garage
risk.
control off of it, but what else?
I mean,
Because you have to
doesn't
pick.
spot out
You have to pick a
Destrian,
lane.
he is going to give up being
I like when people use it
Let's
with the
go
breach,
safe
where you can
walking
just cover
down
both the
A.
lanes. But
Karmine Corp, they're all rotating over towards him. Kicks there at the very least to try and assist.
This is quite far forward, isn't it?
It's dodgy.
And lose these two players, they've lost the game. It's a matter of if it's going to be a dry pick or with a flash, and it's Martin and Magnum, both Czech players coming out on
Whoa.
top. The pride and joy of Czechia.
they got
opening up this
they got
A
no
site
kills for that.
for
There was no
KC.
util.
The care in opening up that run, opening up that space. Now the plant to go down.
Now what?
Extremely open here for Martin. Play any which angle that you'd like into the post plant. But
Oh,
with the money
man.
situation on
This
side
early
of
on?
Team Vitality, they have
Bro,
to
I
save
can't
to
believe they
zero
won double
rifles.
pistol.
They do
They're getting
indeed.
so
They have
annihilated.
to save, and KC, this is just increasing their lead further and further. And remember, today is a game of resilience, of stamina. They've got 2 best-of-3s to play out. If they hope, well, they're definitely going to be playing them out. Whether they win them or not is a different question, but they need to make sure they're not playing way too many rounds. If you're going to be winning matches, make sure you close them out quickly, because you have to keep up with the other team that wins the other series. It's a difficult one. They've got to win 2 best-of-3s. Imagine playing 6 hours of Valorant in one day. It's got to be so draining. So for now, KC, if they're able to find
2-0 in
lead
this
and
format is
closing up
huge. Yeah,
soon
it's
enough
massive.
is exactly what they need.
These hero rifles as well. I mean, you're looking at the fact that Karmine Corp, they have a showstopper. They have that Thrash to work with, and you need that firepower to try and contest and execute like that. Even just try and shoot out Thrash 0 point.
And then 2
Now
save
looking over
guns.
towards Team Vitality, what did they
Got to
choose
kind of
to
eco
do
on
with
this
the
one. We've got 2
remainder
hero
of
guns. They
their
go up against some
cycle
ults.
of
They could maybe get a
close
hero
into
ult of
runners
themselves
also
if they
there,
wanted
looking
to
towards
use
that
it.
showstopper
And
as
this
we
is
see
Vitality's
timeout to be called
last
here by Team
timeout.
Vitality. So that is my expectation. I'm going to be looking towards one of these guns, whether it's Sender, whether it's Destrian, moving up with Runner, likely alongside Kicks as well to find that space and farm one of those orbs up.
I know we've been criticizing
K-Corp, yeah,
Magnum the past couple of days
if I'm a
for his
K-Corp fan,
performance
I'm
yesterday, redeemed
optimistic.
himself. Destrian is now on the same
I'm very
scene.
optimistic.
0
I
kills.
think they're a
That's
good
gotta
contender
hurt.
for like
Mentally
the
draining. He's gotta
the
step
third,
up, and you're
fourth
right,
spot
you
in
have those 2
champs.
rifles. Do you keep it on Destrian, or do you tell Safe you get it?
I
Because
really
if you
think
tell Safe
Na'Vi
you
and
get it,
Fnatic at the
Destrian's
moment,
like,
from what
"Oh,
I've seen.
yeah, I know Safe is better
Again,
here.
I still don't know where to put
Performing
Heretics.
much
I
better,
need
but
to see
also
more.
drains his own confidence, right?
But I think Na'Vi
It
are looking
depends. It
real
depends.
good.
I think also
And then
you have
Fnatic
that
are just
opportunity
Fnatic.
to give
Even
it
though
up
they
on
looked a
your
little
own.
bit like
Just that option to like throw that out
Yeah.
there and
a
volunteer
few more
for
mistakes
it,
than maybe we
which
see them
is
make, but
definitely
it's
less
been a
of
while
hit
anyway.
towards your confidence.
And that's exactly what happens. Vandal dropped over the Safe.
What happens if it's a tiebreaker? It goes to maps 1, and then it goes to round difference.
Tough for Destrian
Like if they
too,
all beat
because
each other.
He was providing value to the team. I know the numbers aren't saying it right now, but
Heretics
he's
to
looking
make
for that
Madrid
information,
for
those
sure,
works
man.
there on the attacking
One
side
best
for
of 3
Vitality.
away,
It was just
and
that
they've
Karmine
kind of
Corp had a read
proven
on
that
him
they're
every
strong
time.
firepower. They're a unit,
Now
and
it's
their
moving to round
anti
17.
and game plans have been good.
KC clear lead, Vitality trading, and this difference of rounds could only increase this one. Unless Vitality bring out some sort of magic, and the likes of Safe and Sender.
I mean, the showstopper that I was talking
Third-
about now cycled in with that B main
Third at the
control
moment, it
there,
looks like
that
a step
Vitality
back
is
to
so
maybe
good at
take step
conditioning.
forwards.
You
And
take a
I
visit
don't
over
think
towards the
it's
other
like
site, though.
roster-wise. I think
Retail
it's
protocol
just
here on the side of Vitality.
Yeah,
their
there
view
were
on how they want to kind of
they
play a
could make
different
push
style
front, maybe
agent-wise.
B-site hit. And because it is an A-site hit, they could be reconsidering this.
I think they also just
'Cause
like
they look
guaranteed
so-
that nobody would get caught out by that Thrash, so they had as
Oh my
many
god,
as
wait, he actually
possible.
delayed the plant to give him a little bit of spot. Nicely done from Martin. Oh my god, the ult on ult. Insta-reactive pop of the ult once he heard it. And then he just got the higher ground.
Grace here to Margie is low, so could be an easy pickup, but Smoke covering one of these ends while Vitality grouping up towards spawn. They pushed forwards, but everybody's looking that direction. Poison Cloud blocking one of the sides, but the power on is so good.
Oh,
It's
that's so
delayed them massively. Martin finding shots through the wall, but so far trading equally, and KC can afford to do that. Martin staples himself ahead. Kicks can't do a thing. Martin
Hey, what a
coming
sick round
alive.
from him, though.
That's 11
A
to
really,
6.
really sick round from him.
Karmine Corp only 2 rounds away.
Those
from
is
closing
like
out
nice
map
instant
number 1.
decision making from him. It's a very good sign.
Shorty counter coming in.
Yeah.
What was that the first
Yeah,
one?
he's leading the shorty counter by far.
Yeah,
He might even be double the next
You
person.
know what? I I've seen so many. I don't know what day it is at this point. I don't know what time it is. What side of the world am I on?
Yeah, where are we? What are we doing here? Marty knows. He's well aware.
Well, I feel like what I just described is probably how anyone on the receiving end of his short.
Okay, this is it for Vitality. They got to win right now. Money's in the bin for the next round.
Taking it into high gear now.
Repass and hold over towards.
Absolutely. Pressuring towards top mid, much more aggressively than we had seen before.
Dude,
It pays
what?
off. Well, yeah, KC it does. Vitality, not really.
No kicks being down. That's
Man, there's a lot of questionable decisions.
flashes if they do have to play that retake. So having to play a bit more forward. Sender, that's a
I mean,
big
that
pick
was
to take
really
down.
bold as well. Fair play, man.
That's exactly what he needed. But the Viper's in the right direction here. Viper's pit would have
If
come
he goes down there,
through. Hit, but no.
I mean,
Instead, it's
I probably tell him
used
off for that, but
retake if it is used.
Karmine Corp reeled back.
I don't know
in,
how he
having
doesn't get
that
traded with this
explosivity
box.
To enter on towards site. Look how aggressively Safe is positioned.
They think they need to find a pick off of the other side of the map, or at least keep Vitality busy and spread those defenses thin.
Safe backing up. There's an orb down. The
hear the
delay coming
commotion.
through. It's all a
Whoa!
bait. They wanted to draw out the Viper's pit early.
I mean, that was the plan all alone. The spike did
30
hold off
seconds
to this
left.
right-hand side,
Hey,
but I didn't think...
Kickoff,
Safe
man.
panicking
Kickoff
that
are
much
all
when
over
they
them.
heal
This
that
is
way.
impressive. Yeah, a lot onto Sender here. He kind of made it doable in terms of getting the kill earlier.
Tries to shut it down.
They're definitely going to think he's on top of that box. Magnum
Magnum.
here in the lag, but he has to get past the camera. Ult goes in with a
He was also
little
gearing
cubby
safe, so it's a matter of
over towards side, but
timing
it gets
for him
all
to
the
cross,
spawn.
but he's
That's a
realised
strong
Safe has
ult.
gone all the way through spawn.
When does this
Smoke on
camera
the
get
one end,
checked?
Magnum will be there on time
Well,
to find a
it
shot.
just
Right now,
doesn't.
not the second though. Still, KC have got 3 versus 3, and Viper's Pit blocking one of the entrances. Vitality have got only one way to move into, and KC have got 2 players looking that direction in the poison cloud. Shin is good for the first, leaving 2 to do it for Vitality. Sender desperately finding another
Nice
angle,
ult
but it's
on
not
this
gonna
one,
be
man.
it.
They are all
It's not
over
gonna
them.
do it, and Safe has to do magic.
This is the man you want in the clutch.
But with 8 bullets and not much time, with a spike ticking moment by moment,
12
realizes even if he does
12
grab
to
the final
6,
kill,
6
even if he
chances.
does
Chat, if
find
they
the
didn't
clutch
win
in that,
double
there's
pistol,
no
by the way,
time
they
to get the
they've got like
defuse
2
box
rounds.
off KC. Map
Like
point
this,
on their own map
it would have
pick.
been done.
Comfortable
And they
right
would
now
have
for
they would have only
Karmine
had about
Corp.
2.
You can see smiles on stage there for Tamaji, and now for Vitality, it's all about trying to regain. 6 rounds is a tall mountain to climb here up towards Everest to try and take it over to some sort of overtime. Vitality do have the Seekers available into this round, but man, Karmine Corp, they do love playing in their smokes.
I just don't know what to
They
do.
do.
Oh,
Oh,
Damn.
no.
ah.
Oh my heart.
And that's the top frag on the Team Vitality that is feeling that right now.
Oh my heart.
Well,
Ascent,
that's
has got to
that's
be Vitality's
probably
pick,
done in
given
this
that
round then.
they feel
You would imagine.
already doom and gloom.
It's not.
Sunset.
It's not the
To be
it's not the
fair, though, I
motivation
know
that the
it
team wants
was
to hear it.
lights out for
12-6
Fnatic
down.
versus Vitality on Ascent. However, we didn't really get to see Vitality actually get started on that map. We didn't really get to see what they actually had to show as far as their hand goes. Because Fnatic, I feel like we're kind of just mowing them down by pure firepower.
Sender has to save the day here. Can't
gotta
quite
back
find the
off.
shot. It's a very short angle to peek. Not many pixels he could have used to his disposal.
No, and again, Karmine Corp, I mean, these 5-person pushes have been working towards the safe site.
Yeah, KC aggressive though this time around. Runner's able to find the first pick, and that's exactly
Yeah,
what
he has
Vitality
no
need.
idea that
through the
Martin double
chaos
sashed it
is able
through.
to overwhelm.
Nice from Destron.
Nore onto the side, thinks otherwise though, as Kicks needs to maintain pressure onto Elbow. He's the
Avoids
only
the,
player left on the safe site as Vitality
avoids the
needs
video.
to group up the rest of the players to try and help him out, but he's done enough. Yes, the wingman gets the spike down, but Vitality have the numbers, and it's exactly what they need to try and bring it all back.
What?
KC,
Timing.
oh, let it go in. Kicks on the flank.
Big 1v2, they are either side of him.
Tamaji, only one remaining, and it's drawing it back to a 1 versus 1.
Oh, he really committed.
Kicks
Needed
wins
a
it.
little
The
sidestep
triple
on
kill.
it.
Vitality not losing just yet.
Kicks, the unsung hero here on the side of Team Vitality. I feel like yesterday, too,
Let's count this one
was
down.
a player who might not have been pumping out the same numbers as Runner, but his impact frags were all the difference in turning a lot of those rounds into Vitality rounds there. It's closing this gap slowly. But, man.
It's a hard one.
It is.
But the thing is, I did see a few smiles here from the Vitality players right after that, right? You can see Kicks, you can see Runner. They're both of them doing a little bit better on that mental.
Nice, Kimmy. Guys, we're so in the
Safe.
game. There is a 12-12 chance, guys. There is a 12-12 chance.
There is a 12-12 chance. I love that. That's
The
a big
complete
contrast
opposite.
from this round.
Right?
The
Just
complete
immediate
opposite
flip.
to
But
earlier.
that's also something that
What
you're
a
expecting
difference
from, say, the
round makes.
experienced player on this team to be able to mentally bring things back here for the rest of
Okay,
the squad.
5.
The damage has to fall off again. The
That's
opportunity
so
to
funny.
refresh into that health with the
Dude,
assistance
how?
of
Reminder, Vitality did
Oh, man.
win yesterday through a reverse sweep, right? Not only a reverse sweep, but the second map where they had to draw it back in their favor.
Yep.
It was an overtime match where only a fraction of a second on a spike.
This is
defusal
the good
could have completely
Cypher camera, right?
changed
They
the
can
whole
spot middle.
tide
It's
of
in
that
the
match. It could be Vitality
tree.
out. Gentlemate's playing this match.
Okay, Destrian starting to find these picks for himself.
Oh, save in there.
Whoa.
He doesn't care. Rejuvenated. Kimmy, aka
Not sure I
Kicks,
like their,
has given him hope in this series.
Not
And
sure I
KC
like
might
their
struggle a
smoke.
little bit to close out this match. Tomaji on the flank though has brought things to a fathomable extent where KC have coasted it all down to a 2 versus 2.
wrap back
There's a
around.
wrap from Sender, but also
Narrates
Nari
time.
going for a wrap around
1v
himself.
1v2.
Where does he go?
One of the
There's
better
camera
agents to
towards
have in a
top mid.
1v2 for sure.
30 seconds left.
They don't know where he is.
No, but again, this cam could spot him out if he does opt for this positioning. He is going to try to wrap his
Oh,
way
he goes to.
And
Hello.
it does.
Nightmare.
Not tag. Oh, tagged up. Okay.
Yeah. Well, they know he's dropping back, but he has to keep his back covered. Takes off the tag.
Yeah, this is the best thing about it. In theory, you can go anywhere when you get the plant done to create the question marks more, but trip does help. But he also gets out of there and walks, so the trip creates the pressure.
So Vitality might
He's
believe
in
that
breaking
he's
the
no
trip,
longer
creates
in
the
that
pressure. They
position.
could have gone anywhere.
Narrate holding to the back of Cypher, smoke covered. It's a bit off center to make the illusion that the spike is planted in the
Nicely
middle.
handled by
But
these.
still, that is not going to be the clutch
And
here.
maybe a
for
timeout for
KC.
Kickoff coming up.
Vitality
4
maintain
chances from
composure
6.
and close up the gap piece by piece.
You feel the tension here for KC. A big breath there coming out from Narrate after that round. But, I mean, for him, not much he can do in that 1v2. Is great timing coming out from Vitality. But the
That
fact that
can't be
Tomaji
their
went so
smokes that they
much
used to hit
value
sight.
on that flank too. Okay, guys,
He
did you?
smiles to the camera.
I'm pretty sure production paused it for a fraction of a second there too. Just be like, hello.
And
But man, okay.
I mean, bits and pieces now are jumping up for Vitality. Sender how
4?
in a moment.
I mean, it's just
Kicks
2
having
straight
his,
lines. That's
Safe
probably
as
why.
well at the start of the previous round. Things are starting to work out for the whole group of Vitality. And I'm sure they're hoping Destrian can jump
3
in that
pass
train
and
as well.
push.
His
They do
teammates
their
are
normal
lifting
A
him up as well.
malarkey, and they get the
The
orb
other
as
side
well.
of the map,
So
runners
we
farmed
got
back up into that showstopper here
got
as
Raze
well.
all into this one,
Can't see it
and
safe for
honestly,
Martin due to the pressure that
I know they're going to be on
Vitality are
2-9 loss
putting
bonus,
towards
but
the
it is going to be an
feeling
eco
like
if they
it's
win
an
this.
option.
And then
Try
you're
and
only
find
2
that
away.
one. Having to back off.
This is a big round, and having this ult might
One
make the
split
difference.
here.
Martin, 1 away from his ult.
Still in the back of your head, you've got to remember KC are 1 round away. And with that, no matter how much pressure you've got, no matter where you are in the round, it could be KC's map.
Emotionally, though, Vitality have shifted that momentum into their favor.
Is it going to be enough here? Runner.
A
Keeps the
big,
motion down in mid,
big
pulls
market
kicks
pressure, and they
off.
actually can't clear it. And this
KC
cam,
aggress.
yeah, this
It's
cam
been
spots
respected,
4, I'm
but
pretty
40
sure.
seconds on the clock. Kicks has to do it by
And
himself.
that
The spray is rough.
might have
Nari
just been the
bringing
kill.
Karmine Corp right back on track.
The
Get the-
positioning,
get
though,
the
that we're seeing here
Spike
towards
to
elbow here
Martin
for
so that he
Thunder.
can ult.
It's left all to himself.
Runner
He's
goes
gonna
for an
have to do a
ambitious
lot
ult
to
of
the
his own.
rotations to come through, and that's
Sender
Sender
might keep
doing
him in it.
so much. First pick onto Magnum, but can he maintain the pressure? Yes, Safe is coming
This
in this
trip
direction
is
now,
nice as well.
being
He
a
never has to worry about the right.
stack. But it's up against a 3-player stack from KC into elbow while leaving Tomaji on site. Wingman, realizing there's one to the left-hand side of the corner. Showstopper coming through, and it's perfect from Martin. Can't follow it up with his rifle. It's sent to bounce right back up, but it's still Vitality keeping pressure onto the site. Destrian pushing
Low
in.
HP,
Destrian
10.
doubling up, and it's all down to
Nicely done
Destrian,
from
but it
K-Corp on this
shall
one.
not be.
13-8, and they lost
KC
both
show what this
pistols.
map
That
is
is
capable of
impressive.
and show while they'll be superior out of the gate
That
in
is
this
impressive.
series.
Vitality, a lot to learn from this
Narrate
one.
to close out that round
But,
as well. It got tight,
at least the demo's
though,
there for them now
right
to
down
learn.
to the wire here on Sunset, but Pavlos, we've got more Valorant to come.
We definitely do. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back with more Valorant action.
concert, right?
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Lord Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say
Cool, we've got Ascent coming up next. Anon, thank you so much. Anonymous gifter, whoever you are, appreciate you. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Chance, get some kind of slug spam going. The Anon.
Hey guys, it's
Appreciate
Jimmy
you doing
Lin.
that, mate. Thank you very
In
much
this
for the
series,
support.
I'm going to walk you through attack on pro.
Go spam some ads.
Watch
We'll
over
be
the
right back.
stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
When am I going to eat today? In between this and the next game, that's what we'll do. Yeah, be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you girl by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my
Welcome back to VCT EMEA. We just finished map 1 between Team Vitality and Karmine Corp, and both teams came in hot thanks to our aim labs warm-up. Kesey Martin going at it, as you can see on your screens, and the voice you hear, it's the new kid on the block. Zoe here, joined by Steel and Lothar to break down all the action of map number 1. KC started to really run away with it. The team really came together, a lot of great performances, but there were 2 individuals which really stood out, and that was of course Narrate and Martin. Let's talk a bit about what we saw from that Gecko Narrate.
Yeah, I think Gecko from Narrate was a lot of impact, a lot of cool things that they did, especially on their retakes. I liked how, just in general, these guys were moving around on their defense, how they were so kind of like layered with what they had. They had good early round fights, but then they also had these really good retake situations where they were able to use the Gecko's utility, especially the wingman, to get the defuse while the rest of the things were going down, such as all the fights, the peeking, the nades, the smokes.
Yeah, it's actually a very good example of how a team can use the Gecko as a 6th man. That's something that when you consider those 2 teams playing against each other, it's a Sky versus the Gecko. And you can see how Gecko, utilized well, can actually give a numbers advantage in many of those occasions. The wingman is essentially the 6th man that doesn't have to be sacrificed for the actual gunplay. And now when you watch those KC retakes right here, you're able to get into those duels with Safe over here in the main, while someone else who is not a real player with a gun is defusing the spike. It's incredibly valuable.
Yeah, normally you'd basically have someone having to tap the spike to make the enemies want to peek, but then you'd have to get off of the spike defuse to actually be a participant with your team to fight back. But with a wingman, you get to put the wingman on the spike, he's defusing, and it forces the attackers to have to stop that wingman defusing. Like, they have to respect it, and in that peak, now they're peeking into Martin, Narrate, Tamazi. I mean, Magnum was having a good game too.
Yeah, but also like we have seen an example of a one-way being used in the B main, and then the snakebite being used behind the screen as well. All of those small combinations of util that have been using together. I'm actually impressed with KC's like ability to do this, I'm assuming, a little bit more improvised way during the match, because we didn't see that in the past being done the same exact way. So maybe they work on it between the matches, but overall their combinations of util is actually very impressive. But now we're jumping to a different round. This is on round 6, where Save again does a creative Viper pit somewhere in the other side of the map where she shouldn't belong, right? And in this case, KC is actually doing a very nice reaction to it, Steel.
Yeah, so basically, like, the purpose of this highlight is, it wasn't that Casey was just doing like one thing really well, it was that they had really good decisions and reactions together as a team. They were moving together. When they decided to go for an aggressive peak early on somewhere, they would move together, and then they would go into the next fight together. It wasn't really just one person doing this on their own, trying to make a big play, being a hero by themselves. It was a joint effort. They made a decision together, they moved together, they executed together, and right there, the decision to say, okay, Safe's in defender spawn, we ignore him, we move to A site together, we take the fight there, and now Safe is useless basically in defender spawn.
Well, by basically acknowledging his position, they make him dead for a period of time. Like, he's not giving any impact, because when he's ignored, that Viper Spit is also essentially giving 0 value. And one could say that KC is just playing fundamentally well. We have seen many double peaks, we have seen actually triple peaks as well on attack, which always work well. They basically lose one player, but then
they were way better on that map. That wasn't even a contest.
Like, if KC
I like how they're playing Gecko.
Playing that well on the next map, I would say that the underdogs might actually take it 2-0.
Yeah, and I mean, KC has been the underdog in pretty much every game they've played so far. So for them to look so cohesive in this very match against Vitality is very, very... it should be concerning for every Vitality fan out there.
Yeah, there's a fantastic storyline coming from, you know, the embarrassment of the year of KC's in 2023 to an actual contender right here. It's a fantastic storyline for the team.
Yeah, if you're going through all these roster changes throughout a year and you basically have no stability whatsoever, you come into the new year and you're thinking like, okay, like, we have this new roster going on, we have this player that's coming in, you know, the rest of his teammates are already disqualified, or not disqualified, but eliminated, and, you know, they're performing pretty well. Like, you're probably thinking like, oh, well, there's a chance this year for us. There's a chance for us to
Kickoff winning games. Yeah, man, it's a different year.
It's always nice when you
different year, new team.
This level of disappointment throughout a year.
What kind of adjustments do you guys want to see from Vitality?
the next map is Ascent. There's not a lot of adjustments to be made on that map, unfortunately, because it's one of those with the metagame pretty much solved. The only difference from
Hello, Pansy.
on this
How we
map, they
done?
actually play with a Cypher.
Wait, did someone ask how you were feeling? Because I was going to ask you that.
That's one of the main differences, but also they have no tape whatsoever.
No, I don't
on
think
KC
so.
on playing Ascent.
Pansy, how you feeling?
I would assume that maybe KC will come with something more creative than your typical cookie cutter composition on Ascent, and because of that, they'll have to improvise very early on how to adjust to KC's game plan, which might also result in an early timeout from the coach to help the team understand what should be macro.
That doesn't really work well
against KC's game plan on Ascent.
Yeah, there's a chance that KC that Vitality has tape on KC from, like, potentially they played a practice game, you know, a month or two ago, so they might know what the standard composition is. It's possible that KC doesn't want to do anything crazy and overcook something when it's a map as stock as Ascent. The map's been out for so long, and it's not like you get so much variation on the comps. Like, yeah, we've seen Viper in comps in certain regions a little bit more, but you still have the standard, like, Sentinel, single controller, and then you probably have, like, a Jet to create space for attack and op on defense.
I mean, on a map like that, the fundamentals, they have to be on point. And we saw that coming out of the KC camp. Vitality, a lot of individuals really struggled. I mean, Destrian had a horrendous game, and that's putting it nicely. So with the individuals stepping it up, here's the agent select. What is going through your head right now?
I am gonna go first. I'm the resident Reyna hater, so this is something that I'm actually incredibly surprised about, because there's a potential for some comboing.
Reyna flash to get info.
Combined with the Sky
Raise.
Flash and the Harbor Wall is something that we have seen from Paper X being used in the Pacific region.
So segment something off, flash, get info, double duelist.
I think they're gonna have to be really active.
They're gonna have to be crazy active, yeah. But they got a good comp to be active with.
In conjunction to do a lot of space and info denial and get a lot of map control. That's gonna allow them to use mid really well and then do a lot of these.
Man, KO could get a lot of value against this.
Bounce between A and B really easily through catwalk. They're gonna have interchangeable lurks. It could be Viper lurking, it could be Reyna lurking, but as you pointed out, the Reyna with the Sky has a unique. I'm
surprised they try and play a Paper X comp, because when you kind of look at the Paper X comp, you do feel like, damn, individuals really make this one work. So
you eat the Sky Flash. The only combo like that is Sky.
It's not like they had some crazy good stuff. Like the wall block off with a Reyna flash is cool, and in my opinion, it only really worked because of Sky having 5 flashes if you do them really early on. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they're gonna have for this. We'll see. Iron Flower, thank you so much for the tier 1, bro. I appreciate you.
I will say that something over in Pacific has definitely changed my mind on this agent.
Wait, who's playing Reyna out of these two? Martin. We're on him. Narrate. Okay, narrate on it, and then Martin on Raze. Honestly, it could be fun to let these guys frag out. Let's see what they got. Vitality on defense, Kickoff on attack. I think the KO is going to get a lot of value against these, especially with this. Especially as we straight up try and go fast. I like this though. This is the BBL. You make a lot of sound over towards a main, like it's a rush, and then you actually have one that goes fast over towards short. So classic BBL, and that is on his head. 2 HP, and that is on their head. 35 HP, 25 HP. What outrageous damage.
And the same could be said about Vitality as they do cross through the toxic screen a couple of times. Down to bare minimum health, but trying to bring their
heal
health
value
back to
through the
HPs.
roof.
Still KC grouping up together. Haven't been able to get the spike down.
The heal actually wins in this round, doesn't it? Wait, oh my goodness, there. Lunatics. Lunatics.
KC have got fuller health bars, apart from Shin, who is down to 24.
A lot of damage to be done here. Spike not even planted yet, and it's
Dude, look at this damage. 3 HP. Tamazi's the only one with any kind of HP on this. Goes into a pretty good pause. Does get spammed down.
So smart to read it. Gets some shot across, and Tamaji though with the upper angle was catching the rest of the players off guard.
Look at this round.
Kills to his name, and Kicks now approaching. Tamaji knows where the opponents are, but they also know the same. On the
now
spike,
what?
Putting pressure on Tamaji to peek out, and all Kicks needs to do is wait Wait for the peak. Wait for the margin to just push past them, and that's exactly.
Oh man,
what he
I think
does.
they're.
Vitality,
I think
the first team to find
I
themselves
get
on
the
board
flash for
in
the
this
door here,
I
but I
love
think
that Kix keeps that upper angle as well instead
the
of
mid-round,
dropping down, risking
like,
that 1v1, knowing that the
call
spike
when it
was
was
not
4-3
planted
could
there
have been a
for
little
Fudge,
bit
just
better.
waiting for him to push
I
out
don't
to
think
try
they
and
had to.
deny that defuse
Don't think they
now.
had to duel out over
We are
towards
going to
door.
see the force out coming in here for Karmine Corp.
It
They're
really
opting
backfired.
to bring some of those SMGs into this round.
At least they were all on
High
the same
risk,
page. We
high
gotta look at the
reward, but
positives. They were all
Savory
on the same
series,
page.
you look
There's at
for
least that.
Shin, the kid with
Vitality
the
are
harbor,
3
you
and
have
0
those
in terms of
cascades,
pistols, by the way.
allowing you to
Like
close
Kickoff
that
have
gap, and you
no
can play the
pistols. They
depth
decide
ball.
to force buy into it. Never a good sign of confidence into a comp if you're force buying like this, but it does work very well. Stingers, maybe not the best in the hands of EU players, but let's see what they got.
Behind on the score, but this is the beginning of the game. I mean, already
Wait, that's
seeing
nice.
Stingers come out, that's surprising. Still, KC aggressing towards his left-hand side. 2 players to the back of it for
Cove
the
to get him
defense.
out, nade to clear stairs so they can get real close for the jaws.
Stinger in his hands, but
Wait,
the flash is
that's a
immaculate.
lovely
Sends
flash
it alive.
flash from
Find
safe, by
Martin
the way.
as well, is not able to do so. Martin is
Yeah, I
so
take it
damn
back.
quick, it's
Martin's been taking tips from Narrate. He's brought it over.
Vitality.
They know how to use the stingers.
You have an outlaw to work with for Runner.
It's a 3 versus 4, and the guns from KC are going to make this too difficult. Magnum hiding off of the crossfire. Runner not allowed to push through the smoke, and Vitality have called it off.
You get so much value out
They-
from that poison
they pulled
orb
this
as
off
well
big
coming
time,
out
and they
from
could
Magi.
definitely
Now
hunt.
he's going to go and cut that down.
Yeah, kills are pretty big.
Still in this 2v3, knowing that they have a Bulldog to work with.
I would also be fine letting them save, but
To the next round alongside
they wanna.
that Spectre.
This especially
It's
could
the
definitely go
decision to
hunt. Like
save
an upgrade
too
would be
much
great.
Opportunity into the post plant here for KC that Vitality don't feel comfortable.
This was a nice
breaking through
this was a
all
nice
of
strat
those
though,
smokes just to cycle
right?
continuously
Which
back.
I need to kind of look at it again to work out where the wall was from Harbor, but the Cove here to get them through the choke point with the nade over towards stairs, and then you're splitting out here, right? So anyone over towards lane is going to get wrecked, so they kind of have to fall back sight, and then you're close range dueling.
To be that anti-eco here for Vitality.
Like that was a good force buy strat.
Yeah, Martin was disgusting. The adaptation onto Sender. Obscene. And who would have thought the Stinger can still do so much damage from that distance?
I would.
Yeah,
Personally.
you do. Oh yeah, you're a Stinger enjoyer. I forgot about that.
I'm like Mitch with the Odin bow.
Bro, anyone from NA, they're so Stinger pilled, and they are right.
Huh?
Do you run Stingers on fire rounds?
I will technically throw and keep it until I lose it. So.
Fair. So often.
In an ideal world.
In an ideal world,
my.
Martin does get a pick off of safe, but closing
Damn,
out.
dude.
You're not able to do a thing.
That was
Stomped on.
that was the guns.
Trampled on. And KC full A site access.
And a hot start here for KC is what really drives them in these maps as well. That confidence that they're able to build off of early. For Vitality, this is tough looks. This is their map pick, right? Not expecting to lose out that second round, but we are very early into this. Vitality will find those weapons into their hands in round 4. Otherwise, they're just trying to do a little bit of damage. At the same time, though, when you think about it, Magnum could still be stuck on that Stinger. You might
Gotta save. I mean,
I love that the
who can
consensus,
hunt
at
in
least
this
on
right
the
now?
desk, and, you know,
Martin can
Valorant
hunt.
as a
They don't want
whole,
to keep these
Ascent,
guns.
one
They
of
want to
those
die.
maps that
Martin's got a bit of I mean, Martin 100% wants to hunt. Even a death is that's worth for him.
That was nuts, Runner.
Runner, I would also save. If I'm runner right now, I want someone to kill me. Yeah, nice. There we go. Take that as a big win.
In the likes of double controller with
The rate, getting close to his ult as well. But then we now have. This is good for runner. We now have knives. The next round he can get ult. Sorry, let's try this again. He now has his ult, which is knives, so then he can now op into the next round. Is what I'm trying to say. Do I go back to bed? I feel like I should go back to bed. Can't even talk.
Narrate this player who is more.
This is the most sleep I've had, and I'm just my brain's just like, what is going on? Why?
Under N's tutelage there, but the comfort that he's able to have when he's just able to honestly go and frag out at the 3-2.
Wall goes out, flash behind it, so you constant disrespect the one way. Same thing where you make a lot of sound over towards A and you walk up.
But there's still one more contender.
Tamazi.
Tamaji closing up the distance. Safe is low, which means could work out for Tamaji. But there's also
What
Pete
the
coming in from
hell
mid.
is Safe doing there? He is so lucky.
Vitality win out individually, win out as a team, and KC.
They thought it was the same as the pistol. Like honestly, it was nice from K-Corp in terms of doing the same as the pistol with the BBL, where you do like heavy pressure aim main, then you have one pass and luck. But this time it was 2 people, so he was so sure it's the same strat. Then he nearly walked backwards into middle.
That Karmine Corp have to work with, but beautifully done there by Vitality to cover all their bases, adjust the way that they were looking to play on these sites, and of course that's also with weapons finally into their hands as well. So it's a curious question as to how both these teams
Now what?
to handle
Now we get
coming rounds with Karmine
say the
Corp
big buy.
again.
It's a big buy for K-Corp. Obviously a big buy also for Vitality if they can
strategies, whether it's the quick
put them
pivots.
down.
Meanwhile, for Vitality,
Odin comes out
they're
over
on
towards
this
B.
meta composition.
Nice, didn't get used. He
And
wanted to
it
use
can be a
rifle
lot
last round.
easier to read through,
Martin
so
still has
you
his
will
ult.
also have to be on top of those adaptations.
Recon goes deep B, doesn't spot anyone. This team needs to worry for like pushes.
Unless you prax against it. And it's hard to get prax into someone doing something too unorthodox.
I like this from Vitality as well. So there's no Sova, so you can start playing like a lot of the angles where normally you would get wrecked, right? Over towards close middle. There's no recon you have to worry about. Top right of sight as well. Maybe we get to see that one round as well. It's really, really strong. Just anywhere right of sight just becomes incredibly strong when they don't have one of the normal initiators. Narrate absolutely scented heaven.
But this time around,
he's a monster.
Interruption from Tamaji. And Vitality
Impulse,
are not
thank you so
given
much.
an inch.
Or Impierce with the
I
knife.
love the
With
tree
96.
control, and now
Thank you so
can
much for
see
the prime.
Karmine Corp
I think that's how I say
rotating
name.
back over towards top mid in case Tamaji needed that help, not looking to allow him to take
Thank you
some
so much
sort
for that, bro.
of 1v1 up against Runner, who of course is going to be
Yeah, the overwhelm at the moment's
moving
looking
over
pretty
towards
good.
the other side, trying
Vitality
to save his weapon.
might wanna talk about sight. I really think Vitality should start using right sight more. They're playing like they're playing against a normal comp.
They are looking good. I love the control that they were looking for. The fact that they're immediately trying to deny.
That's probably one of the big takeaways right now when I watch teams at the moment from all of the regions. This whole we just play our own game, and like you play your own game, you play against practice, so you play all the meta comps, right? Then you go up into a game, and you meet a comp like this, and you're like, yeah, we just play our own game. We'll just do that. But
depth is there?
you need to exploit what is weak of these comps, and I just have not seen that. That is incredible, by the way. Used the wall against them. They thought the flash was far back, and this was good from Vitality. This was very good. This is what I'm talking about in terms of this comp cannot hard clear middle. There is no recon to hard clear it. He goes close. The flash means that you could be anywhere in this area, like anywhere in this kind of upside down T.
Walking behind,
He doesn't have the spike though, so it doesn't really matter.
So he did so good.
At the very least, time to work with.
And you gotta play to the weaknesses of the comps.
Market, but that's
He's
not
got the
gonna happen.
angle.
He's gonna sneak up on him, and that's a pick, making a 1 versus 3.
Orb available here, though, for Magnum. Gonna get the Seekers online. However, Vitality are pushing up. He's aware of the space he doesn't have.
Yeah, if he goes for the orb take there, they'll know exactly where he's coming from. Trying to isolate them one by one. He's good with it! He's got the Seekers now, but there's one left, but it's taking the long angle.
Tell you what, though, nice damage from him. They'll take that. He nearly made that winnable.
An attempt by Magnum, but it just doesn't take the cake.
Desiree doing so well with that positioning, though, going wider than anticipated, knowing that Magnum had been cutting the pie.
God, he did so good.
Every single inch, just be ready for
So yeah, shout out to Vitality here. This, as much as, I mean, they kind of did the perfect thing when I was talking about the teams not playing against like the weaknesses of other teams. Like this was very good. He can just dominate middle. With a bit of confidence, he can just dominate middle and feel just comfy in the square. Ooh, missed his recon on site as well here, so they could flood out. They used the Cove to get out, not enough spam for them as well. Vision block everywhere, and this guy back at site is gonna have a rough time, especially with the Harbor ult. Man, Harbor ult ate the Sky Flash and a Boombot. Poor dude. Their fast strats are good. They got to bring an Odin out. They can't let that happen.
Running out of the Empress, so he's taking charge over a kill, but not able to reposition.
I mean, it does the damage. The Runner's down to 3 health on that.
Paranoia blocking out one of the entrances. He's wanted to lead the charge, but he can't be too confident. A bullet anywhere between a wall as well could be his demise, but it's Destrian to lose his life first. That's not what you want if you're Vitality.
They got to win this 2v4 somehow. And Runner just has no HP.
Surely you back off.
Yeah.
Given, but Runner can't run.
Oh, real bad. 1-9 loss bonus on top of this.
Across the wall was all that
Like
was
these
needed.
two are wrecked.
And KC with 4 players remaining by the end of this round.
Really nice. Their fast strats are good. Like, I'm enjoying the Cove to get through the choke points, especially when it just doesn't get shot. If I was Vitality here, I think they could definitely call the timeout. They gotta get Odin's. Gotta be spamming that Cove as soon as you see it. You gotta be spamming B main. You need to have at least one Odin right now. Like Odin over towards B. You can have Jet play close middle like he has been, and then over towards A, you just prioritize right side of site.
But into this next round here, you've got a null command in the hands of Safe. You've got a lockdown. You've got also the blades here for Runner, allowing this force up here on the side of Vitality, expecting to see all 3 of these ultimates to be expended, a recipe for retake.
Okay, so Sender takes the hit on this one, 4 ults.
A little bit early on.
This is a big round. We fake the B hit. We don't get the Odin out because we don't have the money for it.
First blood.
Yeah, and they're just pure faking this. And did we have an instant reaction from this over towards A and he gets popped out? Did he not just face his one way?
Confused Vitality altogether, and they're still winning out on trades. It's not quite there for Narrate. Does have reinforcements. Runner does use out the blaze, but Narrate comes out on top. Hang on. This is why you play Reina, because now you've got full health.
And the other side is empty. You've got
the other guys just walk over towards A, and there's no money on Vitality at all.
Vitality have got no idea still that A site is the
This is a very nice call from Kickoff. I would love to see how this guy went down. I'm pretty sure he just swung through his team's one way when he thought it was a B hit. And that is
because you don't know how far KC
that is
is
savage.
pushed up over on A, right? So
like that's how badly they got owned from this strat.
Knowing that
They shouldn't you should never be doing that, but
to find the trade, you have no opportunity to break back in. You have to save.
It's mad how much impact not having info has in a round. And for this one, it's a clear example. Vitality have got 0 confidence.
Yeah, they got to have a timeout. They got to talk about some of the stuff. Even though they've been able to exploit a little bit of middle, they got to fix. They got to fix the sites. Like middle's good right now. There's 3 bits of the map, right? And they've owned it in terms of 1 bit. They got to fix these 2 bits. So the site hits are annihilating them.
And with that, the round ends in favor of the boys in blue.
Man, I really want to see this one way.
Starting to edge off with a slight lead.
Okay, timeout now to be called here from Team Vitality. We saw initially, I know he missed it here, but okay, no.
Oh, he went up to the top and then jumped through, so he did his own one way and then jumped over. It's not as bad as I thought. It's not as bad as I thought. Still not great because he's out in the open jumping just in case there's anyone there. Very bold.
Expecting maybe some sort of flank to come through.
Makuso 1449129 with the prime. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you. Is this K-Corp actually good? No, yeah, they're actually good.
Against Gentlemates, another French organization, but this time a full French team. They've been able to do it on overtimes, on reverse sweeps, but now this timeout has to get them right back in the right mindset. 3-5 is the score, and of course, not too far away from Vitality.
Don't have to read the numbers, bro. I got you. It's fine.
Expected to get the win. Nevertheless, while KC is looking to close out this series as soon as possible to play the least amount of games today, so they're not overworking themselves.
I mean, it's got to be frustrating, right? And you're looking at the fact that those ultimates that we talked about, sure, the Blade Storm was popped, but there wasn't even a chance for Vitality to try and use that null command, try and use that lockdown. KC, they were looking to get ahead of it, not give them the space, the comfort to be able to throw those ultimates down, and I feel like just the creativity here within this team composition on the side of Karmine Corp, it leaves a lot of room, a lot of opportunity to change the tempo.
2 hero guns that were saved. Everyone else is buying pretty much a sheriff into this. Sender has a shorty. Does have his ult on this one still. Runner taking a little bit of a risk considering his gun. Probably should let the riflers take the risk on this, but these guys have strolled into B.
Fragging is going to ensue when Chaos comes out. It's a perfect agent for the situation. call it an efficiency, but it's fighting efficiency within it, and it's Magnum within the Cove to pick off Send.
Okay,
And Casey
next round,
keeps on giving
Kicks
Runner,
has to
finally
get
putting that
a
Sheriff to
Odin.
test,
He
and
has
gets
to get
himself
an Odin.
upgrade.
The mid control here.
Hey, that's a
for
nice
team
gun
not able
upgrade.
to find anything, though.
Wait, this is
Desperate
on.
to get the trade.
Someone's gonna have to use the Viper ult.
Viper's Pit.
That is the smallest
Drop
Viper
down.
ult I swear I've
This is
seen
gonna
for
be
a while.
difficult for Vitality, but they
Tiny.
do have 3 rifles, 3 players alive, and it's the same for KC.
Been so used to like the ones that have just
Is you don't even
set
wanna pop
lineups
that
that
null
just
command. It's a
extend so
signal
much.
and
This is
beacon as to where Safe would be playing.
Yeah, it's difficult. You don't really have any
doesn't
utilities
cover
to
too
allow
much,
an
but they also don't know
explosive
that it doesn't
push
cover
here
too much.
for
2
KC.
flashes.
But on Vitality, on the other hand, do have 2 flash drives. Paranoia as well. Could do everything here for them. Narek closes up the gap, but Safe is able to pick it up, which allows Shin
1v2.
to be in a 1v2. No command coming out through here, but I might think he would do so. Double for Shin.
One tap on top of this as well, man. Vitality cannot get around at the moment. This was a good try in the low buy though. They had 2 save guns.
Now Karmine Corp comfortable knowing
Nicely done
they go into
from
the
Shin.
next half minimum even. And again, Vitality, no opportunity to use these ultimates that have been waiting in their pockets. 3 rounds left into the half.
Do I like the comp from Kickoff? I'm kind of just waiting to see what, like, some of the stuff they've had is good, so kind of want to just give it a chance
I mean, the
first.
shots were so clean coming out from Shin, but a bit of lack of
It has strengths, it
precision
has
on
weaknesses.
space
It's like
in these trades.
And it's those moments that you hope to have
they got some
your
nice stuff at the moment.
protocols well
Boombot to
tried
clear
out,
middle
you know.
because they
He's
don't
out.
have
Playing in the top
the
leagues, and those
recon.
things will be punished.
So yeah, this is nice for
Where
mid
some of
control.
those players were on eco weapons.
They used a lot
true.
to
So the full loadout
they used a
is
lot
what
to
we've got our
kind
eyes
of
on.
replicate the
Could have been an
util
opportunity
that
for
you would
them
get
to
from a
turn it back in their
Sova,
favour, though.
but they still do the
Yeah,
same thing.
early on, but so far quiet for KC.
So this is like their mid
Karmine
default.
Corp just waiting. Narrate's always making noise.
Yeah, first out of the gates. He's very
Kid
loud about
baits
every
so
single
much
thing
from
he
that.
does.
3 people here over rotate, and he gets a kill. Magnum gets the pass and solo over towards B, who is out in the open for the split. Martin gets the most important kill in terms of them actually securing the round. And holy hell, they over rotated heavy for this. The one person Reyna fake was good. They take mid control. Alarm bot's there, so they think that it's a fake. I think honestly Kickoff might have even heard the alarm bot as well, so it worked out pretty well. They hide, people over towards B hadn't make any sound, they cut noise like they could have rotated back, and then they have a one person fake with the Reyna, and there's 3 people here, and it pulls one person over from middle.
He's done a 1v2 clutch earlier. He'll be happy to shoot upon them. Runner is low though, so that also adds pressure to them. Safe, aggressing. That's the first shot going into Vitality's way. Runner not quite able to find Shin there, but Safe is keeping the hopes
time
alive.
on this one.
It's a one-on-one, but there's not much time left. He waits for the peak, he grabs the kill, but it's still going to be the attackers with the round win.
Something that I will say though here for Vitality is they are making these rounds
How's
close.
the
They're
one-man
making
fake
them
working?
tight. Karmine
Kickoff
Corp,
definitely
no
looked into
opportunity to really
some of the other
build
games we watch from
too much
Vitality. We've called it out a little bit as well. Is
advantage
they
over their
do
opponent
over
at the
rotate.
very
Like it's one of
least.
the big things we've seen.
But they are looking, they're making this composition look good. A lot of it coming down to that individual prowess. Again,
The fact that this guy gets a
Vitality
kill
2
over
rounds
towards
left.
A as well is
4 ultimates.
stupid. It's outrageous.
Watching them not get used this entire half thus far.
It's crazy that they're just holding on to. They're just holding on.
Flashing
to
the
these.
window
It's
to set the
just
jet up.
wasted value.
I feel like they're waiting for that perfect moment, for that perfect chance where they have the numbers to play into those retakes. But sometimes you have to get proactive.
They do their fake pressure over towards A, or they're at least their A take, which in terms is just a harbor wall and then the sky flash behind it. And now they group up, and that's early info at least for the team. Do they just send it, just hoping that they would? Yeah. Ult goes in, doesn't hit anyone, doesn't make the sound, so they know the site's clear.
The opportunity. They're 4v4. They can play these ults. You have a Hunter's Fury for kicks here on the plant.
Cove to get out, protect them from the recon. Gotta server on this.
Back just a little bit. Nare's low, and it's just enough to get picked up.
Savage.
Get planted, and that's a lot of value off of one Hunter's Fury. 2 kills picked up, and Vitality finally have the lead. They've been waiting for a round like this to find themselves on the defense scoreboard. But you can see Magnum very close by to this. There's 2 players above and 2 players in front
Okay,
of
there
him.
we go.
Kicks
This
has
one,
got
and
his number.
this one
Shin,
should be done.
try what
Nicely
you
done
must,
from Kicks.
but
Great ult
Kicks
from him.
is alive
I like the idea
and
from
well.
Kickoff still.
Vitality finally square
The
up
idea was still
another.
good from them.
Kicks doing it again as well. This player that, sure, it's not a clutch when you look down to the numbers, but he is clutch when it comes down to finding the value with these picks. To take 2 down there with the ultimate and just shift these rounds, he's the one that we're looking towards in these moments, despite Runner, again, putting up the numbers to be able to bring Vitality back into
even the
games.
coaches there, like the coaches there are just still just being like, well, the strat worked. Like they did a harbor all over towards site. It heard nothing. They got onto site in the 4v4. There was just an ult involved. Like for you watching as a coach there, you're just like, damn, the strat's good. Strat works.
So eyes towards.
It's a nice way of using the harbor ult, because no matter what, even if there's one there, you're going to overwhelm. If it hits no one, it doesn't make the sound. You get sight for free, so it's like a win-win. Look at their sight hits, they're so good. I can't believe Vitality didn't get an Odin out.
Would like to use a showstopper to the best accord, and Kicks is down, expecting him to be in that corner, but Sender now is being challenged, but this time Safe is there to help him out. Yes, the spike is being
early push though as well. That's a nice flash. Tamazi has to win this duel. He ate the flash.
And they're picking off KC players.
Yeah, not the best gun for this situation.
And it's all down to Shin with a judge, not an optimal weapon with long distances.
Oh, they've got a read into this as well. The Cascades give away his location.
At least still try and close up the gap, but try all you can. You shall not succeed. Vitality close out the
Considering they got a pistol, this was outrageous, man. This was outrageous.
And you've also shifted the momentum now, Casey. They had a hot start here on Ascent. Vitality
7 on attack, no pistol.
Now we're looking towards the pistol here. Vitality need to get this pistol in pocket to continue.
So definitely look good on attack.
The frustrating thing, I think, too,
only mid in terms of its weaknesses got exploited, but I gave him a round at least for Vitality.
Hot flash through comfortably with Safe on that KO. It's the fact that you've got that toxic screen, you've got those poison orbs, the decay that's going to be applied
They force
to you.
someone. I mean, it still doesn't defeat the point that they won pistol.
Slowed. You're not able to actually have that same kind of momentum on those site hits.
Big pressure point.
When a plant goes down, you got to expect a force.
So we approach the second half at a very close score. Only 2 rounds between them, and with a pistol and a follow-up, that could
Hello, Bonka. How we doing, mate? Watching your boy.
Vitality now on the attack. KC taking on the defense.
One suppressed.
Proactivity versus reaction. And it's Vitality to take the first step now towards this ace site. KC, they put so many players in the mid, by the way. Looks like they want to move them in as a unit.
Awesome reaction, walk push middle.
Magnum
Info over towards here. Big jaws for Kicks.
Kicks is the only player from Vitality not playing with the team, and he finds 2. It's incredible. Martin finally puts him to his grave, but he found a lot of damage there.
So much value again with those picks.
Sender stuck back. Nana Swarm to delay them from pushing. Paranoia assisting as well. Could have allowed them to back off of that.
Magnum got a kill over towards site.
Here, but the Patriots have kept him out for a little longer. But with the frenzy, he can just spray upon them.
All up to Magnum on this.
Knowing Magnum is, as he's
really going to get 4 pistols?
Does move a little bit further forwards, but he's got 2 to deal with. The captain of KC has got a lot to prove, but he's running right after this because he knows at least where he is from.
21.
Right click does the job, but with 20 points of health, he's got to do it against Runner, and I don't think he knows where he is.
Adam.
And he has to get the spike defuse as well, and it's Runner with a
had a chance on that one.
4
4 out of 4 pistols for Vitality.
Get themselves the second pistol of the map.
Incredible coordination coming out from Vitality over towards
Imagine they lose 2-0 and they won both pistols. I
don't
think I've ever seen that. Not in like a, obviously in like open qualifiers, etc. But
the individual stuck over towards mid cubby. Man.
We're seeing a lot of skirmishes right now, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. It's getting scrappy.
Down to individual lurks, down to individual plays. It's been the name of the game, this map on Ascent. I mean, it's what you expect, seeing Arena on KC.
The gamble stack this time around towards A. Not mid. Good read into it at the very least with Vitality. The thing is, again. Oh, okay, Magnum.
I mean, he's spotted.
Okay, it's a lot of pressure. Might be too obvious that you're going to stack over towards A afterwards, but drone goes in, spots
2 players feet spotted.
Not 2.
And I think Led is going to
head and let's see who farms up for this one. Martin is getting a lot of kills with a classic. Yeah, it's a lovely stack on this one. Magnum gives it another go. This one harder than the one before.
Sender has a pistol, but he's going to pick up a weapon now.
It's good timing for the wrap back towards A main here for Magnum.
What gun was this in A main?
Weapon he can pick up here towards the choke as well. One guiding light to work with, yeah.
Okay. Maybe it's doable then, because no one's looking in his direction. Scratch that sender is
Tell you what though,
as you can be, Magnum, with a classic on that distance.
both of them have to
It's
rebuy
not
armor.
gonna be
You
it.
take that for the eco, good damage.
Follow up, unlike the previous half.
Hey, it was expensive though. Karmine Corp made them work for it there on site with that gamble stack. But again, this is what you want to see coming out from Vitality. Okay, what do we have to work with? The buy coming in from Vitality, actually. They're going to be looking to force into their bonus round as much as they can, opt for the light shield so they can still buy guns into the next.
Safe's going for it.
So a head-to-head here.
But I think that there is room for this now. Like this whole I talked about this a little bit yesterday. The force into it, and then because you have no money, the fact that now the outlaw exists, I think you can explore this a little bit with like one person, because most likely if they win you do so much damage that they would have light armor anyway. So I think there is legs between doing that, what I call an NA buy, where you have some deaths in your bonus and you actually buy into it.
On the opposite site from the stack, and he's also already used
deaths
all
into
that
your
sky utility, nothing to
anti-eco,
refresh
but you buy into the
anymore
bonus.
either, so
What I
he
meant to
doesn't
say.
have anything but his own senses. He's going to hear the owl drone here towards A.
And he'll back off out of it. At the same time, KC aggressor was his left-hand side, so information garnered, breaking down an alarm bot, but Vitality look to extend their push
And as soon as they turn the corner and see that no one's holding B main, they're going to realize that they've absolutely owned it. And a lot of this is down to Shin. And this comp, to be honest, you can retake. I'm surprised they don't do a retake all with it. Damn, Shin did great. I can understand why Sender felt like he had owned it, but
I mean, the
smoke goes down and buys them a little bit of time to get the rotate in. Rotate is coming in. Viper's going to be here as well. Tamazi has a molly. Can they get through the choke point before he gets there? Nice wall to allow the flood out.
There's rotation coming in, so KC have got plenty of players on the defense of this site. Shin to the back of it will be the first one contested.
Shin's a beast, bro. Shin is a beast. This is a sick wall.
You might want to use this moment to push past the smoke. Is Magnum with a pick on
Damn, that's a sick harbor wall. I like this. It's not even just like a wall to flood out. It's just a wall to get all the way to back of sight. Just isolate a duel. You can have one person walk in, one person hold back of sight. That's really cool.
Thanks to the high tide.
Yeah, they got a good retake.
Now into the hands of KC. We see the replay here.
Shin deserves a medal though. He did insane work.
B, and the comfort of being able to even just fully focus his attention towards that B main choke. They close that mid door. It's not a threat to be swarmed.
For Karmine Corp, a big conversation topic is Eng, right? He always has been.
Wall to allow his team to flood in. Got the fast kill
world champion under
when they turn the corner as well.
Gambit Esports, and you know, you want to bring success to Karmine Corp. You know you brought on one of the biggest stars in the coaching world to have ever existed. And working side by side with Magnum on this one, it's a whole new project. So it's difficult to bring these rookies to that level, but Eng has worked with rookies before. He's brought them to a level to perform. And not only worked with rookies, he's worked with duelists, which is a very similar scenario to this Karmine roster.
And just being able to bring that raw firepower and then slot them into roles that feel comfortable for them too, and just figure out where they individually
K-Corp timeout. So they know this is a big round.
Yeah, he's a mastermind,
it is a big round.
I
They
don't think
lose
anybody
this.
can take that title away from him.
Money is not there.
Into that timeout though, that was a Karmine Corp timeout to be called. So
yeah.
The discussion here,
But I think Vitality also can take that.
The fact that, sure, economy dwindling,
This makes a lot of sense though. They have the advantage in terms of ults, and you gotta imagine if you're on Vitality right now,
but I'm sure they've also got their eyes
that they're gonna do something aggro, because you obviously want an AWP, because there's 3 people that can get an AWP. You're expecting some kind of pressure in one of these areas, and they definitely are. That's why they go for a 4-1. And instead, K-Corp let them have it, but they take mid control in reaction to there being pressure.
KC do put a lot of pressure.
So it is a very bold call. And Vitality 3 person, sorry, swing top mid.
No trade available for KC to pick up. Vitality get a kill scot-free.
And they're gambling this rotation already towards this A site.
4 people here. Oh, this is gonna be close. That's a huge ult. That means we can't raise ult.
So it's delaying this push quite a lot, allowing the
I think the Vitality plan might have been a little bit better on this one.
What can it deny? Tamaji on safe, but he can be brought back to life.
That's a spike.
It buys a lot of time here. And the showstopper from Marty not quite able to find the pick he would have liked. Instead, he's the one that gets shut down. And Destrian, the player that
from him.
Had the best of performances the previous map.
Yeah, Vitality kind of step ahead.
He's woken up.
Yeah, maybe they overthought this one a little bit. K-Corp, I get the idea. I get the idea. I like the idea.
Ascent. Well said there, Pablo. As we head into the next round, this is off the back of a
sometimes simple and good execution works well, especially when you have a raise ult. They have to get an orb. A little bit.
That's also what the showstopper used.
A little bit risky to just give him an orb.
All that was needed to be said. And his teammates are cheering on for him as well. And off the back of a tac timeout, it's a tech timeout. And I'm sure it will be resolved shortly. It is being investigated. But this has been exciting so far, right? Very back and forth. I think the biggest streak of rounds that we've ever seen was KC on the attack towards the end 4, but that was broken by Vitality. So it doesn't feel like one team is running away with this. It's very hotly contested. It very much plays in the balance with teams not being able to hold on to an economical advantage, you know, to be able to invest in buy rounds after buy rounds. A lot of these fights are becoming quite scrappy.
Due to also just like the team composition on the side of Karmine Corp, you're looking at the fact that you've got Magnum, sure. He's been using a lot of his util though into the early rounds because he is usually playing that kind of like solo anchor on some of those sites when you see the money stack with the other 4 players. And then once that's done and dusted, what do you have to work with? Not much. It's not like you're running a sentinel on that side that gets to lock down one of those sites, those choke points.
This map replaces Fracture.
Mid, for example, like you saw for Sunder.
So instead, as in Fracture replaces Ascent. Oh man, I don't know. I would like to see someone else go with it as well.
As 3, staring down towards mid, and then they just have to guarantee that they are winning out on those engagements. But if they lose them, where do you go from there?
Very true. I think this gives us time to reflect on the journeys of these two teams, right? Karmine Corp last year, not the best of performances from the old roster, but now it's a new start, a new beginning. And they did start things off strong with their first match against Giants, right? 2-1, Giants X, excuse me. And 0-2 against Heretics right after. But what was the most impressive, I think, for all of them is being able to shut down Foot at the final mark, at the elimination game.
I already miss Haven.
Foot has built out expectations. One of the biggest teams that
3 maps at once. Dude, honestly, but 3 maps at once would be fine if they did it at the right time. Like if they literally Champs, Ascension, has happened 2 weeks later, big map will change.
There's no doubt about it. While on Vitality, on the other hand, they've had a different road, right? They had to play against the world champs, Fnatic, the 2-time world champs, actually, and even shutting down the newcomers, Gentle Mates.
Zilv, give me some good news.
Journeys, but I think maybe some higher expectations for Vitality.
Flo.
Given
doing
that
good, bro. How we done?
Compete so closely with the Giants of Fanatics.
Well, that's boring. Nah, dude, I'm telling you, it would be fun.
Multiple of
as much as this has been relatively fun in terms of seeing what teams have cooked up in like the space of 3 weeks, give these teams like triple this, you're gonna see some mad good stuff.
Then you take it over towards Ascent.
Like when teams actually, like if you change the meta, you change the maps and actually give the team some times, you're gonna see a lot of good stuff. Like teams, especially when we look at Americas, that have played it relatively safe. We got like EG, Loud, and maybe you could put Crew in there that are kind of experimenting slightly.
While I get your point, I will have to
other than that, they're relatively safe.
On that one, I think that when you look at the matches in
G2, I don't think it's to the same levels as is EG
their
and
fights
Loud.
a lot tighter.
Yeah.
But there are also parallels between these two teams as well, because you're looking towards the fact that both Vitality and Karmine
More time,
Corp,
yeah.
they've
At the
dealt
end
with
of
some
champs,
tough losses, some
I would be so
blowouts
down for that.
for both of
Viper
these
nerf.
squads, yet they're also
I mean, I
teams
would be
that
down
have
for a
been capable,
mid-season
despite the
Viper
fact that
nerf,
we
and that's
see a lot
probably
of
what
rookies on these
Riot
teams.
might
A
do,
lot of the ones
because they
looking
love
to
a
take the big
curveball,
stage
but
for the very first time here in VCT EMEA. Just flip it.
but it would
They
be
look
too
tense
rough.
on
The
stage in
season's
that
too
map
close
where they're
together.
losing
They've had to
really
do it
hard. Okay,
like a month ago,
next map,
or
completely different
they have to
attitude
kind of
going
wait to the end of champs.
This truly is the year of the rookies, though, and I think these two teams reflect that.
I think Liquid has good chances for Shanghai. Yeah, I think we've got to look at lock-in and realize that that team can have a like a bad performance and look better. So.
And he's doing really well. Like, there's a reason why Safe has handed off.
So it's been proven that they can do that again.
Runner of that duelist run.
But EMEA looks a lot more competitive. There's more teams to add to the middle of the pack now, which there wasn't before. Like we can now add
Thank you so much.
K-Corp and Koi to the middle of the pack. That's really cool. And Heretics. Mortism. Hello, mate. With the 7 months. Hope everything's going well, bro. Good to see you, dude. Thank you for the prime.
Seen so far. Heading into this, Agent Select, you guys got very excited. KC is coming up with a very unique composition, and round 5 was a really great example of how they
Is it too early to think who might win Madrid?
Yeah, I wanted
Probably.
to show round
Yeah.
5 because it exactly shows how the team wants to utilize their composition.
Let's see who
and
makes
the
it
utility
first.
that it
In
has.
terms of the teams
So
that I
we'll
would
jump
say
into
look
round
the best
5
out of
when it's in
everyone is
full A
probably
execute. But before we actually show the execute, just pay attention to how
probably
on mid, you're gonna have this
NRG and
Viper wall just
Fnatic,
actually
but I need to
condition
see
the
more. I
enemies.
also want to
Almost
see
every round is being
I want to
preset
see
up before
Loud
the barrier drops, so it's
be
something
a
that
team
covers
that
the, bottom
tries
mid and
to
the potential short push from the tree
exploit
area.
some of
So
their
that's
comps.
something very important as well. But we're gonna play the round and pay attention how the harbor wall just kinda mimics the typical smokes that you're gonna have on the A side, but it leaves a lot of space on the heaven, which actually is a big problem for the execute. But fortunately, the team exactly knows how to play with this kind of with those kind of smokes, because they play very aggressive. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. I'm not sure why it's slowing down, but right now right here,
does
when we're going
EMEA
to
not have a
decide,
bottom
this
of
is
a
something that
pack?
I want to talk about.
Not
here,
massively
this
right now.
harbor
Like
cove
you
is
would
being
probably
used
say it's
to
BBL
safely
and Gentle
enter the side,
mates.
and
That's
something
about
that we
it.
see also on the B
And I
side,
feel like
because
those teams could
typically
upset most of
with
the
this
middle of the
harbor
pack.
wall that you're gonna be using on heaven over here, you can get spammed.
But it's also
through.
too
So
early
this
to
showcases to me
also
that
too early
KC
to kind of
exactly
guess.
knows
Gentlemates
which
also had some
task
good
every
stuff.
player has, and to make sure that
The fact
this
they used a
execute
lot of
is
new stuff and didn't
worthwhile
win
to
worries
do,
me a bit.
and also everyone understands what is their role. And after they do this,
They had a
initial
rough
push on
they had a
side,
rough group
they're gonna
though.
be, let me speed this up a little bit. They're gonna just push over their own smokes to establish dominance, because they know with this potential vision denial that they do, players will most likely play
Too
with
kind to call it
so
out.
they
I
establish
just know that
dominance
you
before
can
planning.
change everything and
Yeah, I
look good
think
in the
one of
space
the
of
things
3
to point
weeks.
out about Ascent
That's the issue.
specific is that
And they have 5
every
weeks.
team is just like, you need to run one of these mobility agents.
So I don't want to be
And
like,
usually
yeah,
it's
this
Jet,
team's
sometimes it's
bottom of the
Raze,
pack, and then
the
they
point of
actually
it is
just
that when you get to these choke
work out
points on this
something that
map,
clicks for
so
that
whether
team,
be
and then it
B-main or
works.
A-main, you have to get out of the choke point, otherwise you get crossfired from all these different positions. There's potential traps with Sova darts, with
It's
Cypher
alright, Pansy. We'll
tripwires,
get you on the
skills
stream when I'm there.
working,
You can
utilities
you can
as
call
well.
everyone
So
out.
getting out of
You
that
can
choke
take that
point
role.
is like the biggest thing ever. So if you're able to just drop a cove where everyone's able to get into it and then just past the choke point that they can spread out into all these different positions, then it allows you to bypass the main issue of getting out of the choke point on this map. And so I think it's a really good job that they use this, and they can be really explosive with this composition.
Still, yeah,
I
he
like
probably
what you
will.
pointed out with the Viper wall is that it's a conditioning tool
probably
in the sense
will.
that they could place it there, and then they could choose to use it that round or 3 rounds in the future, and you never really know what's happening. But it allows you, and
Sometimes.
we'll see it like.
I've definitely
further on
been
in the
more
game on their attack side,
critical.
is that they use
I
it for a
think
lot of
this
these, like,
this kickoff has been the
misdirection
most
plays as
critical
well.
I've ever
But
been.
here they chose, okay, let's
But
just
most
do a
because I'm
5-man
just like,
execute, let's be really explosive
most because I
with
think
our
that
abilities, with our
I worry
agents,
about some of
get in
these
their
teams
faces,
that
and
can't
yeah, like you said, if your
exploit.
opponent is defense and they're playing a
Like
5
I worry about
versus
some of
5
these
retake,
teams that
they're
look at
gonna
a
have
comp
all of their abilities still.
and
So if
don't
you stick
talk about
yourselves
what it
in the
can't
site,
do in the warm-up
5
time
people
or like in
with
the
5,
loading
10
screen,
different
and it feels
abilities
like that's
are gonna just dump on you and you're
40%
gonna
of
lose.
teams
So
right
what
now,
they say
and
is,
that
okay,
worries me.
site's free, okay, we need to stabilize. We have to take either tree or we have
I was
to take
going
heaven,
off in the
one or the
GE
other.
Zeta
They
game,
still have
yeah,
their
because
Viper
that's
wall
what I'm
for
talking
tree.
about.
Okay, let's go tree
A
room
comp gets
together,
locked in and they
stabilize this,
play
and now we can create a crossfire on
literally
that retake instead of having the defenders
how
have.
you shouldn't play against
But
it.
to be able to do this successfully, you also need to, let's say, divide the amount of tasks that every player has, because
And I
if
think
you
in this
use
game
all
you
the
have to
flashes
be
for the
able
initial
to
push on
adapt,
site,
else
then
you're
you're not
just
gonna have
never
anything
gonna
for this
improve.
next part of what you just explained.
And you
of
need to be
taking
able to
the
adapt,
further
like, on the
map
fly.
control, going into tree, going into the window area of
One day I'll
short,
snap.
where
Yeah,
you
probably.
need the secondary
Dude, I was
flash.
close in
That's-
the.
I'm not sure if I can
I
actually
was close
show
to
it
some of
again
the
on the
GE
clip.
stuff.
Maybe you can show it again, if possible.
Don't get me
because
wrong,
that's where
but
Magnum
more
comes
because
in
of Zeta
with the
than
second
GE.
flash, where
Like,
right
I
here,
nearly
if we
snapped
can show
with
this on
it
screen,
with
that would
Zeta, to be honest.
fantastic. This is the second flash that Magnum uses during this execute, and typically you would just use 2 flashes while going on site, but Magnum knows exactly what's gonna be the second part of the execute, and he still has 1 more flash because Reyna used her own flash for the initial entrance on the site. So making sure that the leader of the team knows exactly what are going to be the steps and the responsibilities are going to be divided between the teammates is allowing this.
Who do I think is the best team that
thrive.
ascended
And
from
even
Gentleman
though
to
it's a
G2
Reyna
and
with minimal
Bleeds?
amount
From
of
what we've seen,
utility,
G2.
it has our own job and it does it well. So honestly, I'm so happy to see KC actually cook up a different composition than what we typically see on Ascent, because it's just interesting to watch. It's interesting to break down, and it actually makes me excited.
Yuri Joker, thank you for saying
absolutely. I
that.
mean, they've been cooking, and we have been eating as
I was
a
pretty
result
close to
of
during
that.
any
They
Ascension
clearly
last
understand
year.
the winning conditions
Oh man,
with
yeah,
the
that's
composition
actually
they're
true. Talk
playing.
about
Now, on
fusion.
the other side, though,
I
Vitality.
was close
Surely
there.
they must have been thrown off a little bit looking at just the agents like
There was a couple
already,
of-
since
there was
this
a couple
is
of-
very unique composition, which
of
I don't
moments
believe
last
we've
year.
seen any team play that far.
Yeah, if you're
Heretics
a
on
team like Vitality
Pal.
right now and you're on the receiving end of this,
Fusion
you have to just really
on
just
every
be
map.
like, okay, this composition, I
Who
look
else?
at it, it's going to be really explosive. It's going to be
K-Corp was just pretty fun though,
cutting off our info,
because we knew what we were
and they're
getting.
going to play with our rotations a lot. Let's just get as many rounds
BBL
as
on
possible.
Pal too. Oh
because
yeah, that's
what
true.
are they missing? They're missing a Sentinel. They're missing. What is it going to mean for when we switch sides and they have to play defense? What are they going to do? They have to be like really active. They have to peek us. We
Josh
could
is
punish
literally
them
talking
really
about what I'm
easily.
talking about.
We could find all these lurk timings because they don't have a Sentinel. We know that they're going to have to play a lot of either telegraphed fights or retakes, and they can expose that. So all they're doing is, let's stay in the game as much as we can. Let's get as many rounds as possible. 5 rounds, okay, we can work with this, because they're going to be really weak on their defense, and they were probably expecting to get 8 rounds, maybe even 9, just like completely surprising us. So we might still have a really long game ahead of us. Like, I don't think anything's over. That surprise punch just, you know, jumping on them, that's gone now. Now what else do you have left in store?
And they have actually two big gaps. One is the one that you mentioned, this the lack of Sentinel, right? But the other one is the lack of recurring cycled utility from an initiator. They don't have a Sova, right? There's no way of getting initial information with the dot, and then on 40 seconds in, you're going to have another piece of information. That is gone. You have to take the map control on foot, like you explained. So that if Vitality is able to expose those 2 big gaps, as you said, this is going to be a very tough match for KC.
And it must be kind of devastating here for Vitality, because I think coming into this, they were considered the clear favorite. They will be playing 2 back-to-back matches, which they're both expected to win. So what are the comms like in that booth right now?
Yeah, I mean, this tech pause to
If
be
Sentinels
able to
wins
give you a
play-ins,
chance to
which
just
team will they be
breathe
playing
and just
against?
be like, you know, trying to get rid of all the
They can't
bad
play.
juju. Or,
They just can't play
whatever's
LAN,
going on.
so.
You're just being able to just be like, you know what, like they
It'll be
tried
random
to surprise
between
us with this.
with,
Let's just like
yeah,
you know,
no
mentally
GAG.
reset a little bit. I think when you go into this and you
What I'm hearing is someone pulled the cable on accident, quote
Yeah,
unquote.
well,
Oops.
Spill some Red Bull on PC, you know? But when it comes to comms, I'm not sure if you guys saw it, but during the first map, Save had phenomenal mental resistance that it was like spilling over the entire team. He was keeping up the 0-15 dash run at that point, and he was saying like when he got a double kill, now it's our chance. Now it's gonna be a 12-12. That is very important to keep the mental side of the team on the good side, you know.
Yeah, we actually have an update for everyone watching. There was a potential bug in the game. It was, of course, reviewed. Vitality claimed that they couldn't revive KO. The league officials reviewed the case, and it was apparently a game bug. So they refunded the weapon back to KO, removed extra orb, claims KO's death from both Killer and KO, and removed 200 gold from Viper for the kill bonus. So no rollback will happen, since KC did win the round, and we are ready and set to head back into the game. So let's toss it back to Ash and Pavlos.
So that was all a very smart way of explaining that nothing changed. We're back into the series, 8-8, back to normal. Well, there was one thing that changed. You know, you get a little bit more money.
A little bit of money, a little bit of orbs.
But at the end of the day, you know, those things can make a difference, right? When it's buying a full weapon, when it's being able to invest into full shields as well, those credits can make some difference.
And just to clarify,
Feels complicated to fix. Yeah, that's probably why this is so long.
The Vitality did win out that round. I think there was a little bit of a miscomm on that one. So, because initially I do think we did say Karmine Corp, and that would have been a questionable situation. But our lovely admins to be able to go and look back towards us.
Money's got reset for Kickoff. They get out the judge. Got a marshal over towards middle. Whoa, had a chance.
Karmine Corp on defense.
Knife hits one over towards A.
With that marshal towards the
Normally,
mid-side.
that would mean that you KO Flash to take
And
this.
if you only just tuned in and you missed all the action, it's a very close fight so far in a sense. Sunset, Karmine
And that's
Corp
why
was
we're playing
able to turn it
anti-flash.
towards in their favor
Here
at
comes the
latter
KO
stage of
Flash.
the
He's
map,
going to
but
go
now
behind
it's
this guy.
Martin on the push here. He's got a judge
Oh
in,
man, he
but
didn't
the
want to
team
go
is
too
enough
far because he just
to
knew the angle
allow
he'll
him in
get killed from the
different
left.
direction to be
A
finished
little
off
bit
free.
unlucky.
Man,
Maybe just had to
bait
commit and
there.
get a 1 there, but oh, that's a sick recovery though. They pick up the gun, they carry question mark over towards here again.
As well. Vitality.
Hey, how's Magnum got away with that?
Back.
Well, the Trailblazer does spot out that there's one player
If this
that
gets a
is
little
stuck
bit
in
late,
that
oh my
position.
goodness,
KC not really
I was going to say,
putting
if this
too
gets a
much
little bit
pressure
late,
into
he
it.
might use
Instead,
Seekers. He does at least get
polarizing
info that there's
defenders
one
from
over
both
towards
sides.
short, so he decides to
For
push
two.
close with the judge.
Magnum keeping close, though, doesn't look any way over on this angle, but the fact that the toxic screen comes up gives the call for him to drop back.
Oh.
So quick
Yeah.
on the Marshal there.
A little
Runner
bit of
tries to
damage,
dash
man.
in,
That was a
not
one
given a
shot.
chance. Destrian, though,
Getting,
with a
this is
TP
getting
offside,
there.
will
Harbor Ult is
counter-rush back.
tempting.
KC trailing
Don't think they
behind
should
when it
use
comes
it,
to the
but
weapon.
it's tempting.
Destrian is low at the very least, still a reckoning here as Safe goes for the plant.
Planted.
Still, it is a 3 versus 3. So if a pick is collected, it's not the end. Wouldn't be too bad. Try and build up those orbs. Try and build up some sort of a way you can come back on the second half on this defense. But Vitality right now, don't lose those weapons. You've got 2 rifles, really strong ones.
Split the site in half.
Try and do it for free. But so far, so good for Destrian. He's low on health, but he's able to do it all by himself. Shin, that's a superhero landing if I've ever seen one. But it's still a 1 versus 2 and a long way to go. The time is ticking. And
Yeah, I mean,
because
Safe here would be...
he has to drop back. Nothing to
Safe
do.
here would be good.
Has to hide, save that rifle for himself. Every single one of the players have found a Vandal to take home for the next round, but it is a round for Vitality to put them.
And
in
at least
the
they didn't
driver's
use the Harbor Ult into it. It's good damage.
Just by 1 round though, Vitality.
Good damage, picked up a
That's still
gun.
got dicey. I mean, that was Nico round there for Karmine Corp. They still make it tight. Vitality looking good. Destrian with a great entry towards
Sky ult.
SIT to even find the trade there.
Yeah, I
The
think,
shot.
honestly,
Gross.
Nasty, right?
with a
surprised that Destrian was able to
judge,
survive for so long.
and they had the Viper
I know, it was
Wall.
heroics there towards Hell, but that's also
I think he used it too
the way
early.
you're
It
able to
was also my
combine
issue.
Some things when you're looking towards the Viper's utility, the opportunity to try and
Okay.
find more value with those.
Now we
Eagle
can see
weapons
an
now
actual
heading to the
full
next
buy
round
rounds.
here.
Vitality's
Score
starting to
about
rack up a
0
bit
for
of
runner.
money.
Instantly used. Cascade keeping Sender back just a little bit, but still, Vitality look to move towards the
Boombot
right-hand
takes
side.
out the
Mid
turret.
is also being taken over, and with the blades of
Wait,
Runner,
did he see him?
can't be too comfortable face checking that, but Narrate's had a good
Yeah.
game so far. Can he deliver again?
Wall goes up
Smoke
to try
coming
and
up,
get out.
Safe with the first pick.
And yeah, 3 of them tried to help him get out, and they go down.
Lining up the
Looks like this knife's gonna hit no one over towards side, right? Or did it go heaven?
There's 3 players on the stack here for Tree, so KC can start raining bullets upon them. No pick for them, that's super crucial, but they retain control, and they go even further. Martin aggresses, Safe reads it, that's Vitality, clearing up ground. Narrate finally finding a pick, but I'm not quite sure if he spotted out Sender.
Oh, how'd he get another one here? He thinks he's cleared short though.
A 180.
Spike down.
And 2 versus
Ooh.
3 now, favoring the Vitality side with a spike on sight, and Sender there as a guarantee. Narrate is going to try and read it, and
Yeah,
he's
the
good
little
for it.
jiggle actually
3
helped
for
him
his
out
name,
there.
2 more left, and he could get an ace.
Okay, 2v2 situation. Spike yet to be planted.
But the push comes through for Narrate, not letting them calm down at all. Runner low on health, could be a clean pickup with a couple of bullets to the torso.
Let's live.
And Shin is there to stop it.
Lovely
Shin is
from
there
them.
for a double!
Man, the raid did unreal.
Enough
He did
madness.
so much. It was like a pretty much just a solo.
Recalibration, 9-9, back to square one.
Pretty much
That
just a solo
it
round.
started off looking so good for Vitality, but heroics coming out from Narrate on the Reyna towards Tree. Just isolating these 1v1s. The awareness, knowing that Sender was looming
What
over
the?
towards Cat as well. Seeing that elbow, and then it's just about clicking that button. Did you hear that Harper line? Your journey ends here.
Yeah, there's some really cool story.
It's like, how the hell have you won that? Especially that second kill.
I don't know, my favorite one was,
A lot of people died though. A lot of people died, lost bonus reset. And we go for fast mid take. Thrown in close.
No Gecko here, so
Oh.
we can't find out
Wait,
if
he
Pavlos is lying.
tanked a good amount.
Just Google it and maybe you'll find out. Either way, Tamaji.
Kickoff have been waiting to punish middle though. No Sentinel. We saw it the round before they wanted to punish middle. This round they want to punish middle also. Like they really just they want to do it so bad. They want to have one round where they try and make it look like they can't, or look they're in control of middle. Flash goes in, they leave sight, and again they 3-pass and stack over towards short. The free sight now. 5 people here.
Nade in the hands of Martin as well. Spike still not planted. All of KC
One
are
flash.
ready.
4 people all get hit by the knife.
They're not going to let them settle at all. Magnum pushing through it. The Spectre's doing damage. No way. Already the advantage for KC, but they back out. They're happy with the pick. Sender though. In the
Oh my god, what is going on?
They're chasing around after him, but Sender gets a double. Finally shut down, but it's equilibrium across the board.
Okay, plant to come down here.
Run up. Damage onto Tamaji, but you need to find
Yeah, these
more.
guys need to relax a
Going all the
little
way
bit.
around here.
Oh, he's going around the world.
Vitality are playing onto site. I don't think it will matter.
Sprinting over
Okay,
towards
so
the
then these
enemy.
guys need to
Know that
make
they've got
sounds.
Vitality corralled here towards backside.
Yeah, and they're at least just making footsteps with it. And, I mean, this jet's dead. It's just about the 2 on the site.
Time pressure onto KC. Narek wins off 2 at the back of the site. It's safe.
Damn, he's got to do it all. Safe got a double spam.
Narek, how much do you push this? Again, you've got to get the spike diffuser as well, so you're going to have to hurry up on this attempt.
Oh, nicely done. Got enough time on this one as well. Huge.
KC to win another round.
Finding double digits here on the defuse, right down to the wire. You spoke about how risky that was.
Yeah, they're round the wall. They were not expecting that. Again, the knife hit them over towards heaven, right? This knife actually hit all 5. I thought it was 4. It hit all 5. So then they used this information to kind of work against them, right? They talked, that knife hit all 5 of us. This guy, with that information, goes all the way around the world over towards A main, and they just didn't expect that someone would do that.
Pop out a little bit further than you would expect, but the creativity there coming out from Karmine Corp.
Yeah, he's got a good head on him. He's a smart boy.
This whole setup looks like a push and pull, followed up by another push, right? There's so much that flexibility that this composition allows that Vitality aren't ready for it, not prepared for it. And the timeout comes through from KC. Begs the question here, they want to be able to close out this game. 3 rounds required for them to do so, and the series is there. I know Eng definitely wants to not make this difficult for the team. Securing the second map is the best case scenario for them. Again, this is a long day. 2 best-of-3s required. Going to a 3rd map can tire them out before the next series.
To be fair though, KC, they are the ones that have a bit of a break. So for Vitality, you're also thinking about, okay, if they lose the series, then they don't have momentum backing them up into their match up against the next contenders. Against Koi on the other side of things later today for match 2. For Karmine Corp.
So from today's 3 games of playing, only 1 qualifies. Yep, that's correct.
Second half. Karmine Corp now trailing behind just by 1 round here into the second half, and the advantage due to how well they performed on
NA
the
tier 2
side.
better than NA tier 1.
Got to make this round clean.
I mean, Bonkar is in chat,
you know,
so
it's tight.
maybe we big up Oxygen a little bit.
Come down to that sliver of a difference every time.
Magnum in the close end, still with a Spectre, no need to upgrade. It's
Oh,
done
it's
its
here.
work.
Nary here to back him up for the first time ever, though. Normally Magnum alone.
The first time they play someone kind of flying over towards heaven.
Oh,
Can't miss out, got real greedy.
So it's just the 1 pick. So Vitality take site control. KC patient now.
Yeah, sometimes you got to take the small win on that.
They've got 4 to
Like
deal
taking
with
down the smoke as well just means that you can get through door because they can't do the 1-way.
No command out, but you've already got a high tide coming out from Shin early, feeding that.
Oh, they... Uh-oh.
Utility, they're going to try and find strengthening numbers. So far, pushing all together, but it's not working out for them. Somehow, Sender does find a kill with
Oh,
the classic,
man.
which puts them
See,
under immense
because he was
pressure.
low
Sender
HP,
up close
he
and
decides to
personal,
throw a
gives
nade
Shin
so that he can get full HP. And then I think that Kickoff kind of messed up a little bit here. First off, they got a little bit greedy over towards heaven. Second off, they spammed the person that was rezzing, but they didn't spam the actual person that got rezzed.
And again, Karmine Corp
So they did kill the person that was rezzing, but then maybe they didn't have time to look at the person who actually rezzed him to realize that there's someone in the animation of getting rezzed. Safe, again, just low HP, goes to the nade, tried to get his full HP. Rez comes in, and there was definitely a chance, because look, he rezzes him and gets insta-spammed.
Rifle into the hands of Narrate after this round. But a lot expended there for Vitality into the post.
And that forces them down to an eco, so big win for Vitality. And now we're getting into the attack rounds that they're not looking too bad at all. And it's weird because Kickoff pretty much just play retake on one site and then fight another. And every single time Vitality are picking the right site in terms of which side they're playing retake.
To find the lead after this, but the Nare on the Vandal is the player you kind of need to look out for. But because he was set up on the A side, his influence may come in on the latter stage of this half of the retake on this round. I mean, they're not given a chance really. Dink by Dink, Runner just playing whack-a-mole, but finally Nare shows that the moles whack back.
Yeah, and it's starting to look like this comp on defense is not looking too strong. And maybe you could argue that they're not going aggro enough with it, but you can still see the plan where it's just fight heavy one, retake the other.
This is Vitality going to take the lead here. It's their own map pick, right?
Let's see how they look with full buy on this
something
though.
that they would like to head their way, but you know, considering losing this, they'd be already 0-1 in the day, and sort of hope that there'd be some sort of a tiebreak going on for them to stand a chance of 1 win, 1 loss all across the board. So they need this win, they need it quick. Everyone from KC falls as we enter another buy round.
You would have also liked to see Nary actually carry that Vandal over into this next round. I guess the fact that he can purchase the light shields, even into the Guardian if he wants. It will end up being the Vandal at the end of the day. But because he's on that Reyna pick, it's acceptable. You get the opportunity to kind of refresh with your utility as long as you can find an execution onto one of your opponents. Again, neck and neck here on Ascent. Vitality's map pick. They're playing the standard comp, the meta comp, and they've done well to adjust to how Karmine Corp are playing with something so extremely untraditional.
Recon goes in towards middle. Look at them on the minimap. What the? They really just have to gamble every time to feel confident. This is such a one and done comp. They're gonna get like no rounds. Again, when they play this comp, they can still win this because it's the first time they show it, but man, a team's gonna look at this and be like, really?
From the sky, but it's Nare to get a kill. It's KC on top. The defender's doing wonder work. Deshrin, he needs to pick up the pieces.
That spike down, he's the one to recover it, at the very least. And closing that door as well. Now you're seeing Sender wrap back
Can
around
Sender
here
win
towards
this?
mid.
They should fast flood in.
So if they take this fight, it will favor them.
Cove's nice to help jump down. No plant on this one. Omen all over to the other side with the spike. And Kicks just kills everyone. No way, and they got out of there. That's so sick. 3v5
It's a 1v2 now here.
into this.
And Tamaji has to make the race over towards that B site. No better pairing than an Odin and a Sova.
KC had this locked and loaded. This shouldn't be the situation for
This is
them.
a big
Kicks
buy round.
completely turned this upside down.
Does have a Viper's Pit to play with here. However, look at the way they're playing contact with each other, looking for those trades. Jangle covered.
And this B site is so difficult to find isolated fights. Vitality know the protocol here, know this 1v2. And Tamaji doesn't check
Lovely.
his right-hand side.
And yeah,
Vitality on
even in the
map
buy
pick,
rounds, I know
and
we've
they
had
could
double
be
pistols,
taking
so
us to Lotus
it looks a
with
little bit
one
one-sided,
more
but
to go.
especially in the buy rounds when we've now
point
switched
here.
K-Corp over towards
Corp.
defense.
That
It's
was a round that we needed
not
to see
convincing.
the win
Even their
out
retake
from
is like
them.
not
Again,
convincing.
like
This is
you
where they
said,
had the
Kicks
numbers.
one to just completely turn this around. You've got Destrian who mad dashes away with from the shadows over towards that B site. And all the attention still drawn. Safe can't even believe it. He's just like,
No.
All right.
He can, but I want to hear if the crowd here in Berlin can believe it. Anybody think that Vitality can draw out the comeback? Well, there are some believers. I believe this is a Karmine Corp house though. And if Karmine Corp are able to close it out, they've got 2 rounds to go to potentially draw us to an
Go
overtime
towards
here on
middle,
Ascent.
Viper all in.
Viper's
So
been
this,
early
I
onto
mean,
this
this
B
round
site,
might
but
look
it's
good
great for
just because of the
defense.
Viper ult. We got
Man, that glitch
Martin would love an orb, one away
Mitch is living
from
his
his
best life right
from
now,
his ult.
watching on the sidelines.
Plays behind the wall, blocks vision
Looking
mid.
over towards
Dog goes
Karmine
out
Corp.
towards A.
Again,
That
playing
spots
far
one, so they
forward
know there's
towards
at
A.
least some pressure there.
Very deep
And they're gonna
trailblazer
probably
actually
flash
set
through
Destrian.
this.
You see
Wait,
the spike creeping Safe
They're only going to check close, right? Yeah,
not
okay.
going to push the issue much further. And there's a judge
So they
waiting
clear
on
out
the
short.
side.
We got a flash coming in towards market now for runner. Flash goes in. Seekers goes in at the 50-second mark. This is good. One went towards A. They don't get too much information from this.
The person with the better weapon on the server for this KC side is down.
Martin hasn't moved an inch. They're just trying to look and pinch Tamaji here.
Get out of my way.
Snake bite
Oh,
delay.
man.
Inevitable to find.
Tamaji, good luck.
Right, shit. Close by to the action. Tamaji with a bullet to the head though. This is KC actually turning all around in their favor. Paranoia strong.
Odin is mowing him.
They don't know where he hides, so he can survive for now. Look how deep into
Sova has a little pocket to get his HP back.
Full garage control.
And does he expect... No.
Magnum
Oh boy, he picks up the Odin to spam back on them. Martin has a nade as well. Flash goes towards spawn, kind of with that information they...
Magnum used up his guiding lights.
And he's still holding it.
Iteration of Sky, it can't be brought back for
You got double satchel to get into the site here as well. You'd imagine we see some spam. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was a nice double satchel. Good luck.
Magnum with the first shot. Runner, the rookie, the new duelist for the squad.
Okay, nicely done from Martin on both of those duels. Both of those duels, making sure that his team can trade that one out. Satchel out, jump him the classic.
Just a hop, skip, and a jump, and now 1 round here to take us to overtime. Martin cycling into the showstopper off that pick as well. You've also got the Reckoning here for Shin, but what a showing coming out. Perfect timing coming out here from Magnum and Karmine Corp. They knew. They were like, we can't let Runner take these 1v1s. We have to swing all together.
But this one looked convincing because of the Viper ult. But how does it work when they don't have that ult? I mean, they got... Maybe they can cover it up with these two ults. I think overtime for them is going to be a nightmare getting a defense round, but we'll see.
Now, aggression into mid, at least for the first seconds. Then, wrap towards the left.
Knife goes market, hits Harbor.
May have a game plan here, but KC need to read it.
And they walk middle.
And Tamaji to the B defense.
Again, no sentinel, so they need to kind of get information with boombots and stuff middle.
But it's a matter of Vitality finding out what the setup
Alpha, Alpha, how we doing, bro? Good to see you. The Paper X special. Bought to EMEA.
From Martin to help out in mid. But you've got to be careful of short and narrates.
They look pretty good on attack, but on defense, they just gamble stack. They just gamble stack and then they've just been retaken and not successfully.
Looks away, but safe.
That's a massive duel again. This is lovely from Kicks though. Sorry, from Magnum.
Pushed out so far right now. Kept both guiding lights here as well.
What is the timing? He's 1, he's 2.
Hasn't a clue. No one has an idea of what
Bossman.
cooking up here. Oh no! It could have gone horribly wrong, but he does
got another flash to get out of here.
The kill against Runner. The star of Vitality, no more.
At least spots 2 more. The recovery was at least there. They go insta up fast towards short. Let's see if one of these retakes can actually pull it off. They got a Harbor ult. They got Martin with his Razor. Got to keep an eye on Sender over towards bottom middle. He's a big important factor in this. Oh, they're going fast.
The time is so low, Pablo.
Do they expect the double? 10 seconds to plant, by the way. Oh my goodness. They got to stick to plant. 2 people on site. Do they expect him over towards A main?
A 2 versus 2 scratch that. As Magnum closes in.
Bro. Oh my goodness. Again, they managed to pull it off. I'm telling you, they only won a lot of those rounds because of ults though. It's all going to be about if they can somehow win a round on defense in overtime. Attack, I'm not too worried. Like, they'll have a good chance, but defense, we'll see. 2 chances for Vitality, though, fully gone.
2 players at most.
Definitely had some chances to close that one out.
Seeing the replays, okay. So excited. And like, our job is not done yet, though. Like, taking notes.
Zaysha's the guy that will pump up the team, but Eng is the guy that will make sure he's got the plans there and ready. Doesn't get ahead of himself. And the talk that these 2 teams are having with their coaches. Karmine with Eng. Vitality with Salah. It's time for overtime.
Wait, he got rid of it. I was going to say Kicks has worked it out, but then he got rid of it.
Required, 1 on defense, 1 attack for either team to have it. And this one is anyone's game. KC win this, they're ahead. And they're looking to be amongst the
Dog goes in. Yeah, and dude, Kickoff were expecting it so much that they bought an Odin as well just to spam this.
Up next. decide the fate of these two teams, at least in the
Dude,
first series off today.
it is something that would have made a big difference in the first half.
Success in that last round to take us to overtime. It was the IGL.
And especially once he got that 3k under
position
heaven,
over towards top mid.
you
What
thought he
can
would
do
continue it
again?
across. I don't blame him for that.
Playing away
Recon
from
goes
the team
towards
to
middle,
help with some of that
scans
mid-round
no one.
and
They get full info over towards middle.
giving out the A
I mean,
site
this is a
close
free
here on
site.
the
No
side
one
of
shoots
Vitality.
the eye. Kind of realized that you got most of the site for free here. They could still be under.
Moves up into heaven, doesn't take a fight.
Damn, let's see the retake. Let's see this duel on short as well. How late does Magnum play this?
Flanking Magnum. Runner drops, so Magnum's influence will come in just a little later as Deshrin looks to push through the tree.
They're not going to
area.
expect him on the right.
It's got the paranoia, and that's
Wait,
gonna
the
be
double
a crucial
swing?
one, but the flash
Oh, it was sick, to
from
be
Magnum
fair.
is in Magnum.
It was sick.
Allows
Lovely
the
flash,
opponent
lovely
to
swing on it.
have
Tamazi
full
absolutely
control over
sends
this.
it. Gets
Kicks are
another.
safe,
Safe has a
kicking and screaming
1v3.
throughout this, which allows Safe, the former MVP of the league, to do it to himself, but it's a 1 versus 3.
Damn, honestly, Magnum played well there. I thought he would just, thought they were just going to relax a little bit because he definitely didn't realize he was on the right side. But I like the flash
Stunning
swing.
calling coming out from Magnum.
But it's just like, can they win around the defense? Like,
they know that Heaven is
attack
that
was
weak
fine
point
for
with
them.
The way that the harbor wall goes out from Shin, leaving that option open there for the defenders on the retake. So they continue to press over.
Arena
towards
op,
tree. You
yeah,
always
I
have
like
a
that.
lurker
That would
looking to
fill me with
clean
more
up
confidence.
things in case things do go awry. But now
There we
Karmine
go.
Corp, Operator coming out here for a narrate on the defense. Glass cannon on the Rainer.
Yeah, and the fans of KC need no encouragement to boost up the team morale.
Uh-oh. Oh, man, they play like this?
You know, they come back already.
Crazy guys.
Close by, Blast Pack trying to get
Yeah,
out
they
of
managed
there,
to get out.
successful in doing so.
No,
No
any
trace of
spams?
vitality, and the
Right, we get to
inside
see the
take
retake on this one. We have Harbor Wall, though. They're probably going to split the site in half and go fast on this one. 5 people here. No knife for a little bit for Safe. He used it at the beginning of the round.
Tough to make that space.
Cove goes in to jump down and they're getting melted. Oh man, they got melted by the Killjoy and Silver Shocks.
Marty off the back end. Runner doing so much. Runner with a double.
Yeah,
And that was the Affluence for Vitality
the
to
defense
keep them in
sides are not the
contention.
one.
They knock right
Okay, it's all about who can win a defense
door,
round.
and we're swapping
That's what we're
sides
looking
here
out for.
Once again. Overtime coming in. The long win. We had that yesterday, 20-18. How far do Vitality and Karmine Corp
Hey, this
take
isn't
us?
Lotus here, Ash. It's Ascent, which doesn't mean a thing, but still.
Yeah, I don't know what you're getting at there.
I don't know. Lotus is the overtime map. Changed my mind. But yeah, Ascent
Hey, nice
seeming
shots.
so far to be having a similar fate. 13-13, round 27.
Bro, they're so confident they're going to be getting the Odin out. And it's just like, wait, what?
A little bit of damage.
That means the B's weak. But we actually stack it with 3 people here. Runner tucked in. And we don't have hard clear info other than the Skydog to clear him.
But Runner's there as a caveat. He's got himself a lock position, but the guiding light does realize he's nearby. But Runner himself is blind as a bat, and
Yeah.
will be able to slap
What
him into the
the?
ground. 4 versus 5. Sender in trouble. Has to hold down the site. It's all down to Kicks right now as he sprays down on 2. Has he done enough for Vitality? Come back on this because KC have a man's advantage.
2 flashes here for Safe.
Not going to
One
bounce
popped.
back at all. Not going to hold back. Flash strike thrown instantly. Fragment to one of these corners, and Narek close by with a shorty is a scary prospect.
Easy dismiss for him if he can find a pick.
Safe has 1 flash.
Spray through the wall. It's a desperate effort, and Narek takes full advantage of that
Heard that
movement from
reload.
Deshrin.
Man, it's
Moving
just
in,
like,
Safe
what?
is all by
Went
himself.
aggro.
Again, in that 1-on-3, not what he
Okay.
would have liked, and it's Martin to dig up
No
the
defense
grave
round
and
this time.
throw him in it. It's KC's
Did he,
turn.
he was eating a
Another
Rainer
time
flash,
to see
right?
if
But
they
then
can
the
close
Rainer
out
flash
this
got
series in a
killed
true
just as he
fashion.
died, so we
Karmine
didn't see a
Corp
Rainer
changing
assist.
pace
Is that what
there
went
into
down?
that round, and then you also saw Vitality. They weren't comfortable to make those rotations. I feel like Karmine Corp on the defense we've seen. They're happy to swing those rotates back and forth. Happy to play the retake.
So
and
the
fans
first
losing at that
duel was a little
space,
bit
and
odd.
Still diligent to see where they've left gaps on the defense. Meanwhile, for Vitality, Magnum's just been such a pain in the back.
It was Sky Flash.
There
I'm
were
just surprised we
2
didn't get
people
a...
still posted up towards
I mean,
A,
yeah, it was a
posted
Sky
up
Flash.
towards A, despite all the noise that was being made towards B.
You're right.
Just worried about, okay,
Dude, he ate that
their
Sky
IGL
Flash,
just,
though.
like,
Oh
running
my
around
god.
right now. Where is he?
He's going to be a little bit gutted. I like their plan on it, though. Like, their actual plan was pretty good.
And I think
I still think they need to... Still think in terms of how I'm looking at this, K-Corp, if they get the op
strong showings
back
here.
on Reyna,
Don't
they can
blame the
win.
timeout either.
And then Vitality, if they get the Odin over towards B, I'm pretty sure they would win. That's basically where I'm at with it. Obviously, it's not as simple as that. But I think it would help a lot to actually mean that some of some of the stuff that's going on couldn't happen.
Just resetting that mental. You can see frustration on the side of the
Like a Reina op B main would be pretty nice.
as well, but they do have a little bit.
And then they don't have to worry, then they can just stack heavier.
For sure, but you say frustration of Vitality, I see focus, right?
And then take aiming control as well, maybe.
Zoned into the game, in a flow state. And that's what you need to get yourself up to snuff. It's not 14-12, guys, it's 14-13, just FYI. Game's close, not over just yet. And Karmine Corp on the timeout, that has just ended. I've got a chance to close it all right here.
Aggressive look for his B main this time. Narian alone.
Reina flash to B main. We don't op, but we do at least create a little bit of pressure. We have a harbor wall directly down mid, which creates pressure either side that they could have walked down. Same time that happens, Skydog goes over towards A. It does spot the... Actually, wait. With the new buff, it wouldn't be able to check that corner, so... Or the new nerf, so actually, I don't think he saw Omen. Okay, here's that.
Fake TP from Destrian keeps Magnum guessing. But Vitality slowly inching their way into mid.
Yeah, and I'm keeping an eye on the spike here. But K-Corp might get away with this, and they might go into the 4-person stack. And they're trying to make it look like it's a bit of a fake B. They break the door, knife goes in, rotate is non-existent. The rotate is non-existent. There's 4 people here. Oh boy, it could be on.
Can he do it again? No, the answer to that is send his bullets. And all of a sudden, you've got to deal with Damage on the side, but he's been smoked off. It's Magnum to do it by himself, and KC have got the advantage. Vitality, 25 seconds spare, and they can only head to this A site. No other recourse, no other remorse. There's nothing else for them. They've got to go.
Does this guy swing?
Safe. Closing in.
Yes, he does.
For the hero of them.
Damn, nicely done. The gamble stack. The gamble stack paid off. Man, that chat. This comp, and that is a one and done, man. That defense is going to be hard to get some rounds, but they got the one. That's all that matters. They got the one.
And they are ripped away from their title of the kings of that French derby from yesterday.
But like we said, today is all about resilience. Being able to hold on to your mental, to your capabilities.
2-0 as well is huge in planes. 2-0 is huge.
And playing each other is a difficult one. Koi's also in the making, right? And also a conversation.
Because it comes down to maps, and that's pretty much Vitality wrecked.
You can't over-celebrate just yet. There's still a job to do.
The sad thing is Karmine Corp, they don't get to carry through with this momentum straight into their second match. Instead, it's going to be Vitality versus Koi facing off next, and that begs the question, okay, resetting here on the side of Team Vitality. They unfortunately don't have momentum backing them up into their second game, but you know that Sala is going to be there to cheer the boys up.
Chins up, he says, keep that morale going on for you. But for Karmine Corp, they're the ones to win the first series of the day, taking it out on stage for us in Berlin.
Okay, this was still a fun map though. 0 pistols, yeah, dude. I've never seen a team lose. I've never seen a team not at this level. And someone can do some like researching on it, but have we ever seen a team lose 2-0 when they won double pistol? I don't think so. For sure, open qualifiers and stuff, but VCT.
Don't ask about Lola.
I'm not sure we've seen that. GE might have. They actually had a good pistol record last year.
But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Yeah, maybe. But either way, that's mad.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin.
Chat, I'm gonna be a little bit later on this one. I'm just gonna get some food.
Watch out for the stairs,
So,
clear this angle.
I'll be back in time for the game to start, though, don't worry. Okay, be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
Welcome back, one and all, to the VCT EMEA 2024. Vitality coming off of their first game, and it's going to be a loss, and they have to play again immediately after this. But let's talk about Karmine Corp. I mean, it was a very close second map there. But man, how exciting was that to watch? They really pushed it. Once again, a lot there is to say, of course, about the compositions that we saw, and a lot is to say about Karmine Corp's just general approach to it. They played really reactionary and just very, very well, very cohesive.
Yeah, I think we've seen a little bit of everything this event so far. We've seen a lot of, letdowns, and then we've seen a lot of cool things where we see, a new roster coming up and implementing a lot of cool, innovative things, not just with their agent pool and their compositions, but also like they were playing fundamentally really sound. We saw a lot of good things from them in terms of moving together, triple peeking together, the spacing, the first person going in is moving a certain way to take the enemy's crosshair away. So I think we saw a lot of really good things from Karmine Corp altogether.
Yeah, I'm so happy that you mentioned all of that because this is something that is lacking in almost every single region. I'm always getting mad when I see people just overpeaking advantages.
Not both are getting mad. That's a new one.
I'm grumpy, you know? I'm grumpy. Like, even in the green room. So when I see that in the match, I get mad even more. But with Karmine Corp, I have to say it, right now, they're super enjoyable to watch. They have nice, new, creative compositions, but they also play them fundamentally well, understand what they want to achieve. The double peaks that you mentioned, like I was like literally smiling when I saw the triple peak on lane with Martin just dashing out on one satchel, but then good spacing between them. All of that is really nice to watch and exciting for me, and not the boring perfect Valorant, you know, that you typically see.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of positives coming out of KC here. Looking at round 9 is something you want to tell us straight. A great example of push and pull from Karmine Corp there. They really kind of broke the ankles of Vitality.
Yeah, so I saw a few really cool things here. So as we pointed out earlier with this wall that we see happening at middle and it crosses all the way to cat, this is one of the things that allowed multiple things to happen from Karmine Corp. It allowed them to take middle control, it allowed them to do cat splits, and it also denied a little bit of information. So here at the start of the round, we're seeing this push towards B, and they've shown a few different things happening here. They've shown the skies there with the bird, with the dog. They've shown Harbor there with the cascade and his squiggly wall thing. And then with all this pressure that's happening, they're also making their way up with the Viper wall extended on middle here. We see that the wall's up. It's denying the information from anyone that's playing down by mid. Those players are probably rotating into market to help B. So we're watching these players walking up catwalk basically for free. And yes, they're against an eco. No, it doesn't really matter that it's against an eco, because what it's doing is they're getting all the way into B site here. So as I slow this down, we're able to see inside B site here, they've shown that they're all the way up close. The KOs suppress the sky. The Reyna and the Sky are taking a lot of space and making it say like, hey, we're over here. This is forcing a reaction from Vitality. And one of these reactions that's going to happen actually is going to happen over at middle by catwalk. And then what actually happens is the attackers slow down. They're like, wait, we have all the space at B for free. Okay, maybe we actually go back to B with the spike. So that's what they do, but they're also holding the positions in middle this entire time. So it was a very open-ended strat where they're going towards B as a distraction, then they actually make their way over back into, they're holding the mid space, waiting for a reaction. No reaction comes. The B players have a free site. They go back into B, and then they hold the mid space. But it was open-ended in the sense that they could have gone A if Vitality had pushed off cat or had pushed through mid. Or if Vitality was defending B, then A site would have been open and the B players are just a distraction and then they play to live. So it was a very open-ended strat, and they were like doing a misdirection like magicians. It's like, hey, over here, and then just like, you know, getting them in the side.
Is that how you would do it?
Yeah, you would wave up here and then shank them in the, yeah.
That's
like history of the esports career.
No, it's more like this in the back. But
oh man, well, here's the thing though. Vitality are now in the unfortunate position where they have to play back-to-back matches. So they have to be able to just compartmentalize all the things that the magicians just did to them and forget about it and just restart completely mentally, as they will be going up against Koi in their upcoming match. So let's talk about, we can just, you know, fluently transition what was going on with Vitality in their first match. What do you want them to fix for their second match?
Actually, there's some good stuff that is happening. We're happening for Koi. Oh, sorry, were you asking about Vitality?
Vitality.
Yeah. Sorry. So we have a lot of actually tape against about the opponents, and we know how they played. So that's something that Vitality have to think about when it comes to countering the opponents. But in general, I feel like Vitality needs to revisit what just happened against KC. From a coach's perspective, I feel like there are two ways of doing that. Either you quickly fix the mistakes that you had been doing against KC, like being just completely pushed and pulled in many rounds, like you just had a perfect example about, right? And then make sure that this doesn't happen against the next opponent, or make your players completely forget about this match and just focus about the next one. I don't know which one we're gonna see.
How would you approach that, Steel?
Well, the thing with like doing like a crash course of like, okay, this is what happened to you just now. Here's all the solutions. Now I want you to be able to review this and then remember this and be able to execute this in this next match. That might not be a thing that they're capable of doing. So what they might have to do is focus on what they can focus on, which is they can focus inwards on what they have. They can tighten up like the fundamentals so that they're like moving together. They have better spacing. Maybe when we're talking about post plants and retakes, they are approaching those situations a little bit tighter than what we saw. It's not like they were doing bad by any means, but there was still these moments where it was only 2 or 3 people being activated instead of all 5 at the same time.
Well, I would say that there was a lot of weight on Kick. Like, he was able to get so many multi-kills that it kept him in the game, and it definitely would have not been saved to overtime without him. Like that one round when it's a 4v4 post-plant and suddenly his ultimate gets a double kill completely out of the blue, and then he gets another double kill by himself with the gun, was just match saving in essentially in that round, because if they would have not won that post-plant and that retake was failed, when they are on the backside, they're on the back foot when it comes to economy, and most likely that fuels KC to just run away with the map.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of great individual performances from Vitality over the last couple of days, and that's just what they need to do again. Simple as that. Like, the individuals need to step up. It can't just be one player. It needs to be everyone pulling their weight. Let's hope they can get it done when they're heading up in their match against Koi. And speaking of which, we do have an interview with Starzo Yinzu.
I'm now joined by Starkso from Koi. Welcome back. Yesterday was a very, very long evening for you guys, but I saw that Baba had a nice nap, right? So you guys must be well rested and ready to reset?
We'll see. It was a long evening, obviously. It was pretty hard to fall asleep after all the emotions and energy we put, but we had to reset somehow, and we're just gonna do our best today.
Thing is, you as a player, you've been in these kind of situations, high pressure, long days, so you know what it's like. How hard or tough do you think the league is this year compared to what you had to deal with in previous years?
I don't know yet, but this is a bit harder than last year for me, at least, because we lost every match last year, so it was, you know, pretty fast. But now when we're playing every day, it's actually really hard, but I'm enjoying that, obviously. I want to be there, and, you know, I don't want to lose every game and just go sleep and, you know, be sad. So I was playing for this every day, practicing, so I love it.
Yeah, you have a really good chance this time around, at least to make it to playoffs. You just need 2 wins, 2 and you go there. So what do you think will be kind of your advantages, your win conditions today in comparison to the other 2 teams in Vitality and Kickoff?
I think we're just gonna go in, have fun, and do what we've been practicing for last month. We have nothing to lose, as I said before the last games. Also, we just wanna be, you know, having fun on stage and doing our job, and that's all.
We miss your dancing. I thought maybe you were gonna bring it yesterday when you were winning against Liquid. When are we gonna see that again?
I don't know. Maybe when we qualify to Madrid.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to hold you to that.
Yeah.
And last question, it does feel like a lot of the teams in this tournament so far, their defense hasn't been very strong. Everybody's defense rounds have win rates pretty low. I think you guys maybe also the same, purely because how good your attack has been. Is that a concern at all? Or do you also feel like there are problems with your defense?
I mean, I think that's overall problems for the new teams. Like, the defense is harder to fix than attack, I think, especially in our team. Like, we have very strong attack because of, like, you know, Shadow IJing and me mid-round calling. I think we're a great duo, and everyone from the team is helping a lot. So for now, we're just focusing on our defense. We don't have much time, but every day our analyst is not sleeping entire night just to fix our stuff. So yeah, we're gonna do our best to fix it, and hopefully we're gonna have the best.
Oh, I can't wait to see it, and I want those dances, so thank you very much, Stark. So hopefully we'll see you at playoffs.
Thank you.
Great insight there. Thank you so much, Yinsu. And now let's talk about Koi in some more depth. Of course, we've seen some good stuff from them, some bad stuff as well. I want to hear it all from you guys. Let's first, though, look at the stats, attack, defense for both of those teams. What have we seen so far?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much every team that we've seen here has been better on attack than they have been on defense, but we're seeing like a pretty wide discrepancy. So what is it about defense that all the teams are struggling at, not just like Vitality, not just Koi, but so many teams that were here this week, is that defense requires the individuals to be able to make good decisions, and they need to be act on those decisions. But they don't have the luxury of the 5-man game plan that you have on attack, where it's like, hey, we're gonna do this thing together, and we're gonna move to this next objective. On defense, you might be in a position where across the map, your teammates might be dealing with something, and you need to make your executive decision. How am I gonna react to this? What am I gonna do? And then am I gonna ask for help on the way? And right now, teams are struggling with that making those individual decisions.
Right. I mean, if every team is struggling, then no one's struggling, right? Quick math.
if you say so, I'll take your word for it. Yeah.
Don't do that. Lothar, we did see some really bright spots on Koi.
Yes.
One good example was on Sunset, actually.
We actually have few examples with Josh here, then we can talk about that. My first thing that I would like to bring to the audience is a concept of a gambit, opening gambit. That is when the barrier drops down and potentially one of the teams wants to gamble life of their teammate to gain map control. So we're going to jump to the Telestrator and show a clip from round 7 on Sunset, where the play will be combining the Fade and the Breach utility to gambit Raze's life to gain map control. As you can see here, I'm gonna go a little bit back. There's the openings looks like this. You're gonna have a recon from the Fade being used in the backside of Elbow. Then you're gonna see the stun from the Breach opening the space for the Raze, and then the Raze satchels in a very skilled manner to take potentially a advantageous duel in that position and run away with his life or get traded later on. In this case, this is a very nicely done opening from Koi. But the second one, and that's something that we discussed with Josh, is that there's something very similar happening right now from the B main to B market, and the idea is to stun and paranoia the market for the Raze, as is there's gonna be another gambit, but the execution falls a little bit, let's say, on flat, right, Josh?
Yeah, well, we're going to see that it falls flat, where the Raze is trying to go out. He's trying to get his timing here. The paranoia and the stun might have missed the Cypher. There's still a trap wire up. So the Raze is like, okay, I can't make my way through here, but we've kind of like found out information of what the setup is. We have B main. I'm going to go and move up towards middle. So he's making his kind of executive decision. Oh, wait, I can actually move up mid. Wait, I hear someone rotating CT spawn. I'm going to move up and go for the flank. But then this is a great sound bait from Team Liquid here, where Yampi stays behind to hold the position while his teammate is rotating and making the sound cues like, hey, I'm rotating over to spawn. And that signals towards Koi like, hey, this might be an opening here. So when you have these opening gambits to take this map control, get the opening kills, that's just the first step of the round. You still need to get the second point. So it's like, okay, cool, we have this. Now what? It's you need to still have an ending to that round, whether that be a good execution, whether that be you add in a fake, whether that be you take map control in a different area first and then go into an ending, but you need to have that extra layer. It can't just be, here's the gambit, and now that's the round for us.
Yeah, and that's also a defensive gambit that they did. Let's just take a look quickly also at this. There's a opening on... Actually, we're going to talk about it later on, because we can bring it up.
We can talk about it all day, to be honest. And as interesting as it is, I just want those teams playing it out on the stage. Both teams have not had the cleanest performances. Both teams have a lot of cleaning up to do heading into this very next match. The players are ready in the arena, as we are as well. So let's send it down to our second match of the day between Koi and Team Vitality.
Champions on this very stage last night, but things are going to get even harder, fighting for a spot in playoffs. Here's movie star Koi. They're down after match 1, but definitely not out. Taking the stage once again. Give it up, Riot Games Arena, for Team Vitality. And of course, last but not least, Coach Baba and Coach Salah. It's been nearly a year since these two have faced each other. But today, right here, the stakes are at an all-time high.
timing on this one. Yo, what's up, everyone?
And there it is. The teams are in their huddle, getting ready for this match. What is Vitality discussing at this very moment?
They're probably going on talking about like, hey, like we still got another chance at this. Let's shake this off. Let's, you know, we have another series. There's still a chance that we can make it through the play-ins to the next stage. We should be good. Like, we've played so well this event. It's not like the first time that we've lost a map. It's not the first time we've lost a series. So
like your lips reading, it's incredible.
Yeah, right? So
It's like I'm inside the huddle.
Let's stay focused. We have our game plan. Let's just stick to this. We know what we can do. Let's not let the last map affect us, and let's press forward.
And on the other side, Koi Lothar, do you think there's anything they saw in that first match from Vitality that they will use?
Well, they didn't see a lot of operators, so that's good for them, no?
Yes,
That's
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The America's crowd really makes it, I think, as well.
Paying attention to, and the map features are not so bad. We're gonna get Sunset, perfect, because we talked about some of the rounds from Koi on Sunset. We still have some in the bank for the Telestrator when it comes to comparisons. So I'm very happy to see Sunset and Breeze coming up first. I'm not sure about you, Josh.
Yeah, Breeze is going to be interesting because we saw Vitality play this actually in their series yesterday. They lost on it 13-4, something just like
they were run over by Phoenix Yoru combo.
Yeah, they were. Phoenix Yoru. So we saw that they liked to pick it, but they didn't look too strong on it. But one of the things that can work really well in their favor once they get into their defense is that Runner might be able to pick up the op, and we know how much Koi struggles against the operator. So that's going to be an interesting thing to look forward to in the second map.
Why do you think they are actually struggling so much against the operator?
I think that they just don't, when they see the op or they know that the op is possible to be on the board, they don't do enough things to kind of figure out where it is and then deal with it. Whether that be
The EMEA crowd,
the angle with,
I swear
you
it's
know,
just the
Omen
fact that
TP
it's like
or Cypher
midday
Cage
on a
cross.
weekday.
It could be that you use flashes like Gecko, Sky, KO, like there's so many different flashes that you could use. We're gonna see Fade and Breach here on Sunset, for example. They had the same comp yesterday when they played Koi, and they would see the offer, but instead of just using Breach flashes or Satchel across the choke or Omen TP across the choke or use a Prowler or Eye to get the
it is true.
operator to have to shoot it or respect it or fall off, they would just walk into it. So it's not a matter of what do they need to do. It's like, what do they need to not do? Just don't walk into it.
Dry peeking is the first enemy, or like the biggest enemy of almost
So
every
the
single player.
double initiator against the double controller.
Also,
And I still don't know really where I sit on this. I think I prefer double controller,
can
but
be repeated maybe, and let's see if that actually happens and how Vitality might counter-strat that. Because in the previous game, Koi had an aggressive push on the pistol round towards A main with a paranoia and a stun, and then raised Satchels on top of that. If they will repeat that, Vitality should have an answer to it, and if they do something completely different, then Vitality should also be prepared for that in case they will.
Also, no one knows what team it was until yesterday. That's actually very true as well.
Double
Smoke.
initiator with so much push through walls with the stun and the paranoia combined is something that you need to be ready at any given point of the round that you might be just attacked subtly.
Yeah, and they have a lot of, with a double initiator, they're really good with doing these trap setups or with doing these retakes, but they're not so much good with doing like these standard like split strats.
Man, Vitality coming into this demoralized as hell as well.
Be a little bit more active than that, and as you talked about,
crazy
they were being able to be
demoralized.
active, especially on the pistol round towards A main. They have the cross map stuns and everything, but we also need to look at how they're going to leverage their ability synergies and combos. For example, the Fade Tether with the Raise Nade to deny the plants on B. That's going to be something that we look forward to.
No maps,
We're gonna
so
look
they have
forward
to win
all sorts of
2-0.
different synergies that you could do with that comp. But one thing that we know
They
from
have to win
Koi is that
2-0
their
and then
attacks aren't really
Vitality.
their problems, it's their defenses. So we do need to
And then
see
Kickoff needs
them
to lose
have a little bit
2-0.
better decision making when it comes to moving
That's the
around,
only
when
way
they're
they
gonna start
qualify.
throwing
Is they win
rotates, how they're
2-0
gonna
and it's
use
more
their
convincing than
ability to save them. Like if you can't hold the site, then you need to save all your
And then,
abilities.
yeah,
so
and
that
then
you
Koi
can
has to
do a
beat
nice retake,
Kickoff
you
2-0,
dump
and they
all
have
the
to get more
utilities,
rounds.
to kill the bomb plant, the spike
That's the
planter,
only way.
and then you can go in for the retake together.
Well, remember, fortunately for them, they actually have two initiators with recurring utility for that exact. For that
Good news
purpose as
is,
well.
with 4 pistols, their round difference can't be
Now
too
the
low.
maps are vetoed, agents are locked, and we are sending it over to Tom and Mitch for map number 2, match 2, Koi versus Vitality. Almost got there.
we got there in the end.
I had some noodles,
Thank you so much,
Reprovise.
Zoe, and
Mixed
our
it up a little bit
analyst
today.
Look,
Feeling a little bit
Vitality and
wild.
Koi. We've already seen one of these teams today, Tom, and now we get to see Koi step up to the stage as well. Their objective is to take this series against Vitality, move on, and defeat KC. That'll get them through to the playoffs. Meanwhile, for Vitality, it's a little bit of a harder road. They
Yeah,
gotta
right.
2-0 this matchup as convincingly as possible, and hope
Doing
that
wild,
Koi
bro.
2-0
I'm
their
UK,
match
man.
against
That's
KC
wild for us.
to force a three-way tie. It's a tough road, but well, you've made your bed. Now it's time to lie in it.
Just don't lose the first game. We
Okay,
won't be here.
Koi
Exactly, yeah,
on
yeah.
defense, Vitality on
You're
attack.
saying that now it's time to leave it up to
Who
the
do I
other
think
teams.
wins? Koi.
So it starts here, and
I
really
think
every
Koi win
round that
the
they
play-ins.
lose could be contributing to their ultimate downfall.
That's
for
where
the
I'm
side
at.
of Vitality. This is where they want to bounce back from the match we saw earlier. Already, Trapwire going to be distracted, taken down without any players being caught in the crossfire. Good trade out as Runner takes over control of the market, trading out the mid lurk from Safe, and they're even pushing aggressively in towards the spawn. Vitality not content with the site control. They want to fight all the way through and isolate some of these duels, but there's a few more Koi players than they'd anticipated. Now it's a 3v2.
Dude, Kick still has double flash.
A lot to try and hold on to here.
One flash.
Grouping up the side of Koi.
And an
Move
Omen
already
flash.
gonna give them quite a bit of
Oh, they
information.
can win this.
Need to clear the close corner as well, but that flash is sublime from Kicks.
Omen flash left.
His Sky has looked fantastic and evening up that scoreline. They've got to peek this in case they're defusing, and Camo now into the 1 versus 1. Leaving it onto the youngsters to fight this one out, to see who takes the victory.
Nicely done from Vitality. Pistol Kings. They continue it. 1-0 in terms of the pistols.
Not a bad start for Vitality. That's what we wanted. The pistol round under their
How
belt.
the hell are they this good at
They
pistols?
strive for victory here. It wouldn't be over for Koi necessarily either. Obviously, they have that, as we said, the best case scenario for Vitality really is forcing out that three-way tie. That relies on Koi not being too decimated mentally from this series. Vitality, you want to do it. You want to win quick, not just for the rounds, but also so they still have some gas left in the tank, right?
Yeah, the only team that are really going to be smiling at this point is sort of no matter how it goes, KC are just out there going, if we win our games, we win.
Yep.
And it's exactly the same for Koi. The only person right now looking at everybody else is going to be Vitality. For now, though, a little bit of early aggression from Shados.
Jesus,
And,
I feel like a triple
that's
dink.
not expected when you peek into 4 people. Obviously didn't have the info of how many were going to be there. And the Koi stack was
Yeah,
on the
let's
other
see how
side
much.
of the map, so
Let's see how clean they
half
can
the
keep this
pond.
one. They're allowed 2 deaths.
Vitality should be fairly comfortable to take this one home.
Yeah, a few small threats. You still
Yeah, it looks like that
Camo
Matix. The
still
pistols
the stun for Shadow,
it's non-stop.
But, yeah, for the most part, we're not expecting a whole lot. In fact, you can see that Koi are taking this one very passively indeed. Plan probably die to the spike, and if any Vitality players do come out swinging, take
Is there a
them
team
down,
you think
drop
already
their
needs a
weapons.
roster change?
We can
Nah.
see looking at that hood,
It's
there's
like
not a lot of weapons in play
you got to
for
use the
Vitality.
example of
They're
last
doing
year,
the
and I
standard
do think
3-2
Liquid is a
setup,
good
2
example of last
pistols.
year, right?
So
You
even
look
if
at
they
Lock-In, they
lose
look
a
like one of the
handful,
worst teams.
It's not going to be the
And
end
then
of the world for them.
give them a bit more time, and they managed to at least win their regional stuff. So
Okay,
it's
the
too
damage
early.
has kind of been done already. Now the exits might actually be very valuable if they weren't cleaned up so quickly. Just Starzone 36 HP, a nice finish to the round.
E9?
2-0 on the
Bro,
board. Well
if
handled by
anything, they need to
Yeah, I think something worth mentioning in
employ
this series
an
as
extra
well is
coach at the
the
moment.
veto is actually quite interesting because
Like they're
you've seen a lot
they're
of sunset
overwhelmed in the
when it comes to
coaching
Vitality. They played it 3
department.
times already, 2 wins versus
Got one
Gentlemates,
guy,
and then the loss we just
and then you
saw
got like
moments ago.
NRG with like
Koi
4 guys.
played it once versus Liquid, which was very
The-
close.
the
They've
coach
picked
needs
it into
help.
this
It's like,
series, so
it
clearly
feels like
feeling
100 Thieves
they've
last year.
found the weakness of Vitality. And in the map that Vitality chose,
It's too much work.
they got battered.
Too much work for one dude.
destroyed by Gentlemates on. So clearly feel like they fixed the issues as well. So definitely going to be an interesting series because Vitality on the first map that they didn't pick, they're going to be feeling very comfortable. And I'm intrigued to see what they've
NRG
got
has more
planned for the
chefs than
second.
C9 has coaches, maybe. How many chefs do they have?
Now Vitality have an idea to move through market for now with 4 players. A trap going to be easily destroyed. The information given away. The reaction from Koi is instantaneous, pushing up on B main to seize this control as they look to fight their
Wait,
way
they
to
are
at least maintaining another angle.
so wrecked right now, surely.
The problem is they've been
Grabino
isolated,
does
they've been
great
grouped
to
up,
get
the
one.
nade's done damage. So is Shados. Grabino, sure he'll make it past the trap that's no longer up, but it's more about getting out
Man,
of
he
these
actually gets
angles,
out of this. This is
getting away
looking
from these
really good
players
stuff from
who are
Vitality,
hunting
though.
him down so quickly. They knew where Safe was. They weren't able to deal with him, but the problem is on the other side, Grabino's down. Starzo.
Yeah, and
good
he
luck
might
to
just
you
have to
in
save on this one.
versus 3.
Oh, for... Honestly, out of all the
Viper's
timings,
wall,
we'll
there's
take
still
it.
plenty to fall back on for the side of Vitality.
Yeah, I can't see much for Starzo in this sort of scenario to really find anything. And the early start from Vitality has been great. Something I want to keep an eye on throughout the entirety of this map is how much Safe is going to be getting away with, because it's the same scenario we've seen of him versus multiple different teams. We've saw it with a Viper's Pit, where he would just push top mid Viper's Pit, like doing a lot of weird stuff. But this round, he was just sneaky enough to get an opener. And while the rest of his team were pincering in, it cut off all the rotations to actually help on that B site. And with full market control and mid control, well, it becomes very, very difficult for the defensive side to really do anything in that round. A 3-0 start, Vitality's attack again looking stellar. And now you come in with, what, the single rifle, a few pistols. Okay, you're close to a few ultimates. Maybe those can be
This is a good chance for Vitality to just stack up outrageous money.
And everything they could ever need in terms of weaponry and utility.
2 hero guns will include this. Sure. What the?
I'll find you. Weapon kept over on Starzo isn't alone. There's some minor upgrades across the board. The stinger for Shadow could be big. Well, 1:30 on the clock. This is somewhere for Vitality to slow it down again. We've seen the mid control. We've seen Safe attempting to lurk up A. He's gotten some good value as well. But the game, thinking back to yesterday, Tom, that this is how Vitality found all their success. It was pumping brakes and letting Gentlemates push into them time and time again. They were able to find the result and able to find the win. But the problem with this kind of strategy is eventually you've got to roll the dice and take a gamble. And it looks like based on the space that Safe has slowly been chipping away, they'll go
Down off the contact, double swing.
Have read this. The weaker
Done.
weapons are
Double swing.
up here. There's a stun to play
Yeah,
off
Safe
of.
is
The
just
first
too far ahead of it. That was not the nade that they were hoping for as well.
The squad to go charging forward. The flash is perfect from Kicks, and the running spray even better. Still a few on the site, but it's left down to just Shadow.
Okay,
and
and honestly, they really do take that one. We get a plant as well. It goes over towards Raze. Doesn't matter in terms of the ult, but they do get the extra money. And 4 people surviving.
Things are looking very good for this attack side.
Question is what sort of reaction we're going to get. Grabino, he was picking up the
I think it's better to have the best situation, in my opinion, is playing break, playing. That's where I'm at.
Because this composition, obviously you have the breach. You're able to go for those sort of setup plays for Camo to maybe get aggressive, but they do have the ability to delay at least a little bit. More so than what we saw from Gentlemate's comp. Early push though, fast pace out of Runner.
Yeah, unfortunately no one's there to break.
Yeah, no, literally no one there to break it, but he didn't panic on this one. Does go down. I've seen the Omen op a good amount on this map from Koi.
No value in round number 5 for Vitality.
Double Prowler. Whoa. 2 Prowlers used to clear market already. These guys over towards site still have a dog. Safe still has mollies over towards middle. They don't expect the ult from Grabino to get out of there.
That's the man that you always have to be careful of.
And honestly, just him breaking the trip is going to be the one. Like, him getting close here and breaking the trip is going to create so much pressure. That means that they have to kind of turtle up more over towards B main, and then they have a better chance. Safe is the big person we have to look out for this one, because he can definitely win this.
The fact that he didn't have that online late certainly doesn't help, but Safe's lurk.
Lovely from Safe.
It had
Huge.
a lot of impact. He snuck into that position a few rounds ago. They knew that he likes to play this spot. He's a deadly lurker, but somehow he's found so much value, and with a missed shot from Grabino, they're hot on his tail. They're not giving up either, knowing that there's an op on the other side. This is
Predictions for plans, probably. I'm gonna say Koi and Sentinels, but
they won't retrieve the operator, but it wasn't part of the game plan. 5-0 with.
I think it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard for Koi to go back to back and win as well, but
perplexed
we'll
so
see.
far by this pick, because firstly you're picking.
Koi looked very good yesterday, in my opinion.
There hasn't been a massive depth in map pool from Vitality so far. Like you talk about, they played a lot of Sunset, a lot of Lotus. That's about like 60% of their map pool so far. They played Breeze once, they got destroyed. They played Ascent twice and they lost both. One to Fnatic, fair enough.
Not feeling confident with either of those calls though, but because it is, especially, I didn't watch MIBR, so I don't know how good they're looking as well, but
I'm going to challenge them on the one that
you
they
two look
have.
pretty decent.
It seems like an interesting choice. And the thing is, with that choice, is you allow them to start on the attack. And that's where we have seen a lot of value from Vitality. Slow pace rounds, as you said. These lurks from Safe being fantastic. 7 and 3 at the top of the board. And as of right now, I'll be honest, it doesn't look Koi have much of a plan to deal with that.
No, it definitely doesn't. I think the fact that you're seeing these rounds fall in such convincing manners. I mean, the presence towards B, the fact that all eyes are on
Maybe.
site. They
Samsara,
retake
maybe.
together on the side of Koi, and then they are just blindsided by Safe, who is biding his time for the entire round. We can't see this happening again and again. The protocols on Koi really being put to the test. And with this being their map pick, Tom, yeah, look, it's not a good start, but it's not out of control just yet. This half can still
the
be
money's out of
recovered with
control.
rifles in
Let's
play
be
for the
honest.
side of Koi. They are up against a Viper's Pit, though. And so if they lose control over a site, it's not going to be easy to get it back.
God, look at the pace. A complete change. I think runners realize, okay.
Oh man, and Runner has just absolutely centered. This is their big buy run. They have no idea.
It's just a ruse.
They have no idea. Did they not hit the double satchel?
These
These guys do not want to break this yet, I don't think.
TP past this.
This guy thinks they know that he's here.
I saw Safe tempted.
Runner gets a kill here.
He really wants to lock this down, and they
It's two. Couldn't be any worse right now for Koi.
Yeah, that is a pretty big blindside for Koi. A player just sat there. They have no idea. He's able to even double up on the kill.
Yeah, I guess they were too far away to hear the satchel sound. Or at least they're flying through the air sound.
That's the problem. And a Viper's Pit used, again, covering off a ton of the space, basically all the way back in from the spawn side, which is even being covered by two players. They have a Viper's Wall to block the way in. For Koi, there are not a lot of chances, and I think literally after obviously seeing that it's a 4v3,
Wait, really,
the
Ascent?
Viper's Pit
Interesting.
go down, the call is to save. It's not likely they win that, and this is the kind of round that typically, you know, if it was a closer game, you would be going for, but your opponents are stacked on money. So if you get 3 kills and lose the round, doesn't matter. No effect.
And you have no money.
And you have none. So you'll have no money for the next, no rebuys, your ults are coming online. This is really, the line in the sand is right in front of you. You can't let Vitality run away with any more rounds. So I think it's the right call to take the save. It seems weird because they still have the firepower. We've seen these clutches all week long, but I think it's a smart play.
Money is somehow more out of control. There were 3 of them that had outrageous money. It's now everyone.
I'm almost starting to wonder if Vitality have just got to pay us to cast their matches when they play Sunset, because
something strange going on.
Not the most,
they won 13-3.
not the most kills on the board at the moment.
The other day when we casted them play. And then
I jinxed quite hard. Are we surprised at this?
Not
massively.
well. So I'm not saying that the teams had any difference.
Vitality might be believing, by the way, because if they 2-0, the thing is, are they going to be confident that Koi can 2-0?
Well, I've not really, other than maybe, no, not even in the pistol round. I don't think there was much. Oh, that was a 1v1. That was the closest round.
There we go.
Pistol round. Other than that,
No way! What is going on, man?
You can see him in his chair. He's just like, I can't believe what he's just done. He just walked through a poison orb, killed him instantly.
Yeah, but he gave up on that.
I mean, the timing couldn't have been worse either. Camo, nice shot.
And they just walked down middle in reaction. Oh god,
Vitality,
man.
4 versus 1. Shados, hey, making a good attempt to the first, but he's down to 60 HP.
Their buy runs have been outrageous. It's interesting to see how much pressure just this one smoke is causing.
Full shields, nobody's hit him.
Like it's
Shados saves 7 rounds in a row for the
causing
side of
teams a lot of pressure.
Tough, to try and find the hope for Koi. Like they picked this map, but the idea is less than optimal.
No, and the thing is, most of the time you'll talk about like, okay, maybe this setup's gone wrong, and this, but I genuinely can't think of anything they've really attempted. A lot of it has just been run a blast back into the round. 3 seconds in, he's on the site. You forgot he's there. He's killed 2 people. The next round, Starzo's dead within 5 seconds because Safe walked through a smoke. The round before that, someone walked up top mid and killed your mid player because you didn't realize he was there.
They're just kind of walking all over them. Like actually, like they're just walking up and taking random duels.
I'm not even thinking about the plays that Koi are making.
I like this smoke though.
Done by the time they have a chance
it leaks over just a little bit that you can isolate this one area.
I guess we just carry on. Like it's insanity the amount of early advantages.
Yeah, look at them.
And I think that that pretty much speaks for itself. The fact that
it isolates this one area over towards the left. You can actually.
They're having a little giggle at the fact that they're just getting.
It's kind of cool. It has double usage. It's good for blocking off this person that wants to hold with one, and then it's also. Oh man, they're done, dude. They are so done on this. What the hell is going on? They just can't hear anything.
With how off guard they are in a lot of these opening engagements, Vitality blitzing it down. finding free kills. And again, I don't want to make it sound like this is a round that they should be winning on the side of Koi.
No, but they need to at least look a little bit more ready. They need another timeout.
He's not even looking the right way.
But it is an eco, right? And look, you're not even probably not going to use the Rolling Thunder, anything like that. You're just trying to do damage and hopefully win the round. Again, we talked about damage, 9K on pretty much everybody.
What damage are you going to do?
If you kill all 5 of them and you do that the last round and the next 2,
I can't afford a spare operator.
This late as well, yeah. Like the damage would have to be defusing the spike, killing all 5 and defusing.
There is no way, bro. There is no way.
You can't do that. No, replay it, please. Replay. I'd like a replay.
Dude, I want to see his reaction to getting killed by that.
Both, all of them.
They must be so tilted.
As well. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Well, luckily,
jumped into the corner.
He gets killed round before where a guy pushes through a Viper. Viper smoke and then this happens.
I've never seen anyone do that. Not even in my ranked games, trolling. You have to be kidding me. And he wins it too. It says it all. It says it's all there is to it. 8-0. Look, I would pay a lot of money to be a fly on the wall for these last 8 rounds. You notice we got a lot of cams from Salah. Well, his rival Barbar on the other side, I think he might have yeeted that camera out of the room.
The camera doesn't
yes, camera might not be working. Here we go. Let's see what they can do.
He's looking calm. He's looking collected. There was a little smile when he said whatever he just said.
It does say, I think it says breathe in and out on the board. I think he's probably just had his eyes up to that. I gotta breathe.
This must be tough, and it really is, because serious talk, when you come into a set of rounds like this where you have, clearly you have an idea of how they're going to approach it, of how you're going to approach it.
I don't think they do have an idea of how the other team are going to approach it.
You know, you might have something in your head, but what is actually happening on the server is so far from what you've prepared for what you're ready for.
Or having like 5.
Play against that.
I feel like the most common is like a 7-5. Definitely attack sided. It's comp dependent though.
I think that's what this pause was about.
Like it's one of those ones where if you get 4 on defense and you have like a really good comp on attack, then I think
You sure?
I think you're kind of fine with the 4.
Tom. You know, if at first it does.
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about this, right? So this Viper smoke, it's nice that it leaks over towards here, so you can pop them both, and then you can duel over towards left, and then you can duel over towards right. So even though it doesn't like fully block vision, you can actually take a timing on each to like clear it though. So it's a different approach they do, but it's pretty good. And the only person who can like fully hold one over towards here is like a chamber or something, playing close.
Yeah, they managed. I think a lot of it was just that Runner was cheating.
Man, and Koi have given up, and they are just gamble stacking now.
They are going for this.
Like they have just actually just gone, let's put one camera on A and let's just gamble stack.
Nightfall's good, and Runner's killed himself. That's what it takes. It's a trade.
Oh my god, what is this? Can I change my prediction back to Kickoff? At least I got the first map right, but this I got the first match right, but this is horrendous.
There from the side of Vitality that this was a big stack coming out of Koi. Curious because so many rounds have been A plays that they decide to fight mid, stack back to B in the end. And now they're left retaking the A site. Not a lot to work with on the way back through. Again, we had Rolling Thunder previously for Shadow, but he's dead, so that's not going to be online.
TP again.
Grabinho, yeah, you're right. No Shrouded Step to work with. He's going to have to just destroy this cam, play it like a normal agent.
Wow, the reaction was slow as well. What the hell is going on?
Good flash, good swing, nice and easy. It's traded out, the work done by Camo as safe falls. No Viper to play with afterwards. That spike being diffused, spray is good, but now they've got to wildly spam and hope they find it.
Done.
Only half.
Man, Koi, it's a really desperate sign when you see the 5-person stack on a full buy round.
Goes to Vitality, 9-0. When will Koi wake up?
It seems like Vitality are doing a good job to improve their round difference. The only problem I have is if Koi don't wake up soon, I don't think there's.
King Waste, thank you so much for the 6 months. Thank you.
They need to beat KC, and you know, in a way for Vitality right now, this squad has to rely, like we said, on Koi being able to wake back up.
Okay, another big buy round.
So close. Just after
just another 4-1 stack.
That's good lip reading, Tom. Wow, I mean, you're getting better at this.
They got a cage to try and get a kill through the trips. They pick a right site.
I don't know what you do say as a coach in this position. Pull your players back into it.
Oh, they're going to hit the second one. It's not really
No,
anybody to
yeah, no one to
deal
get a
with
kill
it
off that one as well. He decided to go
the
backwards
trips
because he
there,
thought there
but
might
no
be a
one who can
split.
actually react off it.
Now we have to see
In
a
towards the
retake.
market.
And they're pinching into market.
Camo, though, okay.
Yeah, this should be a lot better.
It's looking like we might finally have something to write home about.
How much are they? How much are they going to use into this? They're going to raise up this one as well.
Clear out the angles. Still a post plant to deal with, though.
Oh, a nasty corner for Kicks,
No,
but
okay.
they've managed to deroot Sander, and they've spotted Kicks' barrel. This should be easy from here on out, safe in a 1v5. Showstopper if they needed
That
it, but they
smoke's
most
interesting.
certainly do not. Instead, they're just fighting him, and it's diffused. They've bought enough
Okay, they're on the
time.
board.
In the meantime,
They're on the board.
are finally on the board. They can take a sigh of relief. It won't be
Add into the
13-0,
stats of
but
the
they're gonna need to
retake
keep this
for
up. And
sure.
again, that was Camo catching
The
two
after
quick
plants
kills
are
as these players try to fight back out towards middle. If that doesn't
percentage
go their
must
way,
be crazy low.
well, the round comes into question yet again. They use
That
the
low
rolling
smoke's
thunder on the way
interesting.
back
It has some
through, but
potential in
they've
terms
got
of
the
dueling
showstopper.
around it. Kickoff? Oh, they're definitely watching this.
Well, a long, long road to recovery. We've already mentioned it. Rounds can make the difference, but the fact is for Koi, if they win the series, they win the next one, it doesn't matter. Even if this map goes awry,
At least the coaches and the players.
oh, they've started to really...
Nah, this guy shouldn't. Nah. He
Okay, we got there in
cannot.
the end. Not exactly
He
the way I
cannot get a
expected
kill
it to go.
doing that.
Safe somehow still gets the kill.
He goes
to
into
start,
his
though.
own smoke. He just got seen by the fade eye. They don't get the kill and he gets a kill. Like Safe is.
A little bit scruffy.
How is
from the
Safe
side
doing
of
that?
Vitality.
Bro, Safe must be laughing to himself in some of these rounds. 2v4.
It's a much different look from them. A push from one player, two players up mid, the others going through to B. Much more
Okay, they see
scattered.
one here. They see one here and the
scruffy,
dog
like
goes
you
here, so
said.
they know that no one's
Left him
market.
in a tough spot. No rolling
Still
thunder
walking
to
and
break
checking.
through. Kicks can play a little bit closer, but the Cam spotted him. Has to be careful. Made it around the corner, but three players have been
Yeah,
spotted.
nicely
Dodges the
done.
stun. Flash ready. He can round it on the corner. Looks like he wants to take a kill first. Nicely done. Here comes the flash around the right side. It's not caught breach though.
Okay, let's see if they can
Shadow
get three.
at the cage to protect him. Stepped out to cover after. Nicely handled. 2 on the board for Koi. The building blocks are slowly falling into place. Hopefully it's
Over,
not too
as in
late.
playing that, do they have to take some map control? Talk about this round or the round
It's
before?
definitely a long road back. The thing is though,
It's a 2v4. They gotta try to do
He's got away
something.
with some absolute ridiculous kills so far in this matchup, and that is the thing. It's like from coming back from 9-0 on a mentality that. Is Shadow playing a breach op? Sorry, I'm gonna have to interrupt myself. That is a very curious choice.
Breach op?
There's 2 seconds left to change.
I'm down for it.
No, we're going breach operator. Okay. An interesting take, a quick
This
blitz.
fade eye
Looks
is
like
getting
Camo was
so
his
much.
best
I can't
impression
believe they're
of runner.
pushing
He's
through.
gone blitzing down
Can't believe
these
they're
left
pushing
tiles.
through
He's
the
fallen
Viper
back.
smoke.
Rubinho is the one to
He
lose
tanks
his
a
life on
a
EMEA.
little bit through the wall,
Down a smoker.
and then he tanks. I mean, he goes down. He's gonna be one shot when he gets into that smoke and stays
Side of
there.
Koi does mean that some gaps won't be plugged up for them.
On an omen.
Rotations.
I know
gamble
exactly
with the Cypher utility sitting on the B site. They've opted for A. Ult out of Deathstream gives them info. It's hard to decide though, because if you sprint straight to the B site from here, they will be able to rotate in time. Instead, they send Sender ulted in.
Look at
but
that
this is
ult
not
over
the full
towards
commitment.
middle.
Viper's pit on mid. That's not the idea either.
Safe
It's
has
an
some of the
eight
weirdest
play. That's
ults,
the
but this one
long
is kind of
game that they're
nice.
playing.
Yeah, it creates
I
a lot of
love
pressure.
this from
Ult over
Vitality.
towards
The
B,
traps being
ult towards
destroyed.
middle,
The
so they
fact
now
that
can't
Sender's
rotate
here,
over
they
towards the
assume
actual hit
that
that
the
is
rest of the
A.
squad is gonna
Oh
come
man,
barreling
they
through
actually
B main,
wrecked them.
barreling through mid and market, and they'll be able to catch them off guard. But they could not be more wrong. The Viper's
What
pit
is
will make it
this?
very
What
difficult
is
to
this
rotate back. They have
match,
to go
by the
all
way?
the way around through the spawn. Although the pit's actually dropped.
And then he drops
Safe
the
pretending-
pit, and then
oh
he
my God,
stays
Safe
close, so they
pretending
don't
that
think
he's
he's in
left this
middle.
position. He's hiding in the corner now.
We're
Oh,
still
the
gonna
player's
check
coming on
this?
his right. Oh, he's seen the
I mean,
barrel.
honestly, yeah.
That timing just about worked out.
He's just playing mind games. That's half of what Safe is doing throughout this match so far. Spotted out Shados as well. Just needs to try and buy time for his teammates. And dealing with Safe is something they need to do. Just letting him come in from the backlines in the last few seconds is not something you're going to be able to deal with. Trades coming out, Runner doesn't know the second player's there. Shadows coming in, has actually managed to
He's
find
just
a
gonna
cover,
stick
and
this,
he's
and
gonna
Safe
go
is gonna be
just
close.
for the defusal.
He's gonna
He
hit
knows
him.
that Safe is pretty far away, just trying to stick it all the way. Pulls it,
Oh
let's go.
man,
Safe
Safe,
will win it in the
21
end.
HP.
You didn't deal with him at the beginning, and you won't
Yeah,
deal
and
with
he's
him in
done.
the end.
done absolute work on this round.
Dropping the pit, a great idea.
2 rounds.
Timing damn near caught him.
Oh man, they got so wrecked. So wrecked by this Viper stuff over towards A.
Buys him the time and a quick sprint to make it here before that's diffused. The box just about keeping him alive. 21 HP in the end. That's 10-2 at the halftime. Vitality with a stellar start to the series. This is Koi's map pick. And they barely got off the starting block. Vitality could close this out 13-2.
Vitality, they play, especially when you think of like this round, where it's like a big buy round and someone's just making a play over towards A. Like they just played so confidently, and it was borderline disrespectful, and it just wrecked Koi. Like they just had no idea people would just do this stuff.
They got a lot of good pistol players on the side of Vitality. Even when
like Vitality played crazy loose at the beginning on the kind of like bonus big buy round. But they had the money to do it also.
Stack up outside of this B site, a little bit of control into the market. And, well, the flash will let Kicks know at least a little bit of extra information, but it is just going to be the slow walk up from Koi.
And the contact play on the back of Camo. He's been very good in the opening fights when he has a chance to take those duels. Ran into Safe though, who immediately pops down his utility, slowing him. No way to go through that.
Heavy rotate comes in.
Snakebite is down below. Deep nade with a stun from Camo. It could do some decent damage. I don't think it's made it quite far enough for a kill, but that certainly has. Good shot to Kicks, and he follows it up
shots.
with runner. Nade back online.
And how is imagine he has the spike. Oh boy.
They have to push into him through his orb potentially. It's on the edge of it, swinging. A brave player.
Nice shots from Camo.
Camo a little bit too clean in this pistol.
That's the first pistol they've lost today. 1-1 and 5-1 in terms of all the pistols today for Vitality.
Exactly what they needed, a lifeline to be held, but still a long road to recovery. Good round from Camo as well. I think he's someone especially, even if it's just a little bit of a fake comeback in this map where he builds up some stats and then heads into Breeze, which is a glorified angel.
Was that all in the same round?
Like a round before, because that one was pretty clean.
It was a nice round.
I don't know what he could have been frustrated at.
Camo misses one shot. Like, God damn it, what was that nade, Camo? It got 3 kills, but the utility was off. Now, I do imagine that was an earlier one, but who knows with Barbar? Who knows what sets him off? For Vitality, quick mid push, low weapons. Indeed, you can see no upgrades whatsoever.
No way, guys.
Classics, well, somehow they win the opening duel, but the numbers advantage brought alongside.
No way.
Helps out. Nade to cover the retreat. I like this. You know, the players are not players aren't overcommitting for the most part. Safe's being caught in no man's land, but these things happen.
I'm a little bit wary of the fact that Koi did seem a little bit unaware.
It's
like, the distance that Vitality
massive alarm bells on that.
Before anybody realized was that they killed a player in the corner. Kicks dodges the flash. That's already another drop. Shouldn't be getting anything more than that. And Destrian, he's a little bit further behind. Now I don't believe there's any sort of trip to stop his flank.
Now, but Staxo's on.
It does seem though that Starzo is locked in on this position. Oh, maybe not. Never mind. He's no longer locked in on this position. And he's
and he was just thinking, if I was going to take the orb, the guy would swing when I take the orb, because that's a free kill for him.
Wait a moment on that. We can see the lasers.
Wants to get the gun on this one. Tell you what though, that's good damage. And more worrying signs for Koi into this round as well, with some of the not expecting the mid pushes.
And the side of Koi are slowly chipping away at Vitality's lead, but here is where
I don't think so, Ryan. I think it's too early. I think I literally only catch the semis and the finals.
For Koi, sometimes you have an ultimate that can help you out. It can maybe bridge that gap. We don't really have that here. I'm curious to see what their solution to this round will be, because there's a lot of weaknesses. Typically, you're going to see a unique approach. Paranoia into A Blitz. Blast packs up.
They're ready for
bonus in. We go double fast over towards side. Damn, these guys are beasts. Lovely flash, by the way. Lovely. Wait, was this stun actually? It was stun.
You mentioned an ult. I feel like he's just gone nuclear himself. Didn't need any help. Spam through, won't achieve anything, and after plant now, you almost have to sit there for Vitality.
Yeah, I'm only gonna do the semis and the Finals.
They will have recovered so many weapons as well.
Right.
That's the other thing to think about for Vitality, with 2 players dying inside the elbow. Even another weapon just got upgraded. Shados now has a rifle too. And it's those problems that really, I think, tip this scales in the saving direction for the side of Vitality.
Okay.
Weapons being carried through is
I'll
just
have a
worth
look
out
into
a
it.
little bit more. Koi, 5 players alive still. Great early round. Paranoia left. Blast pack up on the right.
Yeah, it looks like quite a few Wolves
Honestly,
VODs to
the
watch.
fact that Camo finds this much value is insane, because the stun doesn't hit. If I'm not mistaken, the flash did not catch Runner.
No,
But
I think
he just
dodged it.
wins the fight,
Wait,
plain and simple.
He wins the fight. Also, he's offset when landing, so he has to wait a second, and it's still crisp enough. And the second
Okay,
player
nice
he
little
fights,
bonus
he
for
was
them.
45
It's a
HP.
good start.
So if he gets hit by 2 bullets anywhere, he's dead. So, yeah, just clinical from the young duelist. And
Camo, yeah,
oh,
he's
they're going
great.
to have any chance in this map. He needs to be on. A little bit worrying for Vitality. The same sort of flaws. It's just you were in the right place at the right time, just didn't win those initial fights and weren't ready for maybe such a aggressive. I say weren't ready. They had players there, just didn't hit the shots.
Yeah. Yeah. That's one of those things, you know, when it came down to the moment, they weren't ready. On an
VOD
aim
days,
level.
it'll be like after the tournament's done.
For
Like
Vitality,
in
there was a
between
map
end of kickoff and Masters, there's like 10 days.
spend much time in
We'll
there,
just
Tom?
do some of the Chinese games
I
now.
need to spend more.
Vitality,
answer to that
still got to buy on this one. Koi's money's outrageously good.
Well, for
A
Vitality,
lot of pressure over
3
towards
players
middle.
on A start a round.
What is
they
this?
go up for a bit
Oh
of
my
aggression.
gosh.
Don't see anybody. Koi are just slowly looking for mid control. They've got a trap to deny
Prowler
B
goes in
aggression, trap
towards
to
B, so they
deny A
create a
aggression.
question mark over
Eventually
towards here.
group up and push.
Question mark over
We've
towards
seen this a
middle,
few
and this
times with
dog
Vitality, similar rounds.
clears
Koi often
all
had
of
a
it.
very good
Now they
read
can just
with
heavy
stacks
stack over
towards the
towards
site
A.
that Vitality
They hear
were
the dog
going
over
on,
towards middle, so
even
they try and
if
take
it
a
didn't
timing.
work
They
out.
pressure A. Do they
still
want to
had the
now go
numbers
back?
there.
Because it would be
For
sick
Vitality,
cool.
that's not really the case. The rotates are a little bit slower. They're much
Yeah, this
more
is good at the
patient
moment. They
in
insert
the
one
way
over
they play
towards
that.
side
So
as
you
well
see
once they try and get
Runner
information.
and Sander having
Even
to
if it's the
defend that
sky,
while
like
B
the sky
control
flash would
still
just
being
hit this
sought
guy.
out. Safe has made it out,
It
though.
says they go back.
40 seconds on the clock.
Okay, so question mark here. When does Sky want to use the last flash to clear it? Does Sky even want to use the last flash to clear it?
On the clock for Koi, and
Duel over towards B main. Nope.
safe for a
30
second.
I think
seconds
Safe
left.
just went and
Pushing
picked up his
through
orb.
own Viper orb. Instead, he actually picks it up in front of his opponent. And nobody actually deals with him. Timing for Kick's not good, though.
Keep an eye on the time, 20
Grubinho,
seconds.
a
They've got to
little
win
bit
some
of a
duels.
cheeky
Safe
playthrough.
can
They've
probably
still
win
got a
this.
couple of players to deal with. Make that just one.
Bit of a
It's
nightmare for
completely
him once the
surrounded.
market guy
timing
goes down.
couldn't be any better. And although the clock was low for Koi,
This ended
that's
up being
not
a
gonna
really
be
nice
any
round to
trouble
watch,
for
like
him.
minimap-wise from Koi. They
patient
realized
round
that
from
both
Koi.
of their
I think
question
that
marks,
plays
and
well,
I think
like
it
you
was
said,
down
for
to whoever was
Vitality.
middle.
This
I'm not
isn't a
entirely
team that
sure
you can
who
show
this
a
was.
bit
I
of
can't
presence
remember.
on A. You remember
But
the
the
round
Sky Dog
Vitality
cleared
on
all
attack
of the
side,
pressure,
Sander
and
teleports
then
to B,
they still
breaks
took
the
A and
trap,
just
and there were
realized that they
5
had no
players
pressure
there
back towards
10
B,
to 15
and that the
seconds
heavier
later.
stack would be going
The
over
thing is,
towards A that they
Vitality
could
don't
go
work
back
like
B.
that. We
So
saw it in their game
it was
against
good. It was
Gentlemen.
Dark Side
That was
bottom
the
and
team
middle.
that tried
Okay,
to
well then.
push and pull the map
Yeah,
to
he gave good
cause those
information to Shadow, and then
rotations
Shadow
find
made the call.
easier sites to hit,
Or
but
he
every
just made the
single
call,
time
to be
it was
honest. He's
still
been
B.
IGL before.
Whatever they started out with, if it was 3B, after your fake, there were 3B. Maybe there were 2 if it really worked, but they're not the kind of team to just throw all their eggs in one basket. Still, though, for Koi, because they played it so painstakingly, patiently, they end up being able to group up together, use their numbers, break through that defense, and a beautifully played round to put them 6-10. This is where I start to consider it a game again.
I'm waiting for 8. When we get to 8, that's when I'm like, okay, there's actually a possibility of this happening.
Yep.
Also, we've now got a Salah pause, which I'm always going to have faith in. I think he's been very good at sort of turning
EMEA
the
over
tide.
Americas today? Yeah, we'll stick
That
with the
is also
EMEA
true.
game and then we'll hop into Americas.
So anyways,
What's the first Americas
clearly
game?
favor
Is it
towards Vitality in this pause.
Then MLBR, right?
No,
I think.
I think that it's one of those scenarios when you've had a few rounds to watch what your opponents are doing. I think that last round actually just dwindles with Kicks being caught off, which I don't think will happen
Yeah,
too
so
often.
maybe
so
we'll miss
I
like.
think it would just be maybe not
Maybe we miss
over
like a
rotating
map.
in those scenarios because he's caught running
Potentially
and then
2, depends
the
what
players on
happens.
the B side are completely surrounded. I think also it's mainly just going to be about catching that pace because Koi have done some very fast rounds, and then in that last one it was about a slow mid lurk and the rest of the players just patiently waiting, and they were
Send G2
seconds
last, yeah,
away
that's
from
nice.
safe spotting that B push. Like he literally was right next to Starzo, just didn't even realize it at the time. So it's still Vitality firmly in the driver's seat, but a little bit of life in Koi. And I think it's a good time for a pause. 4 rounds lost in a row, couple of buy rounds in there as well. And for Vitality, Vitality. Still plenty of opportunities, but we have seen both teams have sort of thrive on that attack. I think we've seen most teams in this tournament thrive on the attack. I think this map
Razor, money's outrageous. Dude, it's pretty much exactly the first half, just reversed.
That will change over time. I think one of the main things that I could be critical of is the amount of people I'm seeing die to someone pushing through a smoke in top mid. If I'm still seeing that in 6 months, I'm worried.
Yeah, I think that is it. There's a lot
Smoke goes down over towards A.
So far from most teams that we've seen.
Damn, that's nice punish of this. Yes, they've been punishing and the camera, right? They've been breaking the camera over towards B main, so they have a stun satchel down to punish the fact that they've been breaking the camera. That was cool.
Back a few times trying to run away. It's good to see Destrian blindsided by the same kind of play. Nice showstopper.
One back of sight has to do everything. Really good, and this is a big buy round again. We've got 2-9 loss bonus on top of this, so these three can't really get a full buy next.
Immediate burst of action and a defensive squad left to save. It seems like we're in a similar spot again. Surely Runner and Center, because they're sticking around. Center's going towards Market. Are they going to go for this? 10-6 in the lead. I guess they're feeling it, but individually, Koi have been ahead in so many of these fights. Doesn't feel likely, and with Runner falling, even less so. Center may now be thinking about getting out, but that choice might not be his anymore. With Camo coming to challenge, but luckily he's dealt.
Yeah, they have so much money on Koi, it's like, they can just chase this heavy if they want.
And Runner was going in. So it just seemed a little bit disjointed in how they were even trying to play that 2v4.
I love this though. The big buy round is when they kind of realize that they can punish this. And this might be down to Shados as well. I don't know if this was Shados, I don't know if this was Coach in terms of the timeout, but it looked like they've been waiting. This camera over towards B, getting shot, and then they finally have a punish into the big buy round, meaning that they have to eco next. Lovely.
Literally, he pops the cam to check it, and Camo's like
a punish being worth 2 rounds, it's sick.
It's already too late.
Don't look at me.
but
yeah, it didn't even shoot it. It's just the fact that he's jump spotting it. Just early information, so it's just off the reaction of it.
Stunned by a breach.
Yeah, well, I guess.
So they knew he was there. He was stunned, and he popped the cam.
I'll have a look at
yeah, Safe is literally thinking not like this, man. You can see it in his brain. He's like, no, not like this.
Unfortunate reaction.
There's no way we lose at 10-2.
Panic play. 10-7 for the side of Vitality. It is starting to get a little bit worrying. You said 8 was where the line in the sand was for you, Tom. And, well, I don't know if I'll give you a little bit of a breather because Vitality do have pistols here. So if Koi hit 8, I'd almost reset you. I'd say, okay, 9 is the line, right? The next buy round once we hit that 8.
That's the thing. I genuinely think 8 is already there because they're getting to a point where they're on the favored side of the map and they're only 2 rounds behind. Like, you're now looking at Vitality to break a streak of rounds. We've already seen them lose today.
Flash hit the raise at the back.
This far in the lead, they went, what was it, 9-0?
Yes.
They were 9-0 up, and since then it's been, what, 6-1? Great math.
Well done. Well done.
This guy dog goes towards A, yeah, and this guy hears it, and he wants to break it because they wanna. The call was to go over towards this and split B, so he needs to create a bit of pressure of question marks over towards A. The lovely Omen flash.
I'm less proud of you now, Tom.
No way. By the way, there's no way that Starkster manages to get that kill. That's insane.
6-1, 7-1. What's the difference? It's all the same.
Did pretty good on that one. We'll give him that because it was a ghost as well, so he wouldn't have seen any of the.
I did.
Any of the bullets.
Might be the last time.
Any smoke for backside?
Vitality have given up the A site. They lost Sender.
They have a bit of a retake setup for this in terms of wall and. Is this their smoke or what is this?
So these are the rounds where you're much quicker to gamble up, to run the numbers, and it didn't work out. Oh, unfortunately for them, good damage returned as well, and Runner has been domed. That's a rifle, and one of the few healthy members of Vitality that was left, taken out of the equation. Now it's pretty stacked towards the side of Koi. Almost no way for Vitality, especially with 5 players left, to get in here, kill all the players, get the defuse. It's not happening. The question is, how many can they take down, make this costly, and can Destrian save the rifle?
Yeah, I think the only thing that matters really is saving the rifle and getting some orbs for yourself, because on the other side of things, it's the same scenario as the last time. It's very weird.
That's absolutely fine. Starkster has 8,300. Doesn't matter about the people going down from Koi here. They all have enough money to just buy for the rest of this, no matter what.
Got max cash. I imagine Shados is pretty close. Yeah, he did up until the point where he bought. So they've not really
he does see him shooting.
And they both ran in. Well, I would say more so Starzo ran in to get orbs because Shados isn't close to his ult and it's not great. So I don't think he would have
free at this point.
Rifle for that.
Yeah.
We're now
I mean,
looking at
they're
6
both
rounds
messing
in a
up their
row.
defense a little bit,
Vitality
though.
have to respond soon because this is starting to get out of control.
It's still
Bear in mind,
Sunset's still in that
if
weird
they-
spot where like
I don't know
teams
if it's- if
struggle
they don't 2-0,
against
but if they don't win this, they are
certain things.
guaranteed out.
I don't think
They
teams,
will be
I don't think
0-2. There
teams,
is
especially in
no way they can
EMEA,
do this. Good
prioritize
start,
this
though.
enough on defense
Expectation on
and
Camo,
like
they
holding
caught
it with someone.
finally.
Dodging the initial flash is the second.
The
though,
great
it's
start
pushed
for them
back.
though, they actually take
The
down
Prowler as well. So
the
this
person that's
A
been
site
causing
seems
them,
to be under
I would
threat.
say, the most
Rotates
trouble on
begin
attack.
safe now, a little closer.
They're going to insta-react walk middle, and we actually have a full gap.
Get there and they start to seize back this control. This gap is.
There is nothing here, and what is the timing like on Destrian to check this? He sees one. Do they expect them so close here? Doesn't look like it.
Players around this angle, but the communication, it wasn't there quick enough. Sender's lost his life because of it, and now
Yeah, and do they expect to breach so close? Yes, they do. Nicely done from Runner. That's a spike on that.
Showstopper popped, spike protected.
Shadow went that way with the
Rocket
spike.
launcher, ensuring no one steps anywhere close. Grabino's got a good spot. To at least
Weird
avoid
round,
that
they pick up the ult
showstopper.
on this. And then they're trying to fake like they can go over towards B, but they're actually just waiting for the instant reaction. Oh, these two are going to hear that. Now what?
They're hearing him run away.
Gonna hear him run away, but that could all be bait. There's still a cam in B main, so at least for the defensive side, they're gonna know that.
Oh, that cam is
haven't at least gone in
good,
that
by the way. Let's see
direction,
how many it
but
spots.
I think it will very quickly be given
And
away if it's
Starkso
checked,
hears
which
both?
It has been. So that's all
Hears
the
both and
information
they-
they could ever need. Even still, though, I don't know
Okay,
how
they
they've
see all
gone
three
from
with the camera.
this position of having that spike down.
Plant goes
having everybody
in,
on
no
one
vision
side,
block
to
for
now
B
an
main,
afterpass
so they can
for
hold
Koi.
B main.
It's a ludicrous recovery so far.
Destrian,
It's
if he
not the
gets a
round
kill, has
win
ult.
just yet, but Vitality, I mean, they were tasting their first whiff of victory. Shados down, that could bring them back in. 2 towards B main.
Where did they
Spike
put this
down
smoke?
in the open. Has to be tapped. There's nothing to block off sidelines for the side of Vitality. They need to force these players into fights. They've done well with the first. They know where Grabino is, and they're closing the distance. Here they come, swinging
Okay,
around the
nicely
right
handled
side,
from
and
Vitality
Grabino
on this
is
one.
not ready.
Dude, this was
Too
close.
many angles to worry about.
Little
It
change
is
up with some of the
another round
decisions made
found
from
for
Koi, and I
Vitality.
think that's a
One step
different round.
closer to victory. Like we said, though, Tom, one of the big factors for this squad that was 9-0 up could be round differential. And
Nice,
now
nice opening
it's called
pick as
into
well.
question more. We want to see them close this one out convincingly if they're still going to be in with a shot.
Yeah, poor Camo there got
Good counter flash as well.
eat till
I think
dumps,
it's the
really.
paranoia that came through from Sender definitely helped out stop what has been a terrifying force, and finally Safe has been stopped walking through smokes. He's done it so much throughout this game. Either way, 11-8. The chain has been broken of 6 rounds.
Does
in a row,
reset
not
their
quite as
loss
many
bonus
as
though.
What we saw from
For
Vitality,
these
but it's
three,
whether or not they can
have
bounce right back.
a
Ult's
good amount of
definitely
money.
in the favor of this defensive side.
And we get another
again,
pick
huge opener
in
for
the
him.
opening. Yeah, this is sick.
Kill, Safe, put under pressure, but he's gone pushing.
Wait, guys.
Moving into the
Guys, you
angle
didn't
instead.
spam
Yeah,
that?
it might not be the right call.
Wait.
Rolling Thunder has it caught Safe. It's
Safe
definitely
on
caught the
sight,
player.
yeah, safe on sight. Dodges the ult. Oh boy, they really messed up Koi here again. They did their damage here. They heard the cage, but then they didn't even spam the cage.
To this attacking
And then they ulted
as
sight,
look to
didn't get the
commit
corner
for
on the
quick
left,
play, and
prioritized
instead
right side
find
of sight, and
themselves
Safe just
with
cleans them
4
up.
chances to lose this map.
Oh,
They
this
need
has
4
been
in a row
this map has
on the
been
attack.
not
And that
great.
was an Andaluthia flawless to add insult to injury.
This is just unlucky.
I mean, he did good though. Fair play. They actually knew he was there. He did so insane.
The one guy that it needed to most.
Mate, Safe is a
You can see
beast
from
though.
Safe, he's
Fair
got
play.
away with
I
one
thought when I saw
He's
the
also
kills
probably the
that
last
they
person
didn't
you
check
want
him,
to
but
allow
that
to
was
do that to you, 'cause
was
you look at him
legit
on the
pure
other side
skill.
of the stage, he's just having a great time.
Still think they could have got the kill earlier through the cage though,
Love
no
tap
doubt in
through
my
the
mind.
smoke as they look to try and pressure. Runner has been in the right place at the right
Yeah,
time
Runner's
for
doing
the
great
last
with the opening op.
few rounds.
Starkso buys his own op.
No, he's there, but he's still gonna win the battle.
Back 3 rounds in a row,
Damage as
Runner
well.
gets a pick.
Rounds the corner from the exploding boombot. Drop the op on the other side. It is retrieved by Camo, who's been pretty unreal just with a rifle in hand. Now with a sniper,
Oh
maybe.
man, this map.
Yeah, there we go. We swap him back. I wasn't sure what kind of opping performance to expect. With the rifle back in hand, the round is still up for grabs.
Well, at the moment, it does seem like a fake comeback. As said, I feel like any sort of warm-up for Koi might actually be more beneficial than just being boomed out of the server. Vitality came off the last match hot to try, even if it was a defeat to the side of Karmine Corp. And now with a build-up in towards this B site, one player on the site, but 2 very close by.
Yeah, make that 3. Not anymore. He's gone back to the other side of the map, but he's got the information, the quick recon.
And Flash is good over towards market as well.
They
Camo.
can play the retake. Viper's pit on safe to work with. Used up top. This guy's got some interesting walls. It's to fight back out, to give them some space to work with, but he's
Low HP. He survives on 8 there, keeps his ult up.
Can be healed back up. Kick still has some regrowth.
Cage is actually really good. Cage is good because you're just going to hear if they push into sight. They hear one. Bro, guys, shoot your cages when you hear this stuff, surely.
One hell of a fight on their hands for the side of Vitality. And
Twice now.
that is one way to approach it. Not the right way,
Nicely done in the end of
as
this.
he's fallen, and so too.
Okay,
the rest
big
of
rounds.
Vitality. 12 to 9.
All down
One
to
more
3.
for Koi, and they need 3 more.
And
to bring us to
Camo again
overtime.
did fantastic.
It does feel like there's a lot of Viper's pits that are used that... I understand the
Specifically this
logic behind them to get you back in, but then it's like, okay, you need something to burst
This
back
map,
out.
yeah,
You need a
this
flash
map's
or
been,
whatever. And in that case, it just
this
seems like
map's
it was
been
a
something.
TP. I like that from either side.
This map is reminding me a bit like
Across
the
operator.
Loud Lev, where it's just complete,
It was not the love
like
story
it's just
we were
complete
hoping
mania every single round. And there's just so much stuff that you're just like, what the hell is going on?
With a 3-round gap, it's not the end of the world, and it's certainly not lost for Koi yet.
It's a nice eye. Does that actually get people close or not? I wonder if you could
And
crash
remember,
that.
Vitality decided to start in the attack, right?
They go
got
fast
the
on this one, and
best
that
card
is
out of the
huge, yeah.
way.
The over the
That
smoke,
one's going to
again,
hurt.
these
At
kind of
least Karmine
pauses,
put his smokes
this is one of the
down,
reasons that the
puts a bit
Omen
of a
is better,
timer on the
because
round
these
for
kind of
Koi,
smokes you're
because
going to
those
see
smokes
over the top
are
every
going
single
to
time.
fade, and they ain't coming back this time.
Keep an eye on the
Plans at
luck
least
over
for
towards
Shadow.
middle.
The post
He
plans
gets
now need
seen
to
by
be
the...
taken. Shados was hoping to flank,
Okay,
but
that
he
should
was
be it
caught.
done.
And that trap seeing him has ended his
Yeah,
hopes
that
and
should
dreams
be this one
with
done.
another advantage stacked up towards the side of Vitality. Sure, that Seized might buy a few seconds, but player it Seized is even inside the Trailblazer. Here comes a flash over top, and Camo needs to make a huge play. Around the edge, oh no, good night, Shadow. Surely he's 1 HP, okay. Finally he'll fall, and with Starzo left, 1v4,
that's cool, but...
those spams better be godlike, because this round is gone. Vitality, 13 to 9. They started it out with
Nicely done from Vitality to close this
streak
out.
of rounds.
Definitely VOD review for both teams. Stuff that they can work on.
First map, Koi's pick goes to Vitality.
Yeah, it seems like starting on that defensive
Scrappy
side might
map.
be a bit of a curse. It definitely did
Still really
go
like
their way.
Vitality's
Fantastic
default
showing
Viper
from
stuff
the
though
side
on
of
attack. I
Vitality.
think it's cool.
The fact is though, they need to keep this one as clean as possible if they're going to be able to take this through in the play-in.
Yeah, that's really the problem. If you finish this one 13-2, it could have been great. Now, map 2 needs to be that little bit cleaner. Let's find out how map 2 is going to go.
I think if you take away a lot of the safe individual plays, this is a close map. He really bailed them out on a lot of rounds. Bailed them out or just like opened it up heavy, I guess is the better way to say it.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin.
Alright,
in this
usual
series,
stuff.
I'm going to
We'll be
walk
back
you
in a
through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
now broke, so me in the past tense. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Dope pump and bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey.
Wallet in the bank, I'ma check. Whoa, VVS all on my neck. Whoa, we talking power, respect, got me blowing on gas and I'm high as a jet like, whoa. Shorty can't breathe no air, yeah. Red bone body, long hair, yeah. Everything I do real rare, yeah. Can't buy one, need pairs, yeah. I get paid now. I was in them streets and I ain't never do no playground. I just kept it real, stay 100 and I stayed down. Made it out that jungle, now we shopping when we touch down. We riding around, my windows down and my speakers loud. Hate my grind down, like my shine, I'm one of a kind, no stopping mine. I'm certified, can't copy me. Got the bank like Monopoly. My tie fly, that's all design. I'm dripping shorty, know it's hard to see, but best believe live.
Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Dope pump and bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VCT EMEA Kickoff event. Here we see Vitality safe practicing before the day in the AIM Labs warm-up. And I mean, quite frankly, Vitality, they should be warmed up. They already did play an entire series, which they unfortunately lost. Now, coming into this one, they started to run away with it, but then unfortunately, you know, Koi came back, and one of the reasons they came back was something we did discuss as we set up this match. Josh and Lothar, you talked about the gambits they have opening up rounds.
Yeah, round 15, right? Those are the gambits that we have talked about. It's something that we have seen now being repeated exactly here. Look at, this is exactly what we broke down with Josh during the pre-match. You can see the reveal on the player's elbow, then the stun, Camo goes in, and that's the opening gambit for the team that is being repeated. And that's something that caught Vitality, I feel like, off guard a little bit, even though they knew it's happening. What is your perception?
Yeah, I mean, we saw that exact same opening, but because they got the two initial opening picks, they were able to just execute on the site. They dropped the two Omen smokes, and they were able to run away with that. So yeah, if you're Vitality and you're like, oh, I've been studying this game a little bit, this is like one of their opening plays, we should have a way to deal with this. And just having those layers and not being able to deal with this is kind of what we saw going into Vitality's defense. That's where the whole struggle was. So like we're looking at round 16 now. You know, they just lose this bad round to this opening gambit. What's going to happen next? Well, it's a super slow round. There's 30 seconds left on the clock. You know, they've lost some site control, but it's like at this point in the round, what do you want to do in these situations? Why are we still trying to, like, two people in spawn, another person on A, one person in market, one person on B, and they're all just like split around looking for all these individual fights. What's going on? We need to figure out at some point in the round where we're going to go together so that we can lock something down. And we're seeing a horrible defense, just like stat line for all these teams, because in these situations, there's 30 seconds left. Pick a spot and hold it. If you can't hold the site because you don't have numbers there, play the retake or push an extremity. You can't just stand around.
Yeah, that's the problem that we have seen recurring for the team over and over again from those games, and it's a problem when it's not being let's say noticed and just redeemed by the teammates, because we have seen the Safe also like exposing the same kind of problem for the opposing team when he's just getting constant lurks, and over rotations are being hurt because of that, because he always finds the gaps, and it feels like those two teams have the same kind of problem, and the one that is more efficient on attack is gonna be winning it, and that's exactly what happened, right? We have seen Koi just lose 10 rounds of defense almost in a row.
Yeah, it's a rough thing to recover from, but they have to get it done here. And I mean, when we looked at this match backstage together, Kakuka said it as well. It's not good enough. Vitality won it, but they played it much closer than it should have been on paper. So heading into this next map, what do we want to see from both of those teams?
Well, Breeze is going to be interesting here. We saw Vitality play it, but they got destroyed on it yesterday against Gentlemates, 13-4. They're starting on attack. I don't know if we got to see so much of their attack yesterday.
Ender, hello mate. Nice
see.
cast the other day.
No, it was
the other day, like 12 hours ago, right?
Defense. So it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with attack.
14 hours ago. I feel like I've lost track of
that,
everything.
like for Koi, the op is like the boogeyman. It's like their kryptonite. But Vitality aren't really going to be able to pull it out that much on attack. What do you see here?
Well, what I see here is that Koi, because we don't have tape on Koi.
Normal comp with a Yoru instead of Jet.
But also have the KO,
and then Vitality,
which is 4 flashes to play around the operator's potential on this map. I mean, we talk about the operators so much.
So one criticism to when I watched Vitality last time was, especially when you have this comp, probably going to take A main a bit more, because I feel like it's relatively free with an Astra, or you can make it free, and this.
That are currently in the game. We have seen that yesterday with Sentinels, that when they were just
we'll see if we see more of that.
Zekken with an Outlaw, and was snowballing the entire game.
Well, let's see what both teams can get done with the agents they selected. We are ready for map number 2 between Vitality and Koi, and our casters
Brend, thank you, mate.
Once more be Mitch and Tom. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much to our lovely analyst desk. Yes, we're back with the rest of this series. 1, maybe 2 maps left to go. It was a closer map than I think I expected after the first 20 minutes, considering how it closed down.
Yeah, the 9-0
on
was.
the defense when it came to the previous map.
But they kind of started doing it back to them as well.
They
just messed up some of the Byrons. Okay, Koi on defense, Vitality on attack.
With 5 players.
And in terms of the pistols, it's 1-1, so we'll see if that continues.
In towards middle, a split perhaps going down.
Camera early info, knife came in late over towards middle, did hit the sky, and we are going for an A split with heavy pressure towards A. This is a big question mark once they clear the camera, that they're not towards A, and they are not going to expect 1 tube and 2 middle.
As Gentlemates did, slightly different avenue of doing it. Kicks the Pistol King under pressure. He's going to deal with another.
Kicks did great.
In the meantime, his team have managed to get the spike down.
This guy opened door, right? And I mean, he got a kill, so they know he's
waiting for him. But this fight isn't actually going to garner too much just yet. The winner of it might decide the round. And
the hell is this duel?
Holding on to that position is going to cause so many issues. Look at where Safe is as well. They're basically surrounded. They're looking to clear a site.
Yeah, and this is a guaranteed round, you'd feel like, especially with the camera.
It's a really nice idea, as long as somebody can get there on time, and the Astra buys you a lot more
Tap
time
of the spike.
with those stars down. The
Astra
global
site goes
utility,
in.
so the defuse cannot be pulled.
Very, very nice from Vitality.
Destrian 3 kills.
2-1 for them in terms of
Astra off to a
pistols.
flying start, and Vitality picking up the first.
Yeah, they've always been good at their pistols, and I like the idea, like just having not only Destrian's utility for post-plant, it's something that, because as they said on the desk,
No salary tier 1 player is going to pretend to be a clone and just die. Dude, we're going to see one this year. Trust me, you'll see one this year. And it will be the biggest. It will either be the biggest play or the biggest flop. And we have no idea until we watch it. Someone will do it.
Within 15 seconds. So I think it's going to be a very different ball game on the attack, where
someone's going to do it.
Destrian is almost going to be able to
Ardis? Might be Ardis.
That's a double dink.
Oh, they actually nearly got so much for this. And yeah, you should be expecting this push once it happens. Oh, and Kicks is low. Now what? Oh boy. Wait, Kicks is still alive and low.
Already doing so much damage in this round. Rifle going to be retrieved, but Kicks is low, and he can't heal himself.
You see this guy? Dude, he has a nade and a flash. There goes the low HP.
Really be needed. Pedestrian last alive. Okay, Starzo spotted.
Yeah, a little bit of damage.
Just take this fight. Instead, biding time for teammates to rotate in. Running that clock down for Destrian.
Gets his knife as well.
Timer ticking away, as there's going to be support pretty soon.
And they're just chipping away. Guns to pick up as well. Well, that one crumbled a little bit fast.
Vitality, we're off to a good start after the pistol, but well, a pretty immediate response from the side of Koi.
Yeah, Shadow's got off to a flyer, did well in the pistol round and has also done well in this round as well, but I felt like Camo just managing to instant double dink 2 players, and then his teammate also just being able to trade them out. Great shots as well. You can see the amount of assists that Camo's already getting without actually getting a kill, a couple up there already, but that is a round there. If you're Vitality, you just got to be kicking yourself. You basically just lost the classics.
Yeah, Yeah, this isn't a super
And then the two people that had ghosts into the round before by 2 rifles, so they got 2 hero guns. We have an outlaw that can clean up every single one of them. But it's weird that it's on the Sova,
early
not the
on,
Yoru.
finding those cracks. You have to hope that the same thing won't happen to them. Getting very aggressive considering
Dude,
the round
this
that's in
is
it.
mad to play
against
an eco like this as well.
Halfway down middle, there's still nothing but long-range angles for you to take. It's the beautiful part about this. The real danger, I suppose, was Camo would get stuck down there, but he had a gate crash up towards their spawn, so you can see Camo rotating to A now on that Yoru. Luckily, he's going to be in position on time, because as we can see, Vitality have fallen back off mid, moved around into A main, and they're looking to capitalize on the space that Safe has taken.
A double flash if he wants it, or just walk through.
Hadn't been spotted, but he is now dropped. That's a weapon to be retrieved. Sight control for the side of Vitality. Good flash. Not so good of a flash, but you know, it's okay. Koi are cleaning up the rest of the kills.
Yeah, sort of. It's still a couple of weapons now for Vitality, which wasn't really there to begin with. An aggressive position from Sender, and he's actually going to just catch out Shadow, I assume scoped in. Almost looked like he timed out. He was so tunnel visioned in on those stairs. Leaves it down to a 2v2 scenario, a real back and forth. There wasn't a heavy investment in this round. Bear in mind, Kickoff, a Bulldog. And that's about all they had. And now it has to be this retake in the 2v2.
Oh boy, wait.
Sender it was! His trigger finger got the better of him. A quick shot fired off and some information to play with. The element of surprise no longer there to work with. And Shados is more than willing to take that fight. Save. Oh no! Hey, look, it's a Guardian. It's not a fully automatic weapon. It's
This
a tough
whole
angle.
round,
I'll give
bro.
him a bunch of excuses. All that matters is that Koi put 2-1 on the board. The losses will be felt in the economy of that defensive side.
Yeah, definitely not the best round we've ever seen, but ultimately Koi do get the job done. I think from this 2v2, you kind of have to feel like they could have brought that one back. Like Sender's position was deadly.
All right. I see why the vibes are so good.
Bob is just like, yes.
Yeah, he seems pretty.
What he said.
He's done. He's just, okay, yeah, he's singing again, isn't he? All right. I feel that. For Koi, 2-1. That defensive side. Look,
Knife goes over towards A, and I want to say that hit
rifles.
that hit Astra also.
A quicker play out of this side, a push up towards middle. They haven't seen anyone after popping the flash.
Yeah, we've got to keep an eye on Camo. Now does pick up the op over towards short. Remember, he can get a kill, get out.
Got a super passive setup.
He gets a kill and he gets out.
Camo quickly on a kill
And
with that operator,
they dash
and
as
Shadow
well.
Follows through.
Yeah, this is
Talked about
great.
weaknesses for Koi being up against that op. Well, a strength is when they have it. Evidently, 5 versus 3, and Vitality have no space to work off of. Well, maybe towards Tube. Okay, yes, towards Tube.
That's at least one kill going in their favor.
And they're going to pick a right side here.
Rotating
It's a
back
lot down to
around
Starks.
through
They're trying to
the
get
spawn,
one kill.
potentially going to try and put the crunch onto Starzo.
Knife goes in,
Knife
so Cypher towards
doesn't
middle
give
has a
anything
lot of
away
time.
either.
Has a good
No
timing for this.
information to be had.
Might just want to wait
Still
for the
watching
smoke
in
to come up.
case Destrian
Or just
goes through that mid spot. You got Camo homed in the back lines with the operator. Instead, it seems like this might just end up as a retake on that A site and just holding in case they end up going B.
Yeah, good positions from Koi. I don't expect any individuals to be taking crazy fights with this setup. It seems to be posted for a
Yeah, we
retake
definitely got to keep an eye on
regardless of where
Destrian
they go,
here.
unless it happens to be
He
the
is
angle that you were watching.
going for a play. There was a
Basically,
guy
in
directly above
Starzo,
him.
don't peek
But
up
do they
top on bridge.
expect this guy pushing
Don't wanna see
spawn?
him going down too early, but Destrian is the one peeking instead, getting insanely
Destrian might have
aggressive
solo
up in
won
their
them
face.
this. He
Starzo
got the pick
pop
to
a
make
flash,
this
but
one
he's not
doable. He
dropping
gets the
down.
most important
That
kill as
space
well.
is being taken, seized by the other
The
side.
key.
Shanos only just now getting there to clear around the corner. Safe has fallen back though.
He gave him a
behind
chance.
The wood. He's looking for the headshot angle. He's been caught in the open. Fabinho down by the door, not expected. Sender now with it all to do. He can isolate some 1v1s. He's done excellent to do just that, and he even knows where the last player
Damn, we're
is.
jumping out in the open as well. Oh boy, give me the coach cam. Give me the coach cam. He's going to be losing his absolute mind.
Red Bull clutch that somewhat came out of nowhere. Being able to win the fight versus 2 players, basically peeking him at the same time. And it was a decent round up until that point from Koi. I was happy to see them sort of play the retake, like play the rest of the map and keep their advantages. And then everything just fell apart with this man, just a little bit disjointed on the spacing. And then, yeah.
What? It's happening again. We're witnessing this man relive PTSD live.
This is what he dreams about. No, no. Why am I not wearing trousers?
Oh, well, once he doesn't stand up and fall off the chair again, that'll be just fine. 2-2. We're tied up, and if you know what's going to happen in this round, that makes one of us. This
yeah,
has been a ludicrous
this
set
whole
of
best of
rounds
three
from
has
the
just
side
been
of both teams, actually.
absolute
I'm not even
mess.
a single out one. Both teams have been playing crazy. Double play. Oh.
Honestly, that
well, we
really
didn't see
sums
that
it all
one.
up.
No, we were observing Corpino. It's fine. Shadow died somehow. Probably unfortunate. Nothing he could have done about it.
Tripped and fell.
Yes, understandable. 3 versus 5. Lots of ultis for Vitality, and not really any weapons for Koi. Name of the game is just drop those rifles. Make it as costly as possible for Vitality on the way back out, because you're not winning this round.
Destrian again lurking through the halls. He's managed to find another. Grabinho hasn't even managed to get past the trip, so even if he does, he's got a firing squad of players up against him, and he will get nothing. The fact is, in this round, Vitality had a
I mean, it's a big win for Vitality. They got a lot of ults into the next round as well.
Shadows, of course, just going to go down to the spike. Doesn't want to hold on to that Marshall for the next round. And Vitality and Andalusia flawless to take things home in this one.
Right here.
No. I'm not sure what about how we handled that.
He was shooting his shadow. That's what it was.
Well, I don't know what led to you thinking we needed that in slow motion, but we didn't. To be clear,
I don't condone bullying. That's what I'm going to say. People make mistakes.
Having a tough enough time
Right.
as it is.
You remember
Here we go.
Brave
Let's
when he
see. Let's
shot
give me a
turret,
normal
didn't kill
round.
it? You know, we didn't laugh at him.
Give me a normal good round.
No, actually, Tom. We did. Let's be fair now. Let's not lie.
I would never. No video evidence.
3-2, and it's, well, really anyone's game at this point. Things have been ludicrous. The off back out for Camo, we see that it might be close, might be close to getting a fight. I'm not sure what Safe is doing there. Warming up his crouch key.
Yeah,
just in case he needs it. Well, he won't.
Goes aggro with this, and while they're doing this, they push over towards A main. So this is nice. B-split comes in, TP happens, playing fast against it. Yeah, and this is a prime example where you can't play fast against a Yoru. Like you gotta slow play your majority of the time.
The players are still outside. Interesting, he's actually used his ult there. If I'm honest, I don't think it was particularly necessary, but I guess Camo just confident that he's going to be able to earn it back. And locking them into the site.
But the overall strat was pretty nice from Vitality. Got a little bit unlucky to lose the pick.
Back on Vitality if he wins this one. It's not going to be happening.
And we go back and forth into everyone surviving last round for Vitality. Everyone surviving this round for Koi.
But not for the same teams.
No.
That's the interesting part. Trading blows 1-1. And yeah, it is interesting that he pops the ultimate. I think the idea I can get behind is that those players are outside being, maybe they're rotating and you're about to have a 1vx for Starzo in the spawn. If they win that, they go all the way to site, they get a plant. Another 1vx.
2v5 though.
Yeah, but they did just lose to Sender 1v3.
Yeah, so everyone's money's really good at the moment.
In the least maneuverable
Shadow has his ult. We got Astra ult, so we could potentially hit site, fake, got a lot of options.
Orbital strike, orbital strike.
I'm gonna have to use my Hunter's Fury just to make sure.
Clear a few
set
angles.
the best precedent.
No, it doesn't. But if things have gone the way they have in these first 6 rounds, Tom, more power to you.
Or the first 9 in the line.
It's nice at least, and they know that they
at this stage everything's off
get
the
a
table.
lot of info. Most likely use the TP.
Once.
You'd imagine his TP comes out again soon.
Setting up in towards this exit. They're going to use the drone to try and clear out Destrian.
That drone doesn't reach this corner from here though, right?
He's actually put a smoke down and he's denied it, but I think they can have a pretty educated guess that he didn't do that for no reason. And also, he's been there pretty much every single round. Instead,
the attack
the rest of the team again making their way
on
through.
Cypher. He's doing the
fragment in as well.
There's a nice
it's
nollie.
actually the spam with a little bit of help, or was that a snake bite? I'm not sure.
I'm not
He's
sure.
doing the alpha cosplay. We get the ult down. We have this ult to make sure that we can plant in the corner as well. And the ult does leak over towards side.
This can help out a lot. Pushing around the right side to get a spam isn't possible, and a Cosmic Divide covers off left. It's not possible, of course, because of Safe. With that operator in hand, he's locking down the angle.
They're a little bit low. The big savior right now is Destrian, but he has to open the door you would
That's
imagine.
no longer a concern while Safe is alive.
Yeah, door gets open. They now know about him.
Viper's wall put in by Koi will buy them a little bit more of a sight line to work around. Fabinho now makes it up close, spots an op already inside of main, but they haven't found Sender. He's been dancing through the pit, but he steps out of it. What? He messes up. Camo falling. Or Camo getting kicks rather, and now moving his way over towards the spike.
I have no idea what
This is going to be tough for Safe to find
nicely
anything,
handles.
and they've just guessed where he is. The RNG
Oh
got
my.
the better of him, and somehow
Yeah, they're
that
all just out in the
situation
open. Just meant
has
they could
fallen
get
back into
spam the
Koi's
whole
hands.
time. And
challenge you to tell me how.
dude,
Yeah,
some
I
of
don't
these.
really know how they got away with that. I was about to say some of the lines of it,
Some of
it would
these
have been
rounds
quite
are-
nice to have a dimensional drift there, but they didn't even need it. Camo was running around in the Viper's pit. I do like the Viper screen they were using to basically just give them an avenue back in, and then just Camo just winning fights in spots they probably shouldn't be. It's somewhat ridiculous that they get out of that, especially as cleanly as they did.
I want to at least shout out Shados here. He was very patient. He was watching the he was watching this the whole time, and then he was just super aware from this guy actually just going down once they run over towards the site.
By the looks of it, they
So
might
Shados did great on this. It's like the only positive I can think of. Damn, if like FNS or someone like that was watching this, they would be annihilating some of these teams and some of these plays.
Some are so pacey, but regardless of how it goes down, the last 30 seconds are sheer chaos.
Like I'm biting my tongue a lot, man. There's been some horrendous stuff.
The A site defended mostly towards
Both
middle
maps.
with those trap wires. They know there's not much of a fight they can really put up on that angle. I think maybe the adaptation in the future will be Camo playing there to try and gate crash out of it, pick up one with the operator. And the other thing that's worth noting is Sender. This guy had some really good lurks in previous matchups. Hunter's Fury used.
No plant on this one.
It's almost disruption
Yeah.
while they try and deny the plant. Destrian again has done well.
This guy did break their
Been in this
trips
position
earlier,
pretty much every single round, but he's still
so they
fighting
knew
back.
he
The
was
rest of
here.
the team
Keep an eye on the Yoru flank. I
managed
think
to get
Koi
the
did really
plant
good to
in.
actually just stop
But
the
again,
plant on this
Rubinho
one.
is going to clear him out. Camo on the back, looking to come in to try and flank. Destrian has got his kill, but obviously that's after death. It's onto that null
Yeah, and
command.
Yoru should just clean this one up.
This is the timing. Kicks just looks around, but it's too little, too late. Runner to try and do it all. He isn't going to be able to. And it is going to be
3
that
people surviving as well.
scoreline now converted further into the lead. Koi.
This was one of the better rounds. This was one of the better rounds.
Camo's rotations were good. You know, I was speaking about him
There was
earlier.
actually
being
good
maybe
stuff
around
in this round.
position
Like
where you see
the
spike
deep trip was
planted,
nice.
holding the angle with the
The
op,
actual ults
swinging
were
in
actually
to
not
take
too bad
fights,
at all.
and then gate crashing out when
This
they do get
was
that
this
little
was
closer, but
probably
he
the
jumped
best
up
round we've
top
seen
to take down
in like the
Sender.
last
That lurk
20.
was completely denied, and I love that idea from him because he had control over elbow. You know, no one's going to be coming there for the next 10 seconds or so, maybe a little bit less of a window. And I think good reads on where their gaps were, where Vitality would be trying to sneak up to gain that little bit of an extra
Okay,
edge. to the
Eco
round.
coming in.
And
Let's
for
see what they
Vitality,
want.
your
Let's
lurks have been
just.
shut
I'm
down,
going to
your
reset.
pushes
I
have
need
been
a
shut down
mental
couple
reset.
rounds, and there's just been pure chaotic gameplay in the post rounds. I think it is time for a pause. I've seen the pause called, and indeed
Right.
it is Vitality.
Yeah, and they agree as well.
Yeah, I'd be surprised
Something
if it
needs
was
to
on the other
change right
side,
now.
3 rounds in a row, not winning the pistol, and 5-3 up on the defense. And that's the thing, you're running a Eurocomp. You kind of have the expectation that a lot of the time you're going to have more success on the attack. So I am quite worried for Vitality at this stage because Safe hasn't really done much. Runner's been quite quiet. Those are the 2 players in the last map that were really thriving in terms of their individual ability. And Destrian, who's been quiet for them the majority of the tournament, is top of the board, having some fantastic lurks, and you're still not able to win the rounds, mainly because the post plants have been quite weak, which is not something I really expected to be saying with Vitality. Most of the time, if they get into those post plants, they've been fantastic. Also, I think Koi have done a great job of shutting down.
Barbar seems to be
their
molding
lurks through middle.
less than last year. Dude, he's been
couple of
celebrating
times,
a lot.
maybe
I mean, they look
Safe
they
trying
look
to
way
come into
better.
those late rotations,
Last
it just
year was
hasn't worked.
last year must have been absolute hell for
I'm
him.
definitely much more of a fan of Safe being
He's,
the one working now that you say it as well. Versus
It looks like he
Sender,
reached
just
the bottom
utility you're losing when he
now.
does get caught by
Now he actually
aggressive
has stuff to
pushes,
celebrate.
Which will come in a lot for Koi because Camo
Even
can
if they lose
afford
this one, to be honest.
in ridiculous positions where he's untradeable.
There's
where
hope as
if
well.
He gets seen,
Baba
he's
is a
stuck,
Koi coach.
'cause he just gate crashes out of there every single time. This guy.
This is very bold against an
doesn't have
eco,
those
but I
abilities.
also think that against a
But he's
timeout, I
doing
can
it
understand it.
because he's just better. So Starzo's gotten
way up. He's
Could
hearing so much
really
noise.
backfire.
He's getting all this information, and most importantly,
Sender's also gonna not expect a push.
Completely unaware. It's Sender.
Sender right now is like, why is he pushing when we're Rico?
Look at this Viper wall that's now not
It definitely pays off. And again, it's one of those things where Vitality call a timeout. They're so focused on their new idea that pushing and aggressing is probably going to work.
Can now be taken by Koi much easier to fight back through, and then obviously post-planning utility is naturally going to be a massive loss for this squad.
Just dominating Tube at the moment. One person over towards site, lovely shot.
You don't find a lot of value, but he has, and it leaves it all onto Kicks. A good kill from Runner to pull it to a 1v4, but well, great shot.
Yeah,
a couple
nice
more
shots.
of those are still needed. Good flash, but there we go.
Not really much else he could do. Time getting a little bit low on the clock, but yeah, it would have needed to be a miracle. And you could see again the
good news
response
for
from
Koi is
you're
they
gonna try and put a lot
punished
of pressure
Tube
towards Halls,
heavily
we're
on
just
this
gonna
one.
have someone
So
basically fight you on
they
it throughout the
might,
entirety of the round.
they could probably
know
just
they
trip
want to
it
play
now or
this position
something.
in their post plant, so just almost completely denying it. Of
Pressure's
course,
there for other
in this
rounds.
round, there's a lot less in terms of the weaponry to really deal with that player. Seems like having a great time.
Op comes out on camo
6-3
again. We
as
now
well.
get the Op on run
Obviously,
on
the
attack,
first
so
map
maybe
went awry, but we've
we
already
get
said
to
if
see
Koi
a
manages
duel.
to turn the tide,
And he's
they
waiting for his
can
TP,
get
and
the
then he's going to
victory
get
just by
flashed
winning
out
their
over
next match.
towards
It wouldn't be
door.
down to
No.
round
What is
difference
this?
or map
Oh,
difference
we're
or anything else. They
fake
just have to win
flash
their games.
to try and create the pressure that we're facing over towards door. And the ping does come out, like that's happening. So they at least think the door right now is, sorry, they at least think the Op right now is over towards door.
Steel was about this operator.
But it might make them become a little bit looser with some of these duels.
Sustaining in a lot of these rounds. We saw it in the last map. Runner was able to pick up a lot of
They
openings.
did specify defense though, right?
Maybe not every time, but that could. I think that was the general gist of the conversation.
We look over at
See
this
if he can
comp
have that
in terms of
impact on
vitality, and it
if he does,
kind
then
of struggles to
fantastic,
break this
but
trip. He
I
pretty much
almost
got the
feel like
dog
this
that
might be
can
more of a
find it,
last
but then
ditch
nothing else that
effort.
can
Okay, we're
actually
6-3
break it.
down.
So
We
this
need
trip
some
can just be
C1
here
on
every
anything
single
on the
time.
entries, and Camo has been farming us, so let's see what we can do.
Yeah, I think it is very central, like on that attack side.
What
There's a lot of long-range angles, but it's not as easy to catch them pushing into you. Certainly not till the post plants. For Runner, his entering ability on that raise was massive.
Yeah, you have
Might
to feel
get a
like
pick
as
here
well
on our
that he
face.
must swap over to somebody else because
lucky.
otherwise you don't have anyone who can take space.
Yeah,
for
and
you.
Vitality going back over towards A, especially once they realize, well, this trip's up and we can't actually break this
But at
trip,
this
really.
point, 30 seconds left.
Got
The
to go
rest of
back
the team are
towards A.
doubling back in the other direction. He's still
And
holding it up, but
Starkso
Starkso
has
just goes
gone
walkabout, so
walking.
he's given them the kill that they needed. Still Camo is here, but there you go. With the rifle in hand, Runner has found that entry, and there's no escape for Camo this time. Managing to isolate the jewels, the entirety of this defense has just fallen apart.
Yeah, and the op has nothing to do with it. It is very much down to individual duels taken. Patience by Vitality as Starzo got a little bit overeager. It opens up the gap. Good night and sweet dreams. Oh no! He's pulled out the knife. That's just disrespectful. The mind game's in play. Hit the morale. Hit him where it hurts. Only Shados left. And he's quickly dispatched.
and
having a nice game, and Andalucia flawless.
I don't know, maybe
for
the
Vitality.
comms from
And a fourth
Shados
round
weren't
acquired.
like good enough to be like,
been the
I
weird thing
have
with Vitality
B
so
on
far is
lock.
the rounds they
Like
have
the
been
two trips that he's doing are
really
so
clean,
hard
other
for
than,
this
I think,
comp to
their
break
strength 1v3,
that it's
they had
like
a
they don't
couple
need
of
to make any
Andalucia
plays on
flawlesses, and
A.
then just
Like
got
this is
boomed
fine
in the
getting
rest of the
early
rounds.
info over
It's
towards
been
A.
peculiar.
It's so fine.
50%
That
of the
one
rounds
is
have been yellow,
absolute
but two-
insanity.
Yeah, I don't think the other two were.
With a KO.
But either
crazy.
way, the fact that a lot of this round just came down to Starzo's unfortunate timing. Like him going walking into the double doors, which just happened to be the place where the rest of the players were.
But like this trip
completely
can't get
changed the round.
broken.
He
You know,
waits a
trip over
second,
towards here,
I
that's
think
probably
they
going to
take
get
that round.
kills. I just think the Starkso needs,
Say
sorry, I
the
think that
alt trained
Shados
in,
needs to be
maybe a little
louder
bit
and being like,
too
guys, you
close
don't have
to
to
that cage.
don't
Couldn't
have
see
to
him
do anything.
emerge from the side.
A nice
Tapping
play
it
from
now, the
Safe on
flash
this
comes
one.
in from Starzo, the
Does eat a
attempt to
flash.
punish. The spray is good, but he's caught. He's stuck in the corner, 21 HP. Flash is high. Destrian's also not going to be caught by it, but Runner's gone down. Now a problem.
Oh, Kicks ate his own flash as well.
As they've ended up in a
And that means he can get out. A nice recovery with the shot though.
Revealing Kicks. It's put him in a bad position.
Oi, how on earth?
How does he win that?
How on earth does he manage to do this? And the last person alive is the person who jeweled over towards A main.
The recon wasn't enough. That's crazy.
So low than even expected. It's going to be Cinder to take the round. 3 players surviving and, well, a little bit of shenanigans in the middle, but it almost seemed like Kicks was just warming up, blinded himself to give them a chance, and then just eliminated everybody on the fights through mid. A break back for Vitality, mostly based off some individual brilliance. I will say at this stage, after the last map of Safe just running through his own smokes, I'm a little bit disappointed that Camo didn't expect that.
Yeah, I suppose.
He did it like 6 or 7 times on map 1.
Yeah, he was, especially, those poison orbs, he's a little crazy with. Doing the same with the cages and the same thing
again,
exactly
Knife
the same
goes in,
thing.
yes. I mean, Safe is just controlling over towards it. And Shados not expecting
on middle, had a quick
the
angle,
fast, quick angle.
And they've even seen the push up attempted by Starzo. Camo tagged to 31 HP.
They've taken a lot of damage this round already.
Yeah, it's rough.
Cutting through.
I tell you what though, ever since the ops come out, I've been liking how Vitality play. But my goodness, Koi. They literally cannot break your util in B. I have no idea why they're playing like this.
A push through the double doors again, but this just allows for a wrap back around. They've completely left the site open, a chance for Shadow, but shots won't be connected, and they're probably going to realize very quickly that this is going to be an A-side take, but they may not realize how far both Destrian and Safe have already got. Just a disgusting position already in play, back towards that top mid spot. And while no way Camo was looking for that, maybe having a little peek around, but I don't think the expectation was there.
I know you can't even be comfortable in just fighting through those doors, knowing a player can be coming from behind. You see Starzo trained in on the angle, waiting for a chance to take a pick and make this a workable retake. Don't think they'll be calling for a save the last round of the half, but the chances are certainly pretty low. Emerging from that smoke, well, only one player made it.
I mean, honestly, the last,
6-6 at the halftime.
Vitality played, if I ignore like the first 4 rounds, Vitality played like the end of that pretty well.
Down, and now Vitality are moving on to presumably the side they would prefer.
If I'm Koi here,
Koi would prefer.
I just think that
I think that has been sort of
if I'm Shados especially, like I just gotta maybe be more vocal and tell the team like I got all of B site.
Vitality when they play versus Gentlemates.
If they can't get onto B.
And then Koi decided to start on the defense, so it might genuinely just be getting their worst half out of the way.
Maybe.
For Vitality, it didn't go great. Like, that's the thing, a 6-6 half when last time you got boomed.
Holding on to bare bones. The thing is, if I was gonna snap, it would have been at some of the other games we've seen already in Kickoff. But like my whole thing that I'm losing my mind about just throughout the whole of Kickoff, and I've said it like 10, 20 times, is just when when teams are loading into games right now, and remember they've had time to look at some of these comps, some of the overall game plans. Or like the weaknesses of the other comps are crazy bad. They're all just focusing on their own game plan, and they're not even considering stuff that the other comp struggles with. It's been relevant for like 10, 15 games in Kickoff, and it's killing me.
We might see something from him, but there might be nothing left. Vitality already on the site. Corbino in the corner. He's done so well to find 3.
Mate, he's done really good on this, but that is not a good pump for him.
Done.
He can't even make it on time. It's over.
Yeah, that's a weird flank to have when you
I mean, no adaption. Not even no adaption. They're all just literally going into games and being like, we'll play our own game. But then it's like, with so many new comps, you gotta show us and like you gotta show teams that you can adapt and work out what the weaknesses are, and show that you have a good understanding of what the weaknesses are. In a lot of these games, I never have a good understanding that the teams understand what comps can't. Like, they can't get into B, really, with trips, if you look at Vitality. Like, how is this comp here meant to get into B? Other than runner sending it in, if you have trips here. They can't break the trips, which means they pretty much can't essentially go B. So why the whole time are we playing like 2B? Or, instead of playing the 2B, we're going like aggro in all of these positions. Don't need to go aggro, you just need to stack A.
Hi guys. Oh, he's got it eventually. Runner's one hit too, but he's got the one hit weapon, the Outlaw, and a wallbang kill to Shados to close.
And like the overall teams, and you can see that in practice, it's been working well. But when it comes to the actual games, you gotta adapt. You gotta show me something. You gotta show me you understand.
Genuinely, for a split second,
what other teams are trying to
I would
achieve.
have thought the KO was some sort of a new decoy, like a skin, just running straight into the wall.
That's what we're gonna see. Let's go.
Oh, back in the lead. Destrian having a great game as well.
Okay, big bonus.
14 and 7.
That doesn't just go for this game, by the way. I could have. It goes for like 10 other games that I've
That
seen.
re-aggression elsewhere. Push down mid for Runner. A lot of information already taken, but the main issue is Kicks suppressed and alone within this site. Rotation only just coming through. Hoping for a little bit of luck. He does connect, but unfortunately...
Keep an eye on the Shados lurk on this one. The potential big duel that's coming up soon.
With a quick practice. Now,
wait, does this
we
camera
saw
see the gun?
Actually used by Logan against Vitality time and time again. Shados seems to be bringing back
lovely
some
kill
old
on that.
memories for this Vitality squad. With a quick lurk in and okay, damage being
Doing-
done across the board. In
Doing
fact, Runner
good
safe
from
combo,
Vitality,
and
yeah.
they leave just
They
Shadow,
got numbers.
because Shados is so far away. It's a
Got
bit
that
of deja
Astra
vu
Vision
for this
block.
man, at least. He
Saves
could
hitting
slap
shots.
onto the angle. Nice shot for Shadow. The spray though.
Pings.
It's a little too much towards default. The spike was planted slightly left of there. The pings must not have been on. Third kill for him, but it's all for nothing. Vitality have found 9
nicely
to
done
6,
from
and
Safe
that
on
was
this.
the buy round for Koi.
The pings, yeah, they were
think that's
quite a
definitely the most
little bit to
impact
the
as well.
right.
I might have seen with an Outlaw just a
Not like,
disgusting initial
like
shot
right
from
of the
Runner.
plant in terms of
Takes down
spam
the
right,
player on
but
site as
actually
well,
too right.
And then just has his teammate as cavalry. A nice shot as well coming out from Safe to pick off Shados in mid. But that's the thing.
No, there were some pings. There were some pings. There was quite a lot to the right.
Like, especially with the plant spot, you're going to make the realization that's the only place he can really be. 9-3. Movistar Koi realizing
Is that a problem across all regions? We've seen less. I think so, yeah. We've seen less of it in Americas, and it's probably because teams aren't experimenting as much in Americas. We've seen a lot of it in EMEA. We've seen a lot of it in Pacific. Pacific is probably built up. Pacific is probably the most that I've seen it so far.
I believe that's true.
But I've seen it a good amount in EMEA as well.
Dangerous thing to do, Tom, considering our math earlier on.
Yeah, EMEA across the board,
here we are.
not
commit
well,
to it.
apart from
I
like
think that's
3
how it
teams
rolls.
play relatively
The
standard,
side
so
of
it's
Koi,
probably
man,
how they've been playing in their practice
you saw
anyway.
earlier on that, first of all, Shados' lurking position, I like it. Look, it's a normal enough spot to be in. I think particularly because Logan found so much impact against Vitality there, it does make me believe that's something that they've prepped for. Okay, when we show presence on this side of the map, when we actually take the control out of their hands, they don't clear that. They do just half check up close to the box. Something that I don't expect Vitality to leave that gap for too much longer. You get punished 2
I mean,
games
pretty
on
disappointing
that
to
same
be honest,
spot,
Turtle.
you start to check it.
Well, it is going to be an investment at least from the
I
side
feel like
of
they had
Koi.
their chances to close it out
Ultimate's
yesterday.
not online for their side, but Bladestorm is available, peeking in after being pinged up. You can see maybe a little bit of hesitance. Even going to have to use a drone. A lot of utility being used early just to try and force Runner off the angle. Has a flash just in case there's a quick punish. But instead, he's focused in to make sure that nothing's going in onto middle, and a very early rotation coming out of the side of Vitality to bolster up this defense.
Not something we see from them a lot, but so far Koi have been
How does he get away with that one? This might be a big round to get them back into this.
He's looking for a target to take down. Still enough draft left to play with. Moving towards the left side. I thought he'd wait for Destrian, or Destrian would wait for him more so, but no. Going swinging into the angle.
Big duel at middle. Does Sender see the gun?
Shados' lurk a little bit
Yeah,
early,
it felt like it.
and Sender was still trained in on the angle, but a good flank from Shadow. He's made it out alive. Kept this into a 2v2. And the spike will be picked up and planted, presumably. Fabinho at least attempting it.
A lot easier said than done. Snakebite is going to leave him stuck in the mud.
And the mollies from Sender here were decent, by the way, really good.
These players in, but they're already looking for the fight. It's going to be the trade.
Big 1v1. Safe again. Safe has been responsible for so many of their rounds. Nicely done from him. And Koi needed that. Koi needed that badly.
To hit double digits first.
Again, all this for Vitality. A 2-0 here. And what does that mean? We don't know. We don't know yet. This is a squad fighting for the possibility to move through. And look at what they're able to do. Backs against the wall. Certainly going to wish they were firing on all cylinders earlier on. Sometimes it does just take that game to warm up. And that's another aspect of it. Koi, will be coming into the next game having at least played this one. The first one was kind of close, streak of rounds.
The thing is, they will have to 2-0 KC. We'd have to have a really weird...
KC aren't warmed up, though. They're coming in cold.
Yeah,
so
it's going to have a weird thing where Koi have to 2-0 and then it goes down to round difference.
Like you're trying to give some hope and that it's some sort of like love triangle rather than just one team's better than the others.
I believe.
Have to wait and see if that is the case. For now, though, Koi, as I said, if they can turn the tide...
Nice shot.
Their life is still in their own hands, but that life seems to be dwindling at this stage. Nice work from Shadow, at least finding the opener. Kick's looking to try and take some ground elsewhere. The thing is, that flash, I believe, has been heard.
Kickoff only have to win one map.
He knows that there's pressure coming in. If he can find this kill onto Kick...
If Vitality 2-0, Kickoff only have to win one map.
Oh, no, Kicks is going to win that one out. Not making it
nice
back
shots.
towards the side at least. He's shut down before he can quite complete his journey, but Safe is still around yellow, and he is causing problems kill after kill. Leaving Starzo up close with a choice. He could push Safe and try to take him down now, or he could let him reset.
The team that plays fast
Shadows
and then plays last is by far, by far the best in my opinion.
See, they're trying to force a couple of 1v1s.
You get to play early, you get to watch the other team.
It was a
like the players can go relax and the coaches can watch the game, write stuff down. Like it's nice. Even just for the prep the night before, like you only prep for the first team and then you can kind of have less prep for the next team and then you get those 3 hours while this game's going on to prep. Like it's an advantage. It is. You gotta say how it is.
Yeah, they are having troubles, and you can see there's going to be a pause called on the other side. Slightly different song to earlier. The other one sounded a little bit happier. Well, now, they do have one of my favorite ultimate combos available to them. You've got the Dimensional Drift Hunter's Fury. It's normally good for an opener. And especially, I think the one thing that has been bugging me a little bit is, I see what your point
Save
about,
the
like,
MVP?
Shadows
Oh
on
man,
those
especially in the
lurks,
first
I
map.
feel like he's so late to the party every
To be honest though,
round.
Runner was really good in the first map as well, and Runner's been pretty impactful in this one also.
Or he might as well just be with the rest of the squad. Because you think of these, a lot of these early fights have been traded fairly evenly. It's just that there isn't the personnel there, and he's there about 15 minutes later, turning up to try and clutch.
Well, I think a lot of that comes back to how you're typically going to want to, or even better point is, a lot of it comes back to how Koi have been playing.
How did they determine it? I think it was random, to be honest. I'm pretty confident.
They haven't been running it back. If Safe finds a kill on middle, they can potentially rotate back to the B site, but often by the time he's even forcing an engagement, they're already planting A, or they're like deep out on pyramid. They've put their wall in. They're committed. And the problem, I think, is that
the players might be a little bit tired.
Like that, you
could say that though. Play a game, have to wait, and then play another game. The players could definitely be tired, but from a strat coach POV, I'm choosing the play, break, play all day. Not that you get a choice. I love this recon. It's one of my favorite recons, to be honest. The one that goes like behind this box. It's really good. It just scans like anyone pushing down towards middle as well, and you can't be shot from here and here. Like this is one of the better recons.
Gone into this series with Vitality.
It's a lot of early mid control.
Having their opponent pick probably one of their best maps, and then them picking what seemed like one of their worst, and they might be about to win both. Destrian going walkabouts. It seems like they are well aware. He has been playing in the halls pretty much every single round. And Safe alongside him. Grabinho just caught sleeping. They get both players. They'll reveal that the play was over onto that V side.
The coach is going to be losing his mind.
Because the spike was still over on A.
Which isn't a bad idea. We said they were very direct in most of the rounds, so this time they throw in a little bit of flair with a fake. Unfortunately, as we can see, that hasn't worked out to start with. Good damage though, Sander down. Big utility to pull out of the round. If they can manage it, Camel's going to wait out the snake bite. And I still think the plan is to pop that flash, look for the play. Here it is, flash around, swing in, but Kicks was there. It's just too much time passed. Vitality have got plenty of players. The heal, though, the heal is coming through. Shados has a real chance. Oh, no! He swift the first, and the heal back up means that fight isn't as easy as he might expect. 90 HP still on Sender. He's good for the first, and he'll follow up with more. 12-6. Vitality, one away.
6 chances.
From pushing this 2-0, from keeping their dream alive, albeit out of their control. And funnily enough, it'll be in the control of Koi, the team that they're currently destroying, that they need to win 2-0.
Baba has to be losing it. Oh my, he must be losing his mind.
could take you with me. I won't. But
it was looking hopeful. Yesterday, honestly, they had some really nice stuff.
For free, thank you. No, I think KC have got to be.
I mean, they lost this on defense. Right, they should have had like, it should have been like a 9-3 on defense. Really, anything above 3 rounds would have been borderline criminal.
To take them through.
And Vitality just have a good defense as well.
To battle for that top 2, a top 4 spot. I think for both Heretics and KC, they're going to be very happy with that scenario. And who knows, with luck of the draw, could go either way.
Look with KC having Martine playing the way that he is. Narrate's had some insane games. I mean, I'm not going to be all too confident in them not winning at least one map out of a series, especially if Koi are playing like this. Luckily, I still have my Why Cry Spanish Casters sign. Bring that one back out.
I'm sure they appreciated that. Runner, there's the opener. They haven't been able to deal with this operator. They haven't been able to deal with a lot of things. The aggression paying off. And now 40 seconds left for them to now try and hightail it onto one of the sites. Seekers even going to give them up as well. 3 of the players trying to push up the top of mid. And well, the fact is the Seekers have given all that information away. The one lurk outside of that B site, the one that
3 people here.
And Safe already getting the reveal. This is
double trip either side.
With 20 seconds to try and clutch versus the entirety
of
this Vitality side.
Another 2-0. So for people wondering, K-Corp just have to win 1 map to go through, and they play Koi next.
Themselves a lifeline. The fact is, Mitch, though, their life is now in the hands of their opponents.
That's the thing. You've just bested Koi in convincing manner, and now the hope is that Koi can do the same to KC.
Koi's floor and Koi's ceiling crazy high and crazy low, by the way, right now. This is nothing like what we saw the past 2 times from them.
Like if you're KC, you're probably feeling pretty good about yourself right now. For Koi, that's not the end. They now have to pick themselves back up, brush off everything that's just happened, and go into that next match and look for a 2-0. If they could do that well, then things get really interesting.
Koi win 2-1, yeah, as long as K-Corp get a map, it's theirs.
It's someone who's a little bit more knowledgeable than me. But for the side of Vitality, victory under their belt, a strong showing on a map that went very badly
K-Corp
for them
win map,
versus
do they even play map 2?
The improvement
I imagine so. Don't need to be honest.
Because that's how short it's been with Kickoff.
I mean, honestly, maybe not.
Brutal format.
Well, with that in the EMEA, Salah's record increases up against Barbar on the other side. That rivalry can live.
I would imagine so, but who knows?
Salah, it's time to get his signs out and start cheering. I wonder if he's got a Koi jersey backstage he can borrow.
If anybody does, it's probably not Salah. I'll be honest with you. But it is a good victory for them. Something I'm sure they're going to learn from. I think that's something that's always there.
This is the good thing for Vitality. They can. Over time. They had nowhere near as many mistakes as Koi, but they got a little bit that they can get. So they can learn from it, and they get the wins. So it's just a free lesson, like the best thing ever.
There we go. Congratulations. You needed to win that 2-0, and you managed to win that 2-0. The first game didn't really go your way, so talk to me through what was going on backstage. How did you guys get your mindset back in and make sure that you do win this next one?
I mean, we just need to activate our players a little. I mean, sometimes we forget how to play defense because we feel like if we just stand still, something will happen, but that's not how the game works, kind of. So we just remind ourselves what we need to do, and I think we did good.
Everybody's talking about the vibes. I think even you were talking about the vibes as well. How good is the vibe? Give me a vibe check.
Vibes are great, actually.
Yeah, really great vibes?
Yeah, it's actually good vibes.
I think we can all see that and feel that as well. And in terms of your role on this team, I'm confused as to why there's been no safe Jet, a cheeky little safe duelist in there as well. I'm glad we saw the Cypher. So what was the game plan coming into this tournament? Why have you been playing things we don't normally expect you to play?
I mean, it's just for the experience and for the long term, I think, because we're trying to think of like a longer season, basically. There's still, you know, a lot of tournaments ahead, and Kickoff is just Kickoff, basically. So I think in terms of experience and how we're going to play eventually in the future, it makes sense that I'm on these roles right now.
Are you happy?
I'm very happy.
Really?
It's fun not to go in first and just take my timing somewhere and just not worry about anything.
You're like baiting. Is that what
baiting.
it is?
It's baiting. It's fun.
You're so real for that. You played with a couple of pretty great IGLs already so far in your career. So talk me through what's it like to play with Sender?
think Sender is great IGL. I think some people are just made for the role, so to speak. Some people just have like either photographic memory or some, I don't know, some condition that just makes them superior in remembering things and all these stuff and the micromanagement. And he's that guy. He's my guy. So.
And you vibe with that as well? You like the style?
Yeah, I F with him heavy, dog. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. And the last question, your fate is not in your hands. This is a weird situation to be in, right? So how does that feel, knowing that the next game could decide whether you go to playoffs or not?
I think it's okay, because for me personally, I feel like we need these games. Just getting to here and playing these games is super important for us, because there are things we can look back on and actually get experience from and learn. So I don't mind that my fate in someone else's hand. I think Starkso is going to smurf.
Oh, okay. Well, it's been great to watch you, Save. Congratulations on that win. We'll see if we do see you back here at playoffs. We're going to head to a break, but don't go anywhere, because the decider of playoffs will be taking place right after this.
Yes, good on. Now we stop them. Nice, bro. Assert dominance with the AWP, yeah? Show them that the Big Ben, the clock tower.
All right. Let's see. Kickoff, one map away, and then we'll get the randomizer.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Lord Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes with this money. money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing.
Welcome, you beautiful people, to the last match of our play-ins, and joining Steel and me is now Kakuka. Yay! I finally get to work with you.
Don't say that, because I should be the one saying that.
No, it's an honor to be here with everyone, and I can't wait to pick your brain. We haven't gotten an opportunity to get your thoughts on what we've seen from the teams so far today, so hit me up with it. Like, what are your thoughts so far on all the teams?
I think that Casey, first of all, keeps surprising us. I think that this is what we wanted to see from Eng. We can understand that it's more of a long-term project, but we can see how it's already growing. And now from Vitality in this second matchup, we can see that they definitely warmed up. We can say that. And that Koi still was maybe too coy to get into the action, repeating a lot of the mistakes that we have seen already for them this year. But yeah, especially for Vitality, I think that things are changing now, because they had to play those 2 games in a row. Now they have to just sit and watch and actually pray for Koi to get this 2-0.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to see that 2-0 from Koi, though. Right now, I think we're witnessing, and not to beat on a dead horse or anything, but like...
But you will.
But I will. Okay, it's a bit of a pun, so if you interrupt, then it ruins the joke, because with Koi having such, just like being able to beat out Liquid there, that was the joke with the horse and all, but
it's really good. Please explain the joke one more time.
you have Koi that's looking like, okay, they're better than Liquid, but then you have like Fnatic at the top. I think we're starting to see kind of like where all of the teams stack up and where all the big breaks between, like, this is the top tier, then the next tiers and everything like that.
Are you willing to throw yourself out there and make me a tier list right now, just based on the performance we've seen so far? Is that enough intel?
I probably could. I don't know if we have the time for that.
I'll make the time for that. I'll make the time for that. I'll give you the time.
So at the top, we have Fnatic kind of in their own tier, right? And I don't know, throw that up on the board. I'll just send that on production.
Can we get the board,
actually? Get on to work the overdrive.
There's a delay. Can we get the board?
And then it kind of goes like... It goes like Na'Vi and Heretics, and then we're seeing like Karmine Corp are kind of like up there right now. They're looking pretty strong. I would say Vitality was probably around there. But then we're seeing like, it's not just like SAB right now, like we might have talked about with their player cards. It's looking like there's an S tier, an A tier, B tier, and then like a C and a D tier as well right now. Like, I feel like there's a lot of different, like there's a big difference between all these teams right now.
Okay. Who's at the very bottom?
Who's at the very bottom? Probably like the BBL and the Giant X and... What, are you getting offended, upset about that?
I'm just sad because BBL's card was so good that we put an S tier. They have an Unreal pack, but I think that we also need to mention that, of course, because of the teams being divided in groups, it's not until this play-in that we actually see the groups intertwine. I think that also with all of the new faces, I'm just gonna, give them, cut them a little bit of slack. With all the new faces that we're seeing and the new projects coming in from 2024, this is what we could have expected. I want to actually get into the normal season, like the first split, to see if maybe, we have the situation where Na'Vi beats Liquid, but, Koi beats, we can create those kind of cycles, and it's not that separated in tiers, but actually some teams have this strengths and their
like
and this weaknesses.
Scissors.
Yeah, we can't really use like transitive properties just yet because we just haven't seen enough just based on the format itself. So yeah, it might be a little unfair to already throw throw them into the pit. But I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I like that. But I mean, generally heading into this season, looking at most people's power rankings, I think a lot of people really expected a very hotly contested middle of the pack, but it has split up quite a bit.
Yeah, I think we've seen it broken apart. I think a lot of people were kind of going into this year thinking like, okay, a lot of these teams with a good core, like Foot, Giant X, like a lot of these teams are probably going to be middle to top of the pack, and then other teams like Koi or Karmine Corp, they're going to be towards the bottom. And right now we're seeing that like flipped on its head.
But hear me out. We can say that this happened this year, but this is exactly the same as it happened on the previous one as we were jumping into partnerships. They were like, no, because, you know, for example, Koi, everybody was like, they have Starksteel, they have Shaders, they have Trex. Like, how is this not going to work? I'm so happy. Thank you so much, Laura, and whomever else rolled it in. You know, if you want to give it
Yeah, and we need receipts just to, you know, mock you for all eternity.
So you want me to put it up here?
Yes.
So that in like...
Put it into writing.
So after split one and everything, we can come back to this and be like...
Exactly.
You know, I predicted this overtime. When it was like 5-5 with this on Ascent, I'm like, we're going to see overtime. You think I'm going to be wrong about this stuff? All right.
So he threw like 3,000 balls. He hit one, and he's like, so I actually said.
But that one time I was right, though, guys. Remember. All right, S tier, Fnatic, A tier, Heretics,
Navi, and Hered. Yeah. Sorry, how do you say it?
I said it wrong, and
Heretics.
I stick with it because
Heretics.
I have an accent and I can get away with it.
Okay.
I'm leaning heavily into being that.
This is the tier that now, after seeing the first part of the tournament, you're getting, right? So you're just putting the 3 teams that have already qualified for places. So that's your tier list?
Well, this is how their current form is, but this is how we're probably going to expect them going into like split one. The teams that are going to qualify for Madrid and do well there probably are going to be in this order too. So that's kind of like where I'm going at it. So we need a B, a C.
Tier.
Jesus Christ, that is a great quotable right there. Please clip it, someone, send it back to us. We're not going to repeat it, but it's out there now, and it will forever live on the internet. So, Kakuka, you played yourself. Right, B tier. What you got for that? Is Vitality really in the B tier for you, based on their performance? I feel like they've been underperforming. As an outsider coming in with the expectations and the youthful ignorance I have as someone who's not familiar with it, I'm a little disappointed.
Disappointed. I want to see who. Yeah, because we're talking about that swap in the middle. You put KC there. Okay, then who's in C? You have Koi left. You have Liquid left. I just
Gentlemates. Where are Gentlemates at?
I thought he was going to give us 2 KCs.
You know what? Liquid might actually be down here.
TL,
they might be. Yeah, they have to go down. They have to get the D, right?
Because I don't have anything to give you.
We had one. Okay.
We have the technology.
I'm putting them down here for now until they can show to me that they can't just walk around and just peek things like idiots all the time, and they can start doing stuff as a team, especially on their defense. Like, they have the individual skill. It's just a matter of they're not deploying any level of teamwork whatsoever. Their flanks are way too early. There's people overheating and overextending. Like, it just doesn't make sense. It's like there's zero cohesion. So I'm putting them down here for a little bit. But they
I want to see the mates.
These guys are the most likely to move up.
Give me some more Frenchies. Give me Vitality and give us Gentlemates, please.
I think mates have to go in
here for now. It's so unfair that they were in such a difficult group.
They were in a
They only play Vitality as well.
Yeah, that's true. And what?
No, I'm just saying. Just giving context to everyone.
Okay, I'll give you this. They did look promising, and they were probably on the cusp of beating Vitality. They were 12-9 up, I think, on map 2. Lose that, and then just absolutely get demolished.
They dropped the spaghetti. It's unfortunate, but...
Sure, I've never heard that, but yeah, they dropped the spaghetti. There's spaghetti all over the floor. It's probably mom's spaghetti, too. They didn't, you know, seize their opportunity there, or whatever the phrase is. I feel like they could have done a lot better if they didn't drop the ball in that one instance.
Very interested in this one. Foot. Where does it go?
A Foot's probably down somewhere around here.
Okay, write it down then. We need to take a picture at the end of this so we can hold you accountable for every single one of your words.
Wait, I meant what? 2, 3, 4, 5,
Vitality,
6, 7,
you still
8,
haven't faced Vitality.
11, it's just Vitality. I'm gonna put the...
Oh, don't you dare.
What do you mean, don't you dare?
I'm just trying to throw you off, honestly.
Let me think about this for a second, because you really threw me on the spot here. I did not know there was going to be a surprise whiteboard or anything like this. You guys are really putting me on the spot. yeah, where is Vitality going to go? Because I could kind of put Vitality and Mates on the same level, but at the same time, there's...
Can we put them? Can we do a B&a-half?
Like one,
Josh, you good?
it's called,
Somewhere
it's called a
in
C, and
between.
then this would be D, and then this would be like F. We could do that if you
no,
want.
but you have to put them somewhere. Okay.
All right, I'm putting them
commit.
here.
Please commit.
Okay.
All right.
So I have a question to follow up with this, but before we move on, who do you think during Split 1, or not just Split 1, but the entire year, has the biggest potential to be a surprise? Oh, this
I
is
think
a perfect shot.
Liquid could jump up here if they get their, stuff together.
They can be the dark horse of the competition?
They could definitely be at least a blue horse, if not a dark horse. I think they probably have the biggest chance. I think Gentle Mates could probably go up like 1 tier, but I don't think I would see them going up to A or S. Koi do have a pretty good start with their attack side. I don't know what they have to do to fix their defense, but I can't see them moving up more than 1 tier. Karmine Corp, I feel like they could move up a tier as well. So, but most of these teams, I feel like outside of Liquid, are only going to move up like maybe a tier. I don't see anyone jumping 2 or 3 tiers.
Well, we'll get back to that at the end of the season.
We'll see,
and
we'll
where
see.
we stand with it. Thank you so much for committing.
You're
I'd
welcome.
love,
Love the improv.
I love
Thanks
to
for
see
really
that.
putting me on the spot there.
You are welcome. Now, let's talk about this very last match. Everything on the line, of course.
Exactly.
Vitality will be shaking somewhere in the crowd, hoping for Koi to win it all. But KC have been really, really performing well. I think they exceeded most people's expectations. And one of the big talking points for that team, even before they played their first match, it was, of course, their abundance of duelists which were brought in. Let's talk a little bit about what we've seen so far from those duelists, hero pool, agent pool-wise.
Yeah, exactly. If we take a look at Narrate, I think that he's both a little bit in the duelist, but not going to be the main duelist, more like the secondary duelist, but also playing in the support role. I think that he is actually the second to the main duelist that we see in Martin. I think that he's been having a brilliant performance, and I think that Eng is even evolving within his own method of, grabbing the duelist, and not only making them play differently, but actually adapting to what they want to do and the ideas that they have on the map. And probably is one of the reasons why it works so well, especially today on Ascent, the way that they were coming everything, swifting the meta completely and actually making Shing with them, playing with the Harbor, making the map look fresh and new here in EMEA. I think that composition was played by PaperX a long time ago, but it's PaperX, right? Like, we're supposed to be the tamed ones.
Yeah, I actually really like what they were
Boring
doing
ones.
with this. And like, obviously, we've seen Viper coming into the meta a little bit. And then last year, we also saw a prominence of the Viper Harbor with the Sky Jet Killjoy on a few maps. We saw that in Pearl. We saw Loud running it on like 4 different maps. So I like that change up to Ascent, where they do have kind of this explosiveness on attack, a lot of opportunity to rock the boat, just going back and forth between either side, doing a lot of misdirection. And then what that composition requires is really good understanding of the game plan on defense, knowing how you're gonna approach the retakes, because you can't hold everything. You don't have
Fully
a
back.
sentinel. You're gonna have to be active. You're
Managed
gonna have
to put
do
some
things
washing on as
together.
well.
So I think teams that have really
I
good
had no time to
teamwork
do normal
can
day
pull
stuff.
it off, and teams that don't have good teamwork are gonna look so lost if they run that composition.
Yeah, I want
I
to
missed
pick
a
up
lot
something
again.
that
Yeah, I
Ginsu
always do.
actually talked in the interview with Starso, and Starso said, replying to why do you think you're so strong on the attack, they're so weak on the defense, and he was saying
Still made an EMEA
most of
tier
the
list in
teams
the
are
break.
going to be new,
Oh,
and
boy.
it's easier to have like a micro or very set play for when you go on the attack and have that working to actually have a solid defense. But if people have their heads where we're supposed to be, and actually can think of what Eng was doing in Gambit, was the strongest defaults probably in the world. Like, there were maps like Breeze where it was impossible to get around out of them.
Heretics
You would see
A?
him
I mean, they
go
dominated
down, starting on
Kickoff.
the attack on Breeze, getting 2 rounds and then
Was
switching them up
it
around.
just
They wouldn't
Na'Vi
shake even. They
and
were completely
Fnatic
fine.
up
They
on their
knew
own
that there
little
was no way someone
in
could have
S?
that macro understanding of the map and how to move around it and how to regain spaces, because that is what it gives you, that edge that you need on the defense.
Now, I want to shift gears here and talk a little bit about Koi's
Na'Vi and
side,
A.
as we just discussed the duelists from KC. Camo, he's actually had some pretty good games so far and showed us some pretty good signs of life.
Yeah, exactly. I think that in this Breeze game, especially on the defense, we saw a couple of rounds where we could see the potential of why this agent, we're seeing it more and more on Breeze. And I think that he was doing you know, a good job. Maybe, you know, it wasn't the map for Koi. I think that they were very repetitive on the attack, not only on what they're doing, but also on the mistakes that they were making, Josh.
Yeah, I think here Camo had way too much space and luxury. Just walk around with the Yoru up, just be able to post up on angles in general.
I think K-Corp or Koi can win this.
To see, like,
After what I just saw, this is K-Corp's all day. If Koi played like literally the other times we'd seen them, then this game is like fully on. But after what we saw today, that was the worst we've seen Koi so far.
Something with the double controller to bypass that up and not give just free picks.
I mean, you seem pretty upset that they ran an Astra without utilizing the Astra whatsoever.
I probably said some words out there.
Yeah, there were some strongly worded sentiments.
Besides Fnatic and Na'Vi, who would you say the EMEA teams that can win against the top 5 in Americas? I mean, everyone can win against them, but in terms of like a percentage advantage, I'm probably only giving that to Fnatic and Na'Vi. And even with Na'Vi, I'm probably giving like a 50-50 because I haven't seen too much.
Physical response he has to it. Now, one thing, of course,
I'm relatively high up on Na'Vi at the moment, though, from what I've seen.
I'm
not gonna lie.
And there's another cool one in this upcoming
I hate EMEA. Dude, the level in Americas has just been over the board better, man, for sure.
Apex. And he's so far taken out 3 of his former teammates. 1 more to go.
He's on a rampage here.
Like,
and of course, this has to be not only
it's not
a 2-0 win
we
for
can't really
Koi to
argue
stand
about
the
it.
chance to
It's
make it into
the
playoffs.
sad thing.
It has to be a very strong one, because if we end up having a 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, we will go straight onto the round differential, right? So we need after I like the fact that Shadow was and the rest of
haven't
Koi
not been
was
watching today,
able
dude. That's
to
the
take up
issue.
some rounds on the
That's
first
the
map
issue.
when the difference was so big against Vitality, because otherwise it would have been
Yeah,
almost
it's really
impossible
top heavy.
for them to
I
turn
thought it was
around
going to be a little bit
just
better
based
this
off
year,
on that round
and maybe
differential.
Heretics can actually give me some
And
hope.
also thinking that
And I
even-
still have a
even
little bit
though
of
both
belief in
them
Foot,
are
to be
IGLing
honest.
right now,
I'm not
back
sure
then it
this
was Enzo, who was IGLing
might take them a little
on
bit of time
Apex,
to
and
get
now
used to
they've
this
taken out
new
that
style that they're
extra
going for,
responsibility
or they
coming
go
from
back to their
what
old
most
style.
people
I'm not
would say
entirely
was the
sure, but
top tier or the top team in Ascension. And only one of them is going to make it through, or possibly make it.
yeah, it is top
You know,
heavy.
being someone that's been on kind of a similar place
Heretics
as
have surely
Magnum,
closed
where
the gap.
you have,
We'll
like, a
see.
core break
We'll see.
off,
We'll see.
it's 3
A really
people
good start
going
from
one way,
them.
You're going the other way, and everyone
We
thinks
can't
you're
get too
the one
carried
that's
away
gonna
from 2
do the
games,
worst,
and maybe
and the other 3 are
that's
gonna be
what we're doing.
successful, and
But
then the opposite happens. I'm giving him my
see.
support.
I like,
but yeah, looking at this, just like
they look
going
way
into
better
the
than I
day, I
thought.
was thinking Vitality was probably going to go and win the first series and the second series, and it was going to be a 2-0.
Yeah,
I
it would
was
be so boring for the last one.
It would have been boring, but but I mean, there's always a big but. When looking at Karmine Corp, it's like
look at both of them.
so
Both of the other
optimistic
two
going
just looked
from,
at the
like,
camera.
Day to day, it's just like, oh, they look really good. Oh, but they have really low blows. Oh, but they look really good again. So I just coming into this, I'm like, oh, Vitality is probably going to beat Karmine Corp. But now I look at them again, I'm like, they're looking really solid. Like, it's just so hard to put my finger exactly like where they
Been an
are.
emotional roller coaster
It
watching those
is.
teams, because I feel like with almost every team here, expectations have been shattered in good and bad ways, all at the same time. So it's been difficult.
I
to
agree with the
predict
tier. I think it's too overreactive at the bottom.
Is there a clear favorite? And why is it Karmine Corp?
And I would put Na'Vi in S.
I think that Karmine Corp, especially
what
like
I've
what
seen.
we've seen, I think that people get very excited when they see new agents. As we say that also Eng is back, but also we have some very, very long days. We can understand if the anti-strategy cannot be on its finest point, and you have to pick your battles. Probably KC's the strongest.
I would say KC as well, because they have the whole package right now. They have good individual players. They play really well attack side gameplay. They have a really good
Koi could be pretty
defense
fun
side
to
as
watch
well.
this year,
They
though.
move around
If like they
together,
have
and
really
Koi
high
only
highs and really
look
low
on their
lows,
attack, not defense.
could be sick to see which
Koi
version we
versus
get.
KC. Make or
And on
break
top of that, we
match
get the
3.
bar
It all comes
reactions.
down to
That's gonna be
this
fun.
very last match for both of those teams. So let's see what they got.
Still, he's a freelancer, I'm pretty sure.
In EMEA, we love a redemption story. It's going to be a tough challenge ahead of Koi, but it is not impossible. It's time to see if they can pull off the miracle run to end all miracle runs. And on the
Kinda
other
like Guild, a little
side,
bit,
they
yeah.
already have a huge win
Man,
under
Guild
their
used to
belt,
destroy us in practices, and then somehow in officials they just wasn't a thing.
Last but not least, two veterans of EMEA going head-to-head in this battle, but unfortunately, only one of them will have a chance to make it to playoffs.
Okay, so Kickoff, one map. That's all they need. One map.
And then they are through. How likely is it for Koi to stop that?
So here we have to talk about two different things. Like Keiko, first of all.
How many times did we lose a scrim? 24-0. No, we never lost 24-0. We lost 12-0. We lost a full half the first time we ever played Sentinels on the split.
Picking up from Koi just losing in the manner that they did against
That was pretty funny.
I mean, if I'm
They
KC,
annihilated us at the first Iceland. Was it first Iceland?
Just go
Yeah, I think it was first Iceland.
Yeah, I'm looking at KC here, and I'm just looking at like what I was talking about earlier, just like the whole package from them right now. It's just like we didn't even get to see them play Ascent until today, and they whip out this, you know, Harbor Viper.
Come on,
Scott. You think it's gonna be in there again?
Sunset. After what they saw, they go for the sunset.
I wanted to see the Ascent again. But maybe, you know, maybe a little by little. Oh, and they banned it. They got rid of it. So the first map is going to be Sunset.
Who do we enjoy playing the most?
Yesterday,
Coaching?
Both of the times that,
Who's good to practice? Gambit, Ascend. Dude, Gambit and Ascend pretty much, like us, Gambit and Ascend just played the most. So we practiced against them loads. Falcons was always a good one, even though they had like 150 ping. We always played against Falcons. The old Giants back then was pretty good.
Sunset's the most picked event at this event.
Yeah, they love it, you know?
What else?
Not a lot of Icebox, but a lot of Sunset, you know? Yeah. Anyway, what I wanted to say is that the plan
Cupid,
for
and any team
Koi
Cupid was in because we got
easy
to have like
unravel for
good
the rest
practice.
Of the team. I think that you guys also did a brilliant job on the desk talking about how repetitive some of these rounds can get, how easy it is to counter what they do, how sometimes
we would we would always start the day by playing a Turkish team just because we knew that our manager was a savage, right? And back then all of the Turkish teams would just swing every angle, and even through smokes and stuff like that. So it was like one of our best ways to kind of predict the most unlikely thing to happen, and just get people used to like angels. So he would always get like the first game against Turkish teams, just because they were the most unpredictable, because they would swing absolutely everything.
Yeah, it's as expected. We saw this earlier, and we were even highlighting how Karmine Corp were doing their retakes on defense.
So that's what used to happen loads. And then yeah, the best kind of prac back then was pretty much like Guild, Ascend, and Gambit. Fnatic didn't play as too much, only at the first Iceland.
Like 1800 style rifle battle, just standing in a line, just taking a shot with their muskets and then going for the reload. Sorry. I'm a boomer.
No, it's okay. You're
yes,
good. I think
less
also,
predictable than Yassine. Dude, you know Yassine's going to send it, so it was...
I think that the
Yassine will always send
brilliant.
it.
I hope that they put a lot of pressure onto Koi and make them feel, you know, a little bit unshattered. I think that they will crumble under the pressure that they're on. If they manage to get 4 rounds in a row, I'm telling you, this is over in one map.
Right on. Well, Koi and Vitality fans have to root hard now for Team Koi. KC one single map, and they will be moving on to the playoffs and join Team Heretics. Heretics.
I call them heretics.
Heretics is fine.
One of those. Navi and Fnatic, and for all the action on this very first map are once more.
How does Vitality qualify? By Koi winning 2-0. And it being
so much to our wonderful analyst desk, as we are ready to dive on into
they got such a it will come down to a round difference.
We've heard a lot from the analyst desk,
and they got pretty good rounds.
Of this matchup, and I think
so yeah, a close 2-0 is what they need. I think close-ish. Koi can have good round difference.
The series will be played out, but it will not have any effect.
There's a pin up here, and maybe I should read the pin.
0 victory, and they need to do it pretty cleanly because they've got a lot of round difference to catch
Koi win
up
2-0
on right
with
now.
round
Coming
difference of
into this,
15.
I believe
Okay,
KC is
yeah.
leading
That makes
plus
sense.
7 rounds, Vitality plus 4, and Koi are in the negative. They've got to get back up there with, I mean,
So yeah, they kind of need to wreck. Kind of need to wreck them.
Attack side, start right here on Sunset. Maybe some hope.
Maybe. I would say that I'm not particularly optimistic because I think them not losing a map is already going to be relatively difficult. But we have seen both teams have these sort of implosions at times where they've disappeared off the face of the earth. The Steel was sort of saying.
Oh yeah, we just watched the implosion. We definitely just witnessed an implosion the game before this for sure. Okay, Kickoff on defense, Koi on attack.
Warfare. You have to think that his historical delves don't go, at least go a little bit deeper than that.
Early camera will spot all of this.
Battles here. Everybody has
How
a few
many
more
does
than
it
just
see?
the one loaded in the barrel. But that's not true, actually. They've one loaded in the barrel. The rest are in a magazine. Otherwise, gun and
It's a
jam.
nice
But
molly.
for Koi, this attack side is going to be pretty quick. Already breaching through mid into market, but the site still hasn't been acquired. And for KC, I'm surprised it's so passive. They are looking to take those headshot angles, but it hasn't worked out. Losing Tamazi already. No Viper's wall to help them on the way back through. Good nade, good damage. KC coming ahead by a little bit in those fights.
Yeah, a few low players, but ultimately when it comes down to the pistols, a few stray bullets can be enough to turn the round on his head. Time ticking as the fifth man to this Koi roster. And that paranoia is sublime, so blind, but the trade has come through.
The satchel was pretty good there.
Even for now, the HP diminishing, and the Ray is just taking
Yeah, he gets everyone.
4 kills.
Damn, nice start from them.
A sublime
He's
start for him.
two away from his ult.
Really nice stuff for Narrate. Confidence build around is what
And what's
that
their
is.
round difference now, Mitch?
One higher.
No,
One
I mean,
higher.
what about for Koi?
One lower. There you go. You're welcome,
Perfect,
Tom.
thank you.
I pulled it up. So yeah, Koi. Oh wow. I saw Koi was in the negative, and I was sort of hoping that my memory was wrong. It was like a -4 or something. They're -11. So for them to win this is going to be. I
Well,
mean,
it's a
you need to
15.
stop KC pretty
It's a
much
plus
now.
15. I think it's a. I'm not make. I read that somewhere.
They need to be-
I didn't work it out. So if it's wrong, it's not my fault.
So they need to do a remarkable job at chipping away at those rounds. And it is a 15 because Vitality would be +4. Obviously, if they win by a long shot, Karmine will lose their lead. Nice shots by Martin. Seemed like he was still running, but the effect wasn't there. Clicked right on the head. And for Martin, another orb as well acquired. Nice defense to start this off. And with pistols, I mean, I feel like that was the worst case scenario. You swing a corner, you see 4 pistols staring at you. Often that's not going to go quite as well.
Yeah, we've already seen a few of those rounds in our earlier matchup. Nonetheless, even just a decent defensive start. Like we are talking about like them needing like a 13-5, 13-6, something absurd to really get those rounds up. And
Yeah, but then it's not a
otherwise
good.
they're almost just fighting to help
not a
out
good start when you
Vitality.
lose pistol.
13-5 and 13-6 pretty much, right? You need to have those
It was
two convincing
it was
results on the
Kickoff's
board
first pistol of the day
to
though.
build up those 15 rounds that are in difference right now. Vitality have that lead to play with. Now, if you're on the side of KC in this round, you don't want to see too many losses. It has been clean to kick it off. But this is where the pistols do get dangerous, and I like it, Magnum. So the reason I was worried, he gets real close to that angle, and you know Corbinho, we've seen him before, he likes to get that little bit aggressive. And with weaker weapons, you're going
armor?
to, but they took a few steps back,
One armor,
created
Rebay.
some extra distance, let Koi step in, and shut them down. Very nicely played for the second round.
Yeah, and Andaluthia flawless coming through for them. It's also been interesting because obviously you've got everybody sort of hanging around at the moment. I got to chat with both of the coaching staff of KC, and both of them I was like, really good chance to get to playoffs, and they went, we just want to play. Like we want to play as many games as we can. Obviously the league minimum matches is something that a lot of teams are worried about, and they're like, yeah, we're probably going to get to play like 5-6 matches in this tournament. We make it to playoffs, we get to play another. And I was like, yeah, it'd be cool to get to Madrid though. He's like, not really thinking about it. And there's a part of me that goes, yeah, right. Come on, you're thinking about it a bit, but at the same time, it does seem like...
Okay, big buy run for Koi, and they got to go up against the
okay,
fish.
maybe being an Na'Vi Fnatic
Fish on
would be
fish.
wonderful, but they want to improve on themselves. I believe that most with KC and people like Egg.
Well, I think I like that element of it for a number of reasons that we'll probably touch on
Kill
later. I was
trip, kill
expecting
trip.
maybe Magnum to stick around to try and get more out of this position, but once that trap is destroyed, yeah, he's back. He's out of there.
Oh, that's
Just trying to
a nice
take
fish at the moment.
quick
Yeah, just to
kill.
clear over
They've
towards
gone
middle.
way
They can
in,
go
trying
pick
to
this
hunt
one
him
up.
down. Through the smoke, you're about to see a
Yeah,
player
I
on
kinda
Arc
like this
Starzos
idea, though.
Swinging in, a triple swing to the spawn.
Koi?
A fight that KC weren't quite expecting. And the stun is dodged.
Yeah, at least learning a little bit from before.
Player, but he'll be forced back by the cage. They've bought some time to get into post plants.
Being super aggro.
Yeah, they've retrieved the thrash.
Yeah, so they lose mid control, realize they're going to go heavy to kind of collect the fish itself, and they just try and
I don't think that's going to have caught anyone,
get
but it
numbers
has given
back
the
over towards Boba.
A little bit of a recon dart thrown out. A lot of different flashes and utility being expended. Shin's done well, leaving it down. Starzo getting decayed every time he goes through and left them to just 40 HP anyway. They're
Tally.
in a great spot. He's got to hope that he
Tally
can
with the
spam
prime,
through,
thank
get
you so
something
much.
here. In the meantime, he's trying to fight Shin. They've just defused. Nothing that Starzo could do. An easy round for KC in the end. And they're going to try and take this gun away.
Yeah, that's very nice. No guns into this one as well. 2,900 loss bonus. They're all about 3-4 with the plant.
Again, a team we're talking about, and they know this. They're very well aware they need to be dominant in this victory with the format that we're in. And for them to start out 3-0 down on Koi, losing out on an important round, the one upside that we can draw from it, as we'll see once we get out of these replays, they are able to scrape together another buy. And with ults almost online, in particular Starzo and Shadow just one away, they could recover this round and attempt to play hyper-aggressive.
That's like the second time we've seen that, where the stun just doesn't... Because it's just like a preemptive stun, and it's over towards sides. It feels like there's always positions for it, and it's twice now we've seen a team just get into a position that doesn't get stunned and then just can get the kill.
No pressure, and
And then you just have Camo in the open.
The utility
Just getting
support
wrecked.
for Camo wasn't particularly good. It was just that he was winning a lot of the fights anyway. Like, you'd see a stun, you'd see a power.
Yeah, it feels like you should. Feels like you could do Prowler stun. They should have variations of this basically.
Nothing hits Martin. He wrecks him.
I think if you go back as well and look at some of the setups that we saw in the last game, where
In terms of what I'd run,
hyper
looking back at
aggressive
this, I
around
would
A
run
main
double
and
controller
B
on this
main
map these days.
Basically being caught in what I'd call the danger zone.
I would be
somewhere
tempted
that
to
once those
run
barriers go up,
no
when you've got
duelist.
blast
I would
packs
at
to
least
play
try it in
through,
practice.
You can easily close the distance, take those fights up close, and decimate your opponents. And you don't want to be in that danger zone early unless you're ready to fight. One thing we've seen here is, oh no, okay, just the one. Just the one and he's out. So that's an advantage for the retake at least, but Rolling Thunder is online for Koi. They'll have to get so much value out of it if they use it. But in a round like this, Tom, you'll be tempted to. The economy is on the line.
Yeah, the fact is this was a retake setup. All that was needed was to confirm that advantage, and yeah, I don't think Shadow's even going for this. It might do now, though. Getting a kill back again, the Dizzy is just sublime. The utility out from Narrate is great. They're going to use it here.
2v4.
Huge, and he gets nothing. Absolutely
2v4. Oh man, this is a done deal, man. This is a done deal.
Believe how little they got. I at least expected them to get one.
Yeah, I mean, the Rolling
2v4, they
Thunder's
used the
catches
ult.
one player close.
What is
Nobody
Koi
can swing
today?
on them. There's only 2 players alive. One is using the ult, the other's closer. They hear 2 players push.
Yeah, bro,
up
look how
into the air,
easy this stun
stunned
is to
up.
dodge.
It should be easy, but Magnum is there. He's further back, and that ult, the Rolling Thunder, as you can see, it just doesn't reach him. It doesn't even come close. So he's able to cover them, take that kill. It could have snowballed. If that first frag is found onto Magnum, things fall apart. But the thing is, when you hear that player, close left corner, land on the ground, you go, oh, I'm swinging. I know where my crosshair's going. You're not
Liquid
ready for
losing to
Magnum
this.
being no man's
Koi looked
land,
better,
taking the fight.
but it is
4 in a row. 4
concerning me a little
defuses
bit as well.
Koi
I
have
agree.
had no trouble in getting onto sites.
Like Koi looked way better
They've had a
yesterday,
lot
but
of trouble
it
in
does.
holding onto them.
Don't get me wrong. I'm a little bit on board that I'm slightly worried.
Maybe looking to try and pick up the pace a little bit here. Starzo's actually been spammed a little bit through that smoke. And the Prowler may have gone through. I believe it. No, it actually hasn't destroyed a trip. They placed it in a different position this time, so it's actually done nothing.
But it does look like a real off day for Koi, but
I think the chances of this being a clean game have quickly diminished, and at this point, Koi almost have to just look at this as, let's get around, let's get onto the board, because we've already witnessed this once. But this time they're on the attack. This is the side they were better at last time. Right now, they are being bullied by the side of Karmine Corp. Building up into what looks like an A-take. The thing is, I've really liked KC in their retakes. They've been fantastic.
yeah, I mean their retakes are outrageously good on this.
From Narrate have been perfect. Some of the best Gecko I've seen throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I think maybe they played Gecko one of the best that we've seen.
Starzo in this duel, 63 HP, already being spammed. Daddy's up close though, good damage done.
Not this again.
Well, it's not quite gone.
Not this again, twice in one day.
Now. That's not too bad. The showstopper trade +1, but then the kills come KC's way, and a big performance needed by Shados. 2 opponents to take down. They could be defusing. He doesn't know. And with the reveal, he was pushed back. Good shot to follow up, though.
Close.
He will not find it. Tamazi just about gets that across the line for the side of KC. It looked like it was going to be a much cleaner round, but with 5-0 on the board, they won't be breaking any sweat just yet.
I want to know, like, this would be someone absolutely wasting their time, but is this the most times in a tournament we've seen people kill themselves with a showstopper? Because I feel like it's up there. Like we saw Zipan do it earlier, and we've seen a few other players do it since.
It's true.
And it is very funny. I also feel like that kill in particular was completely unnecessary. Like he could have just kept going.
Koi had been here before.
He was like, no, my teammates now
Literally
can't
like
run
2
it 'cause
hours
I'm gonna
ago.
turn around and showstopper right at them.
Yeah, that was my thought. Why it kind of caught me off guard. First of all, the fact that he got himself, because I thought he was far enough away. Second of all, the fact that he even fired it. There must have been some clear communication to his teammates, like, get back! Because if he fires that in and takes down like 2 guys rushing the smoke, that could be very awkward. But it worked out. They got there in the end. And KC 5-0. As we said, you know, for Koi, ultis will come online. They used the Rolling Thunder not long ago, but they still have Starzo. Fade ulti online. Shados as well. I don't know how much the neural theft will get, but match that up with the From the Shadows on KC. It's not going to be a very ult-heavy round. We're back to the basics. And so far,
Samsung
that
Gut,
is where
thank you so much
KC
for the 4 months.
definitely
Appreciate the time, bro.
when it
Thank you very
comes
much for
down
that.
to the basics.
Yeah, I think also the thing with KC that's made them different to most other teams in this tournament is they actually have been really thriving on their defensive side. Like an 8-4 defensive half versus Vitality, 10-2 versus Foot as well. And okay, they struggled a bit more against Giant X, but every other team I've been sat there going, okay, if you'll probably get 9 rounds on the attack, but it's not been the case. And for Koi, well, this map is already looking pretty damning. We're talking about them needing like, 13-5s or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, that's not looking very likely, so it probably means they're going to need to go for a 13-0 on the next map, which...
Yeah, I am Sophie.
I think that's even less likely.
Why not do
Bro,
it
it's
now?
huge.
13 in a row. Same thing. Why do something tomorrow you can do today? Well, let's see if Koi can make use of that philosophy.
At the moment, they have to look at trying to win the map. That's a bigger problem, because again, if KC win this map that they're currently 5-0 on,
This is a nice default so far. They're going to prowler across. But the way that Kickoff is chilling with so much of this. Because they always play to like push one back over towards here, but the amount of times they get the most out of this trip and they just retake and just heavy a stack over towards B.
Looking like it's going to come through a little bit labored. And Tomazi there to support. Still Magnum gets one, but Camo and Grabinho have managed to strike at the same time.
I guess teams only had like a day to ante.
Certainly no camos around.
They only had 1 day and they had to ante 2 teams.
He's holding his ground for now.
Maybe that's why some of the plans haven't been the best.
Utility, I guess no intention to play backside, just to try to buy. Like, okay, now I don't know what was going on. I don't know what the idea was. Good kills, Camo on his 3rd.
15.
There's a chance. It was a messy round.
They take it. They get the plan as well.
Sure we'll be seeing that one on the Telestrator. Lothar, your choice. But they've won it. They've got it.
That was like a better default from them though. Still look pretty good from Kickoff just because of their positioning in terms of how they want to play an approach over towards A.
Guarding the player who's planting the spike, definitely problematic. And to be honest, Shin may have actually been able to win off time. Of course, I think he's hit by the Nightfall, so I don't even think he could hear if the player was going to plant again. And his position completely revealed at the end, so doesn't quite go his way. But yeah, as scrappy as it can get, financially it's putting Koi on the brink, but the same can be said for the other
Kickoff,
side.
it's literally just like fight or info. That's it. Fight or info. This time fight over towards B, info over towards A.
But there are 3 players on this side of the map. Showstopper is probably the ult we're going to be looking at.
Dude, everyone's going over towards middle. They're really on top of them. Potentially taking middle, especially as the camera's got info covered. I've never seen the team heavy prioritize here so much, but I kind of like it.
Koi adopting a slower approach.
Definitely works with their comp.
The mid control will be fought for. For a second, I thought maybe Shin was throwing a paranoia, but he's just going to pop a smoke. There's no one ready to fight really on the side of KC. This is I feel like a
Koi
setup that's on the
again.
back of it
Starkzo
is
in charge
expecting
of
Koi
pushing
to
this
wait
person back over towards A. As we
for
can see, this
aggression
person
somewhere
doesn't
to
exist.
Try to punish any info taking, and there you go. Human recon dart used up, and even a little bit extra info.
Okay, and then
on
we
the
should
Shade
just see
Off,
these
so
guys
they
leave
know
the
there's a lot
site
of
because the
players
Rays
at B,
moved over
but look
towards
at
A,
this
so
fight.
they no longer want to
It's on
actually
its
fight
way.
the site. And
ruse,
what
and
is
it's
the
a ruse
rotate
that
on
has
this?
worked
Because we need to keep an eye on the
perfectly,
fade. It's
but after
working
not
really
seeing
well.
anybody actually head their way in,
Look at all of them. So they lose B control, so they
they're
decide
actually
to take
starting to
mid
double back in
control.
the other direction.
No
You can
plant at the
see
moment, so they
a
must
tentative
start to be like,
bit of
hold up, something's wrong
hesitation,
here.
Now aggressing into mid. I quite like this from KC.
Yeah,
They're putting
they're-
themselves in a position where they're not going to be able to do anything on the A side. The only
Their
worry
macro is
the
good.
fact that Kama was in behind.
Just feels.
Yeah,
I mean, the
he
macro's
only
good,
fired a
let's be
rocket,
honest.
so understandable that they had their knife out when taking that fight. Questionable decision making. I think
It was
just a
the
messy round.
silencer on.
Again with the Rays silent utility. I keep missing that one, Tom.
Yeah,
you
now,
know,
and
it's
now they're
all on
locked
me.
in.
So that trap was broken. Feel free
Yeah,
to turn around,
now
Shadow.
what? And dude, they're just so good with the retake in there, and I like this reaction. Like, they lose over towards site, and then they just insta-take middle, then they can fast flank.
Situation. The spike still needs to be defused. Nade's being burned up at least, so not going to be pushing them out of the corner anytime soon. Naren can throw in the little guy to go for the defuse, buy some time to take some fights, and all three
Yeah, nicely
guns
done. And in
primed
these
and ready
situations, when you
it
have
came
Dubra
down.
to defuse like this, you're
Fight
pretty much
back.
going to come out on top.
6-1. KC back on the saddle, and we need to see a little bit more from Koi. Again, almost just frustratingly messy at times from this squad.
I think the thing that is
I'm not even
about
sure.
it is the fact
It just looks weird
the
for them.
idea is not
I just
about,
think they never
like,
play
they go
against
for the
a
initial
team that
setup
plays
of
like
throwing
this.
camo in onto the site with the showstopper. It pulls the rotations. They have an A site for free, and then I feel like they get caught more trying to catch them on the rotate back than they actually do focusing on what's going on the site.
I feel you, Barbar. Yes, that was actually the appropriate
Bro, they
response
should
to
probably
what you
talk
just
about the
witnessed.
fact that they've been able
Let's see
to
if we
walk
can
all
get
the way
a
up over towards
smile
A.
on his face after
Prowler's
this
never
round.
locked
Let's see
in.
Koi on the attack find that success. They've got rifles again, but still, the problem is KC are building up valuable ultimates. They've not only got Thrash, but a Viper's Pit, as you said last round, Tom, that's still there to be used. And for Koi, it's not even about
Oh, he
winning the
baits it
round.
out.
You need to start
Man, that's
burning
kind of
these
smart.
ultimates up.
He baits it
Getting
out
that
to try and
weapon,
bait
or
the
the
nade.
economy, of KC under control has been done pretty well. Despite a 6-1 lead, they haven't really got credits if they lose this round. So it's not like it's out of their hands yet. They can very quickly close that gap on the side of Koi, but they need to find some opening duels. Starzo at least causing problems with the trap being destroyed.
And there's two players around here, though. This is space that is being given and not missed. Nice
And
entry,
that
though,
is
for Camo.
just
Something
straight
he
up
does
individual.
expertly well is taking fights 1v1 without a lot of utility support. Magnum, though, has been able to
Magnum
trade things
got
back.
two
His one-way
there.
cages have just been filthy. Thrash is available.
Thrash
Potentially
goes
gonna
in.
catch someone, but mostly just
Does
being
it?
used to clear these
Yeah.
close angles. And I think
Wait, that didn't
no, it
stun him.
agree.
I thought that would have hit
Wasn't
him.
quite far enough into
That was
that
close.
smoke. They may not
Molly
even
might
know
do
that
it
he's
though.
within this angle.
PP,
He's gonna
nice smoke
TP
from him
away.
to get
That'll
out of
give
here.
them the sound cue. Camo also just hiding within the smoke, lurking.
No
and
way.
Actually, almost catches him while he's trying to pick back up the utility, but instead
Yeah,
falls
and they
at the hands
can
of Narek.
relax a little bit. The
Leaving
fish is
two
coming
players
in.
main, the snake bites forcing them back. The
And now
spike
what?
already made.
Whoa, nice on that. The lineup came in.
Every single head.
A little bit of an outlandish close to the round. I think Narate even tapped the Thrash to try and bait someone into peeking, as he had that gun up extremely quickly. But the fact that you see this lineup in the end, little bro is diffusing and everything. Trying to get it across the line, but it's not to be. And for Koi, yes.
It's still not a smile.
It's
definitely
not a smile.
Not a smile.
But he seems
He became
less
Italian
frustrated.
for a second, but other than that, no smile.
We're getting there.
Do you think a
bit by bit.
structured
If
team like
Camo
Eng's
keep up
coaching
these
makes a
entries,
team
no
stronger
doubt.
in Valorant, or a more fluid
close to seeing
like
Bar
Loud?
break that
Loud are
smile
pretty
out. Now it's
structured.
pistols.
Don't
KC.
get it wrong. Loud are pretty structured as well. They just have
This is a little unfortunate,
They
but
just,
it was a spam through on the back of a trap.
they are a
Now
little bit
they've
more
gotta try
fluid
to do
than
it
K-Corp though.
when there's
The only thing that
not
worries me
any
about that
utility
from
to help them
K-Corp,
Sometimes it
I
gets
think
close enough to Viper's
like
Pit,
I would like to
but I doubt it.
I would like to play against what I'm seeing at the moment,
looking to just
but
sit
just
back.
because now
Nobody
I've
there.
seen
They're
like
all
4
wrapping
of
around
the
from behind.
or like 3 of the
Little
same
bro
map,
sent through first. Nade to try and force
so
them
it
forward. They do
becomes a
isolated
little
duel.
bit
Turn it into
easy maybe from a
possible scenario.
anti-strat
Bringing it into
side.
the 1 versus 1. Somehow Martin has put this in a
But
position position where they could actually win this round.
They also have the option to change it up once they've shown a good amount, which could be cool.
Sitting back, but it's an aggressive push. Haunt will be broken. But at this stage, needs to go for the fight, needs to try and take him out before it is down. It's his last bullet.
Close.
But I don't think he has enough time. Starzo just about burning off.
Nicely done. Man, they're like just winning these rounds. We have a 2 1v1s at the moment. We had a 2v3 for them to close it
I don't think that's
out.
gotten a smile out of Barbar either.
No.
He doesn't like the close rounds. He's not a fan of them. You can see why.
When your opponent's on eco and it comes down to a 1v1 and the only thing that saves you is time, I'd be a bit worried if he had a beaming smile on his face.
Well, maybe we'll get to see. The fact that, oh yeah, that's a happy man right there. He did, hey, that's kind of a smile. It's kind of a smile.
That's a Mannix.
He looks like he's absolutely losing his mind.
Guy in a white room with a straight jacket on going.
Yeah, he actually does.
That was you watching Liquid yesterday.
Yeah, it was a tough day. It was a very tough day, but we get through them.
The screams were heard throughout the building.
One step at a time. Me and Barbar can have a group therapy session after.
Imagine if you'd had to watch them play 2 games today.
No, I don't think I could have taken that from a cardiac perspective. Koi doing pretty well.
Here we go on the retake on this one, and let's see, I mean, for one of the first times in a while, we see someone play pretty well with this when they go aggro against Kickoff. So you would say that Koi are in good positions against this, but let's have a look. Yeah, Kickoff handled this one well. We need to keep an eye on the flank. Does this camera get checked? Camera gets checked, they realize one's coming behind. There's a lot of pressure on. That was a great flash. Can they get through these choke points though?
And they're going to fight very well for it.
I mean,
Low
yeah.
HP on Camo, he's quickly dealt with. It's only Shados. Blink and you
Fair play, man. Kickoff handled this really well. Okay, this is good. Their B retake win percentage is through the roof. I know they lost that 2v3 earlier, but they've won it pretty much every other round we watched them. Maybe a few more sprinkled in.
Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper, if you're to shoot that Showstopper into spawn, because they probably have fallen back in that direction, and then I guess once you don't get anything off it and Tomazi gets a kill, you're trying to just delay, but KC have been very happy to play retake. Look at the scoreboard. They have diffused every single round that they've won. So it definitely seems like maybe holding that just for a little bit longer.
They even had like 2
I feel like Koi are just going to be
massive ults.
Because they get in the afterplant, they have 2
like
really
maybe I would argue that Koi pulled the trigger too fast because they did,
KC
but
used nothing. Like they have all
still
their
impressive
ults,
from
and,
Kickoff.
the last one they don't have from the shadows is 1 away.
Oh,
this is a nice Viper ult, yeah, with the trip.
But the trap inside it so far away from the Viper.
And he can even hide over towards him. It's really strong, but he wants to get a kill off the trip. So, and the good thing about this, ult is he literally can stay here until the trip gets shot, and then he can go back into the square when the trip's gone. Oh, what?
Somehow he makes that
How was that a headshot?
That's the luckiest thing I've ever seen.
Oh my god. Ripping him apart again.
The hat off his head for sure as Tomazi closes that one out. A clean round for KC. Devastation on the side of Koi.
I don't think that was the player he was aiming at.
No, not quite. Not quite.
The worst thing is as well is I feel like in that moment, Koi reacted going, we have a chance in this round. They use Nightfall.
Show me. Show me.
What the?
I swear he's aiming at his
fastest reactions you've ever seen.
But yeah, they used Nightfall and didn't expect Narrate to still be around that angle. Now, Narrate has been playing around mid almost every single round, so it's quite surprising. But he ends up using that, and now they don't have it for this round. No ultimates even remotely close. Koi have used them all over the last 2 rounds, and they barely got anything for them. Now, on the other hand, Showstopper and Thrash.
One last chance for them to get around.
Again, we're going to see this push.
Man, how are they not scared to go and B?
Literally just sat waiting for them to try and go through. This has been such a high pressure point for Koi.
It's I tell you what has been fun though about Sunset at the moment is just every team has a different approach, really. Every team views this map differently, and I think that makes it a good map.
Look how unlikely Camo though, he has been that one glimmer of hope. The one
like
guy who
every team has just a different variation of how they think it should be played.
Them a double opener here. I think there's about to be
that's kind of sick. Wait, that's a double?
He didn't even see the player close. Instead, he takes down another Magnum as also even things up once again. But it's left all onto Narrate. He has the info, has his ult, but well, using it here, not going to be easy because he won't be able to move while he's doing it. Would need a spot
Flash, you would love that to hit both.
Players. And
Instead, he's wrapping around through the spawn.
Planted.
It's nice. So much info, but he's actually being blinded. He can't even peek the corner just to grab the information. He might have seen them both.
Send Wingman out.
That flank from Starzo is perfect. His timing.
Oh, he's expecting it.
Better.
At least thinking that it could happen.
Just about dodged him. Up in the corner. Here goes the little guy. But he
yeah, Gravina saw the gun.
Perfect
4?
On the side
I mean,
of Koi.
Kickoff did
4
great
rounds.
to get 8, to be honest.
4 rounds found. Tommy, it's not over yet. A convincing map 2 with a map 1 win makes it doable for Koi. But they're 4 rounds down at the half. KC already have 8. And the conversation from the desk and from us has been about how this needs to be a clean win.
Well, yeah, I think even from this point onwards, they'd be able to lose something silly like 3 rounds. I think that's genuinely where we're at. So if they lose 3 more rounds in this map, I think they're already, well, they're basically, if they win 13-11, they have to 13-0.
Yes.
That's where we're at. So you can do your own maths from then onwards, but if for Koi to qualify...
That would tie.
Yes. For Koi to qualify, it's bleak. And we're talking about if KC don't win a map. If they win a map, it's done. In every regard, same for Vitality. If KC win 1 map, it is over, and they are 5 rounds away from doing just that. They now go on to the attack side. Koi's defense, well, let's put it this way. Last time they played it, a few hours ago, they were 9-0 down before they got a round on the board. So hopefully they've learned from their prior mistakes. Or for their sake, hopefully KC have a worse attack. Not convinced of that one.
Great flash on the way through. Slide by, but it's okay. No one was there. And Koi are playing this one in a very similar way to what we saw from KC on that defensive side. The full retake setup going to be attempted, stun in already. They attempt to slow down the players backing from sight, and they can catch them by peeking into market so quickly. So they know someo's still stuck on site, but here comes the Dizzy yet again.
Tomazi could definitely win this round.
Everybody
when
on
does
Koi,
the
or
smoke
at
go
least
down?
3 of them are below 50 HP, and Narrate's making that look very easy. Camo was full, and he's now being dropped, making it 20 HP in the difference. Good night,
Narrate
sweet
and
dreams
pistols
to Koi,
though.
as KC
Guy
kick
always
up
gets
at
multis.
9. 1 step closer to sealing Koi's fate.
Yeah, Narrate has been superb. Like we talked about the sort of one America's import. We spoke to Magnum in our interview, and he basically said that this guy played his practices, basically his trials on 100 ping, and was still better than everyone else. And with not a lot of experience playing on Mad Lions, and before that, not a lot, he has looked like a standout for this team. Great pickup, and well, you expect nothing less from someone like Eng, from Zaysh, both at the helm. A spot in playoffs.
Is he going for an orb?
May not be a thought on their minds, but
I
it
think
is
he is going for an orb. I actually think he might have got the orb and that was on the way out, to be honest. Leluco with the whole year. Thank you so much for the prime, bro. Thank you, thank you.
They might be making top 4 first time around with victories over the likes of Vitality, Koi if they can close this one out, but also fighting tooth and nail throughout their group. For now, at least, they found the opener onto Starzo, a 10th round looking inevitable. And although we've been talking about round difference, it's getting to the point of irrelevancy because there needs to be some sort of catastrophic disaster or a massive improvement from Koi once they get that bye round out, because right now, well, I don't blame them. I think they're just looking to die to the spike.
For the next map, Koi will probably just use it as a practice.
The numbers game, the percentage game, even this far behind. 10 rounds on the board for KC. Like you said, Tom, tying it up with Vitality for Koi means winning both. 13-10 here, best case scenario. You're gonna need a pretty convincing map too. Have a 15-round win difference, plus 15 in this series. That's what they're looking for. Some damage, 1 weapon dropped.
That's worth it though, because that's Narrate having
That's,
Thrash online.
dude, every single time I watch this team, I feel like Narrate has a good pistol, and they have official on the 3rd round for their bonus. Like this is non-stop. Happens every single time this team plays.
A little bit risky.
He has a sick pistol, and then he is allowed to farm up, and then they have an ult.
Well, yeah, there's if there's one simple solution, then if you can find it, I think there's a team willing to pay you a lot of money to come and find those things more frequently, because there's a lot going wrong on the side of Koi right now. And this map, like we said, for KC, picking this, it just makes sense. You just watch them play. You got to sit in the crowd, watch that game, take some notes, and they're not going to change a lot in a couple minutes, are they? Going to go backstage, eat, pee, and get ready. Oh no, good night. Hello.
Oh my. They clear the whole of the site with the fish as well.
Shadow as well doesn't know what to do to go
So they
forward
send
or
it down
backwards,
middle.
loses some HP to the snake bite, but he might get his reward
Oh,
now.
man.
Peeking around tiles, clean onto Tamazi, who had no idea he was being followed, pursued. As KC
The rate is
get
low
the
though.
punt down.
Imagine he gets one.
3 versus 3. Some weaknesses here. Now, right in particular, he's got a big rifle, but very low health. But he might just have the timing on the way through. It's going to be checked, surely. Oh, nice shot!
Don't have to imagine
He's
on
out
this.
as well. He's made it back around the corner.
He
with
at least
18
discovers
HP.
this
Sure,
to
Shadow
allow
gets him,
that.
but it's ball time
And
for
then,
Shin.
nicely
Now
done
the
from
King
Magnum. He
through.
didn't
They're
show
not expecting
himself.
another. Surely, there's no way you
And he has a
anticipate
trip as
Magnum's
well.
position. 2 players already from that spot. The defuse being stuck to half now spotted. Magnum
Yeah,
stopped
maybe
it
ran a little bit.
before it even touched the halfway mark. Another jump peak to confirm.
They're all over them, man. They're all over them.
One step closer to victory. This map win will put them in the playoffs.
Yeah.
There's
huge
a lot on
story.
this.
You were asking if there was anybody you could think of who might have a fix for this. Funnily enough, I think he might be on the KC side. We've talked about Eng and the fact that he hasn't had a team within EMEA for such a long time. Went missing for a bit, went over to Americas, and well, he's brought someone back with him, that's for sure. Sat right at the top of the board.
The contrast between Eng just giving a high five because it's requested, a little write down the notes.
Yes! this man has made it to a Champions final and won a Masters. You think, yeah, top 4.
But now he's 11-4 on Sunset, Tom. Yes.
Yeah.
No, I like Zeiss's energy. I like Eng's brain. Whatever's going on in there.
Yeah, if it's a tie between all 3 teams, even if it's a 2-1, as long as they get one map, they have more maps overall.
This is going to have to be one of the greatest pauses of
So,
all time.
if they win
Not
this, they're
only
through.
Backs against the wall, playing your 3rd map in a row, but also, more importantly, playing a map that, as you said, you literally lost on 2 hours ago and have had no time to fix. Your opponents, in the meantime, had a great showing on it earlier in the day, with a victory versus the team you lost to. And now you've got to somehow come up with a way to come back from 11-4 when they are firing on all cylinders. There isn't a player missing. Like, we've had Magnum have a bad day at the office. He's 14-7 right now. Narrate, wow, don't need to highlight him again.
Do you reckon we can get a Salah cam during this just to see the hope fade from his eyes round by round?
Why do you want that? Do you know what I want right now? I want to see an unhappy Salah. Why?
Sick of seeing him with a smile on his face.
Somehow I reckon that somewhere Gorilla's still giggling to himself.
After some of the plays, I wouldn't blame him.
He's still thinking about Sender running and jumping. He's like, hee hee hee, that was good.
That was a highlight of Sunset for sure. 20 hopping kills. Now
Crunch
play
over
from
towards
Koi
middle.
To try and take control over mid. 4, in
Okay, they
fact,
actually have a
5
camera that gives them
players
so much time.
pushing
This is
them
what happened in the
all. They're
Vitality
grouping
game, by the
together.
way,
Hey,
where
sometimes their
Koi
attack
was
side
just
has
like,
been a little
guys,
bit better. So let's
nothing
go
is
back
working
to
on
it.
defense.
Start
Just
attacking
group up
them.
as 5 and just
I
walk
like it.
somewhere.
But they get spotted by a
This is exactly the same as what happened.
The element of surprise is
The
a big
timeout
factor
came in when they were
you're
like
defending and they got
8-0
5
down
on
or
spot.
something,
And now
and
the
they literally
element of
just called,
surprise
guys,
leads them to taking
just
down
group
Magnum.
as 5.
So ready for someone to be there. Lovely.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Found B.
Oh,
Yeah.
never mind. There goes Tomazi. So that's at least the lurks. It puts them in a good spot for the retake. They're now going to know what's up. Everybody over on the other side of the map. No ultimates to play with for the side of KC, so it will take a heroic play to turn this one back around, and they are going aggressive. Looking to try and fight into the spawn. I don't know if the Jiggle Peak will have actually caught them. They've got a cage to try and section them off. Nothing found. Paranoia is going to blind everybody up, but there's no one actually peeking off the back of it. Martin does have a nade available. I don't know if he's going to want to try and throw it in here. He's just waiting for somebody to peek. First shot connected, second as well, and they're just mowing them down. Somehow this has become competitive once again.
What
but
the?
Karmine finds
How
the
is
kill.
that the kill?
They've, however, left Narrate
5
behind.
HP on this.
If you want anyone in this clutch, it would be this man shot. Misty baits out the second player, though. And now all that is left is Starzo between them in a 12th round, and Starzo, he's run out of time.
Damn, bro. He plays these situations too well.
They just can't lose.
He plays them way too well.
For Karmine Corp.
12-4, and at this stage,
God,
I think
EMEA is
the
going to
nail
finish
is
before
well and
America
truly
starts.
in the
Who would have
coffin.
thought?
It could be just a formality for the side of Koi. 8 in a row, double what they already have consecutively. It's a big ask. I think even Blaze and Uli and Uri are giving up at this point.
Oh, never.
Hold on, let me take the headphone off. Can't hear the Spanish casters, isn't that funny? I don't know how that works.
You
hear the French casters,
you remember where
Jesus.
Masters is?
Yeah,
8 chances to close this one out.
Life choices, but here we are. Oh, little push. I like it. Starzo, he's not going to lose the confidence despite the fact that rounds have not been going their way. They won't feel shut down. The aggression doesn't see any reward.
Kickoff
though.
away
We
to
can
good
see
top
quite
3
clearly
EU.
that KC were challenging the B side.
I
But it looks like
can't.
they're second guessing it. They're going to leave
I
this one
just
wide open.
think they look good. Don't get me wrong. They look really, really good. They got a lot of cool stuff.
We spotted the
Do I
trap,
think
but
the
doesn't
coaches of the
destroy it
other three teams that are in playoffs will have a fun time against this? I think so. Does Kickoff change it up in the time? Probably.
Surely you don't expect.
How long until semifinals?
No, he does. Oh, but he
Oh my
still
goodness.
wins the fight.
What the
What a
hell?
devastating blow! And Starzo's gone too. It looks like they've already started the
3
crumble
days?
on the
Well, they
side
could
of
change it up
Koi
in 3
before
days.
we even see Thrash coming
They don't have
into
to change the
effect.
comp. They just have to change how
Shin's
they
gone
play
to
a little
look
bit
for
to be
info.
unpredictable.
Stun hasn't hit Grabinho at least, and he's able to catch Shin. There's still some life left in this Koi roster. Still
Does this
some
guy always
hope
have an ult?
to be found. Although I think Martine's just
gonna
about
get
to
another one.
steal away the last sliver of it. That spray
Okay,
is
nicely
clean.
done. They absolutely
KC,
dismantled
they've
them
picked up the
again
map.
on this map.
And on
That
the
is
back of that
savage
shutdown,
map
any
once
hopes
again
and
from
dreams
Koi.
for Koi
Similar
and
start,
Vitality
and
fans out there.
K-Corp now
The rest of the
confirmed
series
into
will be played
playoffs.
out, but the conclusion is already written. KC have booked their spot in playoffs.
Yeah, this is a brand new roster. They
Yeah.
picked up a big boy coach, a new IGL, and some youngsters. And to make it the top 4, incredibly impressive already, but that road isn't done just yet. Still an opportunity for them later in this week to make it to Masters, of course. They still have another map to play, so we'll be back after the break.
They got some really cool stuff though. Like they play this map so differently to everyone else that we've seen play this map. And they probably make this. They probably make
I know a
Gecko
place
look
that
the
will
best
break
I've seen
you
out of
into
every team.
1,000 pieces.
I would say
Stay
that
away
they
from
make
them.
Gecko look the best
Stay
we've
away
seen.
from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't
They're
ask about Lola. Caballo Grande.
Their retake success rate is ridiculous.
Lord Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
This
Don't
also
say I didn't
confirms
warn
no
you.
Navi Fnatic.
Careful
No,
of
it's
the
still
Andalusian crush.
still random. There's less chance, right?
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on
Oh, wait, is
Pro.
it right?
Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Is it impossible? Because K-Corp can't play Heretics. Oh yeah, K-Corp can't play Heretics. Yeah, you're right. So there's a good chance we get Navi Fnatic. As in, like, into Madrid.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, I will do, Lexi. Thank you. Imagine K-Corp and K-Corp qualified. Dude, it would be pretty cool. It would be pretty cool. Okay, let's spam some ads in this one. I think we'll see a relatively normal map next, though. I know you lot are hoping for like a 5 Duelist Mania, but I think both the teams will want to have practice. Maybe K-Corp won't want to show too much, but I think it's still good for them to get good practice, but and again, if they have 3 days, they can change how they play and like adjust it to what they've shown. Please an ISO? Yeah, you're really... yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Might be one of the better chances for us to see it. How the playoff matches decide, so you can't play who's in your group, and then everything else is randomized. So we will see. We will see.
We outside, as you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know
Okay,
it
I'll
get
be right back.
cold on a late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you can take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plan. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Welcome back once more. Zoe here, joined by Kuka and Steel. And with this map victory, KC punched their ticket to the playoffs of our kickoff event. So they have all the reasons to celebrate. Of course, we're still going to be playing out that last map, but we do have some stuff to discuss, or maps, perhaps even. Well, I don't want to say I hope it doesn't come to this, but you know, like I think they can already celebrate because they can already look forward to what they can expect in the playoffs. We have, of course, Fnatic, Navi, and Team Heretics, which will be waiting there for them. Only the top two will advance to the VCT Madrid. Which of those teams will be the best representation for the EMEA region?
I mean, we don't need to ask Steel because we already know what he thinks, and probably is what everybody is thinking. Everybody feels like, you know, Fnatic is on a different tier, that it just belongs to them and the rest belongs somewhere else. But I want to be drawn to the attention to the fact that these two teams were bottom of the barrel last year, and now they are both advancing onto playoffs with two of the heaviest hitters in EMEA, if not the two heaviest. So I think that this shows everything that we're going through this year with all the new faces. It's practically two new teams coming in, and I think it's very exciting. Don't you think, Josh?
I think so too. Thank you, Bea. Well, when we look at these teams, it's just like we see kind of like where they carve out their little place in the whole like tier of it, the ecosystem. Where Fnatic's obviously, like, everyone's looking at them to be kind of the stability. They're the ones that everyone's looking up to. Hey, how can we improve ourselves, our own game plans and everything? And they're like, well, we could just look at those guys, see what they're doing, and we can take it from them. And then the rest of the guys here, I think they've all shown throughout like the matches that they've played this week that they all deserve to be here, for one thing, and they all have things that are going really well for them in terms of game plan, player cohesion. Na'Vi looking a lot better with Artist back. I mean, you know, they still got the angel angel things going on. Maybe he can tone that down a little bit, but what? Why?
It's an element of surprise too, though.
It is.
It might work out.
He surprises himself.
And he was even alive at the end of a round in this game. But also, if you think about the, I mean, I will give you the stat later in the comparison because I don't want to do him dirty like that. I want to highlight also Fnatic, sorry, for making it to playoffs. They've only played one match. We're talking about teams that have to, KC, you know, work super, super hard to get to what they are today. You're talking about Fnatic maybe
they've shown a lot, man. They've shown a lot in comparison.
Expectations, how and when to play certain things, or how to play the maps, how to understand them. But actually, if you have to take notes from someone after kickoff, it's not going to be from them because you're barely going to be seeing them. It's these teams that you're going to be learning the most.
Yeah, and because
they're playing out the rest of the maps. I'm not even entirely sure.
Those teams couldn't really hold back, right?
Actually, not entirely sure. It feels like it's not.
To get where you're at, and KC,
which probably
not the most
they are for sure.
They
are okay.
With Fnatic and
I thought with how they're going with this one,
Na'Vi. Do we feel like there's clear favorites here, or do you think like maybe the Na'Vi and Heretics one could be an
I think there's potential to an upset. Yeah, definitely.
Wait, is this
the first time
confirmed?
that we're showing this match? Now that we know that KC is going to be making it through, and also they cannot go up against Heretics because they were on the same group. So lovely to see that this is what we're going to be seeing in 3 days. Definitely I think in both of them, there's potential for an upset, especially after Fnatic maybe being a little bit cold at the beginning of their match the other day.
Fnatic,
yeah, I
Kickoff.
definitely agree with that because when we saw Na'Vi,
that's going to be a big test.
Kind of like the heights that
a
Na'Vi
huge
can do, but we
test.
also saw the lows that they could do, and that is worrisome when they go up against a team that's going to, you know, be just an overall package better than BBL. And then the same thing with Fnatic versus K-Core. Like we've seen K-Core, they looked pretty good against a lot of the teams, but those teams were kind of like not the greatest teams right now, but against Heretics, they struggled. But
Heretics,
Fnatic,
Heretics have a
Vitality a little bit.
Heretics have a good
you
chance.
saw what KC did to Vitality
and we
today.
saw, yeah, so there is definitely
K-Corp,
potential for
you're looking
this
at like
whole just like
8 maps, maybe more than 8 maps. How many maps have they shown so far?
Less of a chance, but
like 10 maps against 2 maps.
I think we're gonna see like Fnatic going through. I would say between Na'Vi and Heretics, it's like 50-50.
Now, of course, the teams are in the agent select right now. Bind is going to be our next map.
Yeah, so everyone just plays their normal comps on
I'm
this.
happy to see in a certain way.
Just
so
trying to get as much practice as possible. Again, they haven't played officials for a long time, and especially if you're Koi, like you get to change stuff up in the space of 5 weeks. You might as well try and learn some stuff in terms of where your weaknesses are.
Yeah, if you could get extra reps doing your normal composition, you can. If you want to test something, you could definitely do that, but we're going to see a pretty standard thing going on here.
Right on. Well, the teams are ready. We're ready. The fans are ready. Let's get this party started. So once more, we're going to send it over to the guys in the booth.
The playoffs start tomorrow? No, semi-finals are on, someone said in 3 days. So I don't know, what day is that, 29th? Casters have gone home. The casters have gone home, they're not here.
Well, it's looking like we're going to have to take over the cast for a second here as we have the Yoru sending his TP
Still's getting involved.
As they're gearing up for a fast, short A play, but the push
Dude, the music in the background.
Getting really aggressive out showers here, getting all the info about what's going on. Here comes the execute into the A site, but there's no defenders on the site.
Dude, do you reckon
deep in the spawn is the raise that is narrate ready for his rotation.
Reckon they actually thought it was done.
Yeah, exactly. Magnum is going to tap that spike, but it's not going to go down. Shadow
Dude, weird pistols, by the way. Just trading.
Actually, Shin is going to get the kill onto him.
No way. They actually go for the round the world.
And the spike
this is the legit around the world, the original.
It's just Viper here between them, but they're getting pinched in from both sides. This battle is crazy going on to the B site here, but the attackers get onto the site. They're going to be able to get that spike planted, and it's going to be a 3 versus 3. Just kidding.
Martin in a solid pause.
The walkout has started.
Hear me out, Josh. You wanted them to try out stuff, and definitely running across the map is not
Dude, they actually did the round the world. Man, we haven't seen that.
Thank you very much for
We've never seen that. All the way through their enemy spawn, through A into B.
I don't know who I'm tossing to, but guys, please take it away.
Thanks so much, Bea. I enjoyed hearing them do some actual work for once. You know, I think that we went to the toilet real quick, and it turns out they're already firing away. No time to waste, I suppose, in a game that, at this point, as we've said, it's over. It's done with. It's all for pride. And KC are getting the pride in that pistol round with the 1-0 up. I want to hear more of Steel casting.
Yeah, can we just give it back
We
to
have
him
a
again?
third headset,
Can we
dude,
just
if you
keep throwing it back
want.
to him, and then he can throw it back to us, and we can just keep going
Round
back
by
and forth?
round.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm down for
sure the
that.
production won't get frustrated by us doing that.
Wait, they have a third headset? They should definitely try a TriCast, man. Why not?
For KC side, I feel like
They would be
you
good
know,
in a
the opening
TriCast.
pistol under the belt. There's not much.
Just
I'm
come in and
expecting
flame the
them
teams.
to lose
like
coming
3
into
times a
this.
half.
Koyer on the defense, couple
Pretty much what he would do.
Sheriff and a shorty to work with, Camo and Shados. Trying to make something work.
Opinion on
for KC.
MIBR versus
But I have
Sen.
to say,
I
for
didn't
a
see
game that
MIBR versus
doesn't matter,
C9, so I
they're
don't
playing
have
very
like
slow. I
the
mean,
best
this is somewhere
understanding
that
of how
KC
MIBR are
wanna
looking,
almost do
but
the 13-0
you would
to
imagine
them.
Sen with how
We're
good they're
a
looking.
minute left on the clock.
I don't think MIBR can be underestimated
We're
though.
running right now. I mean,
Their
this
team
is-
play,
this
at
is
least from the
ridiculous,
best of 3 that I saw, their team
tryharding
plays
to
like
another level.
very impressive.
We hit the final 50 seconds. There's no movement from Koi either. With weaker weapons, I don't really expect them to. Again, they have the advantage stacked up on A if the push was to come there so that they could challenge together. And worst case scenario, they death ball it back. Just Starzo, not going to get a ton done. And
They get spot over towards here, and they
The
might.
hope is he can send them charging towards the other side of the map, but that hasn't
No,
happened.
okay.
I'm ready. He's going to kill everyone with the class.
Okay, cool.
He's gonna be one of the
They're going to hit
greatest
two people running away here in terms of stocks, so do they
in this
expect
highlight
this?
reel.
Man, the
That's
Koi
what we're
pistol
playing
is
for,
nice though, look at that.
Highlight reel worthy clips, and they've already walked past him. Magnum though. Oh, there's the jiggle. I like the idea. Shados waiting on the other side, optimistic. Somehow, neither of those kills went to Magnum. You can have a frag movie without actually killing anyone, just standing there looking at people, and this may just be...
Not bad at all, no one going down on that.
Wow.
Well, look, I'm certainly glad they got the reward for their patience on that round. No punishments whatsoever from the side of Koi, but they did.
Zoomed in circles? Nah, that's all them. They got new tech.
It's rifles and light shields for the most part. And if you're on KC, I'm expecting. I would like something crazy to be called.
Thoughts on this attack, Viper Wall? It's literally it's the Eng special. It's what he would always do. This one here, it's nice. You go up and then a lot of times you can walk pressure. It's just really good for like pinching over towards showers. So you know when people are doing like DRX smoke over towards here, this is one of the walls that's like pretty good against it.
Okay.
But I don't
But
know.
they used to always do it on an eco and just walk up. So
basically, we
bringing it over from Gambit. But yeah, it's always good. But you always knew what they were doing because they would always use it on an eco round. But it's nice that they're using it in more rounds these days.
I think you just continuously go through the TPs. I think that was basically a whole strat.
Yeah, but you have to kind of toy with sight a little bit.
Okay.
Nice kill by
Narrate has
That's
just
Camo
walked
down.
into
Big player
hookah
for the side of Koi, who's been doing
on
a
his
lot of
own.
damage. And to be honest, going back
Won
to
the
what
duel,
Casey
gets
said,
out of
actually,
there, and they insta reclear in terms of Koi. So that's nice, at least for the information. They might go fast behind and have a good flank here.
You sort of understand from the coaches earlier saying that we're taking this as an opportunity to practice. We want to see these maps.
EMEA pick'ems? I mean, I'll just pick Fnatic and Na'Vi.
But to mainly play the weaknesses and find out what they are.
That's where I'm
somewhere
at.
that they can use this to experiment, to play seriously, run those.
The one that
small
I'm
rounds,
least
see
confident
how it
about
works out, and maybe even try some new
is
things.
Heretics game. Heretics could win that.
It is.
The
Yeah,
only
yeah.
thing will be is just
K-Corp
like
can
in
win too,
Scrim,
but
some teams will
there's
do
so much
really,
footage out
really
there.
dumb stuff, and they'll win, and they'll be
There's
like,
so much
"Yeah,
footage,
we're
and
really good at this
K-Corp
map," and
play
then
a
they
lot
won't
of
do
the
that
same in the
and they'll
footage as
lose.
well.
But for now, at least, everything is coming up Millhouse for Karmine Corp. They are having a great time.
Yeah, 3-0.
The luck wall that goes through BTP, the one that 100 Thieves were using.
Times where teams are able to punish that third round, and no, no, you didn't. I don't even know who I'm saying that to, the player or the replay ops who's put that on the screen. That's just nasty, disrespectful.
All right.
More of that, please.
That's kind of sick.
I like the idea of going and picking up your opponent's classic just to do that. Oh dear. Well, yeah,
Okay.
no, Narrate
Well,
is having a field day. He's looking at
Does Camo want to send
stats.
it without the flash?
I'll just give her mine.
As he
No,
done from
never
that team.
mind. Okay, I'm going to keep talking like nothing is happening.
Nothing of note.
No, nothing.
No. Well, this
Mitch
is a
about to
series...
do one of the greatest impressions you've ever heard.
Okay, listen, this is what Yinsu would say if she was watching this game right now. I'm going to impersonate you. All right, here we go.
Clear your throat.
Hello? Am I on?
I don't think you're on. It's not coming up in my ears.
Well, either that was a really awkward silence that Mitch had to fill, or I'm actually here. Hi. What's up, boys?
So what do you think about this round?
Hey,
What are the odds? What are the odds of Shadow winning this?
I'm not. I mean, something is telling me that he might not win this, but I don't want to cast a curse or recurse. However, you guys say blessing. Is that what you call it up here?
No, it's
I have never said blessing.
Oh
ever,
no, that's a
I don't
Doug
think.
thing. I've heard him say that one.
We are very similar.
Yeah, I
I'm
do
just
get you
as
two mixed
handsome
up.
And tan, you know.
NT. We say
Let's see what happens with the big buy rounds. Might be a fast one for sure.
Oh, yeah, you can draw here with your finger. What would you like to draw?
Is that?
Oh, wow.
Just a line, whatever.
Oh, wow. They're giving me way too much power for this. You're giving me way too much power.
It's going to come up after the replay, so you've got a second.
Okay. I'm just telling you how I feel.
I feel it. Oh.
There we go.
High puck number 1.
There is a 1 behind my head.
Right.
I agree.
Yeah,
Goddamn right. Now draw a picture of him.
Yes. Oh,
There's a
yes. The audience are loving it. Yeah. I just want to give a shout out to one of the greatest color casters to ever bless our scene, Hypog. I wouldn't be here without him today. So, yeah, shout out for the opportunity, Hypog. And N and the boys giving me this opportunity as well, because I wouldn't be here if they hadn't qualified. But yeah, what do? We just talk now? Is that what you do up here?
Dude, look at this, man.
What we do.
Do you not listen?
Wow.
I love how K-Corp are like full on legit
when you're on, so I just
playing
wasn't sure
everything.
Understandable.
Let me know if this is helping you.
I want to say perfect. They did do a little bit of just individual walking in, but they have been doing that anyway.
No, really? No, okay, that's good.
Just podcast at this point, yeah, they might as well.
Let's talk about Valorant, y'all.
Let's talk about it. Sue, this round, right? Koiv got a showstopper. Odds on Camo actually popping that before he dies.
You're asking me to predict the future a lot, honestly.
That's the job.
That's kind of what we do.
You gotta, yeah. I've not seen many.
But if I'd lost for thank you with the whole year, mate. Appreciate you.
Through that window.
No, I think that window has had next to no impact, short of like maybe a recon through it or something like that. But for nades, you're not catching a guy there quite often.
Would I play like this if I qualified?
And look, a little bit of a flank going on for Magnum. Made his way around to A. Does he want to plant with 20 seconds left? You'd think so. He's
Michael D. Henry,
field,
thank you so much for the prime. Thank you.
10 seconds He's got his dimensional drift, everybody's favorite ultimate. So he could look to try and play with his opponents a little bit. He has to do it quite quickly though, otherwise, yeah, we're basically reliant on Magnum to do absolutely everything.
Who's been on fire, to be fair.
Liaison as well, Liaison 16. Thank you so much as well, mate.
Okay, the odds are out.
Magnum definitely wins these.
Magnum in favor. 3 players coming. Snakebite nade pushing him forward. They haven't spotted him. They don't think he's past the utility. And he's missed. Well, it was going well for a moment. For a brief moment. Both players, same angle. Too far away to actually stop that spike diffuse.
Any extra
and
kills?
Right under their nose. There you go. It's done and dusted. 1 HP on Martine, so he didn't really stand a chance. Although he's almost killed them all anyways. He hasn't won the round.
Nice.
Thanks for the
Thank you, Sue.
Jules, thank you for the gift as well.
It's a good buzzword to throw in there every now and
Thank
then.
you so much for that, Jules. 161 as well. That's wild.
Everybody knows.
So in terms of Yorus that we've had in this tournament so far, Martine, he's up there in my mind. Thoughts?
I think that's aimed at Sue.
I mean, it's a group chat.
I think
it's a group chat.
How often do you think about Martine's Yoru? What's the frequency?
I mean,
at the moment, probably every day, but he has played a lot.
Once every couple days, because I cast him once every couple days, so that works for me.
Wait, that's actually kind of nice with the Omen flash.
The corner's still alive, still healthy, in fact.
But the Yoru ult with taking some map control here or here is actually pretty cool with the Omen.
He's still scrapping Seekers going out as he seeks out some players. He's found some bullets coming his way instead. Magnum with some clean kills as a 4v2 develops. Koi on the retake, no ults to work with, barely any utility. I mean, they've at least got the Prowlers from Shadow to try clear out, but I don't know that it's going to help
If
that
only
much.
Shados was on Sky, he'd clutch this one out. I get flashbacks to that almost every single day. First kill will go his way, though.
I mean, they call him Shados, but
Happy
he
for
needs a
K-Corp?
Shade
Oh,
Trez here
after
to
last
close
year,
it out.
for sure. They have like like even no matter what happens from here, like it's sick from them. They got some hope. They got a good team, good coaches.
That was a player behind him who's going to be able to shadow his movements.
Like it's a scary team. It's one of those teams you don't really want to play
they're
because
just going to be saving, and we'll leave it to Mitch to
they're
narrate
kind
the
of
rest of the
stacked.
round.
Well, just like Shados, I wish that I could leave. Go through a teleporter and bring me far away from you. Oh my God.
I waited my whole life to be here.
K-Corp,
so
yeah, they're
glad
actually
Tom
showing
is matching
they're
my
showing
energy.
legit stuff. There was like there was pretty much just a set thing that they do with the Yoru orb.
Oh, look, poor Shados is
They want to
stressed
close
as
it
well.
out faster. It looks like. Again, they have 3 days to kind of approach and have new stuff, so we'll see how deep their strat book
Like
is.
that, I think Mitch is going to deck you in the shin.
Look at his face. Can we just get Mitch's face in like a little pit as this goes on?
Can we just get a Mitch
I think
cam?
we actually have the
Don't have to.
capability to do that. Just get the picture-in-picture cam, and it's just your face.
Oh man,
I think, Tom,
this
productions
must
are
be
busy
such
right
a
now.
sad game to
I wouldn't
watch.
wanna
Like you
cause
know
any
you're already
issues.
out and you're forced to play.
I want a
It
pip
is.
of just zoomed in on Mitch's face.
demoralizing.
Every time
Don't listen to
sometime we make a pun.
Don't listen to it. All good. Movistar Koi.
Oh, unfortunately.
K-Corp or
you've become the
Heretics are
Spanish
better.
and the French
I
broadcast,
mean
we knew that.
Heretics
Which they probably
smashed
enjoy,
them,
I don't know the
so you would
Spanish
have to say
broadcast.
Heretics.
Just your face unhappy. I think.
Heretics
I went and
honestly
brought them a little
read
gift
them like a
'cause,
book
I mean,
when we
so
watched
Koi,
that.
It's been rough, okay? And
And I think that was the first example of like K-Corp
the
maybe
Challengers League
being a little bit predictable, but they can also learn from what happened in that.
So I brought
So
them
the fact that they still qualified to top 4 and maybe they've learned that on some of these maps they're predictable, that's good.
I wrote their names on it, and I spelled Blaze's name without the
feel
extra
like
E.
that could go wrong in a couple of ways, but yeah.
Yeah, where's Masters again, Sue?
Oh, Madrid.
Yeah. It would be a really bad idea to like maybe upset all of the people in Madrid.
Just the Koi fans. Just the Koi fans. There's not many of those.
Until Heretics plays. Oh my God.
Did you say not many of
There's
them?
not many of
Say
those.
it with your chest. I want you to walk up to Ibai and say it with your chest. Say it with your chest, bitch. Come on, don't just whisper.
Wait,
it
I
on
thought
the phone.
Ebai left
I'll
Koi.
let them know. Orbital Strike going to be used up, and it's forcing them back, but it's not getting the damage. About 30 HP left on Martine. It's a decent bit of damage, I won't lie to you. But no kills. Those are reserved for KC
Oh,
players
wait.
right now as they're sat 5
Look at
versus
shit.
3.
Look at Shin, man. Shin is just like, why am I still here? Like, why is no? What is going on?
And he's still going.
You can just stay here the whole round.
Trying to deal with this Omen while A is lost, the plant is in, and well, look, an upgraded rifle at least for Starzo. He's lost most of his health, and he can't heal himself back up. And they've lost most of the time because this spike was planted a long time ago.
I mean,
They're very far away.
They're just winning their rounds within the first 20 seconds of each round, right? Get a multi-kill, plant, sit back, chill. Do you know what? I'm really for the fact that one of the best players currently in our league is from NA.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true. I don't know if I enjoy that quite as much. I enjoy more so the fact that we sent one of our best players to NA. He was hot trash and then has come back and he's really good again.
Yeah, but the thing is, Naray said he's got a
Damn,
little
bro.
bit of beef with NRG. He wants to play at NRG.
Keith.
I feel like we
Poor
need
Keith.
more storylines like that.
Why has he got beef with him? Did he say
He didn't
specifically?
really explain, but I feel like maybe we'll know more of it once and if they do go up against each other.
Big if.
I have a question for you, Sue. Of
Artist,
the
yeah,
ex
Artist. If Artist hears that,
players,
man, he's
who
gonna
plays the best
fight
Sky and why is
back.
it Mystic?
Out of all of the ex-Fnatic, I mean, there aren't many of them that did play Sky. I don't think it was anything to do with Masters Reykjavik when they played against Sentinels. Definitely not that.
No, that's
I
not
reckon
what I am
is
referencing.
all of the other times
Yeah.
that he played. Yeah.
So you could
What
say
are you
Magnum.
referencing?
I was referencing that.
Oh, okay. Thanks for that. Do you know what? While we're at it, shout out to Mo40. One of my favorite ex-Fnatic players for sure.
Well, folks, another battle soon to be on our hands. It was a B long take. The quick TP having to be used up by Rubinho. He's now miles away over on the Viper's pitted side of A. What is now Ray doing? How is he winning that? I have
Bro,
more questions,
whoever
but I'll
plays
save them for
Raze
now,
on
because
K-Corp
Starzo
is just so blessed with the double satchels. The amount of times I've seen whoever plays it, whether it's Martin, whether it's Narrate, just getting the first kill with a satchel is like instant. The double duelist on this team looks so good, and I think they can lean into that on some maps if they need to.
Is a near impossibility. The save is called, and 7-1 is on the board. Good job. We're not going back to Brazil. It's Madrid next.
You're just trying to annoy everyone, aren't you?
Yeah, they're actually, yeah, they're going for Keith, they're going for the Brazilians.
I just love that you and I, we only ever upset him. But he chooses to upset everyone else on the planet.
Maybe I upset the odd Liquid fan here and there just from making jokes to upset him. But other than that, I think I'm doing all right.
Yeah. Anyone else on your list, Mitch? How long is this list?
We'll see as the night goes on where we end up. It might be KC if this goes to a third map, but with 7-1 on the board, it's not looking likely. I mean, this is a squad that, like we said, their coaching staff was talking a big game about. We don't
yeah, what the hell?
Don't care. It's not a results-driven team right now. It's preparation for stage 1. If they make it to Madrid, fantastic. But the goal coming in is to get better. They don't think they're good enough necessarily. They'll show themselves that they are if they qualify.
This might be
building
cope.
Protocols.
This might be cope, but if you don't win the grand finals here, you don't get the 3 points. And if you don't win Madrid, you also don't get any
one
points
person
either,
solo hold over towards A. Gets hit by the Omen flash and has a charge in the open. He's melting in a molly the whole time.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
There's no way, bro.
We'll literally sit down and go, well, if we lose these next 2 games, which are our first 2 games, we're making roster changes. This is unacceptable. We need a win now. And that's, I mean, some teams can do that. 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000. I don't know what it is, but mostly it's going to take time and dedication. That's what teams like Na'Vi are putting up there, for the most part, at least keeping the core together. Paper X as well.
Just
change
need
time.
I say we import
they made changes,
from,
no?
Another save? What is going on?
I heard FNS is free, FNS is free.
Guys, you might as well go for it.
I'm super down for the import if they're all going to be like narrate.
I think what EMEA needs is not more NA players.
FNS any day.
So would I, yeah.
I mean, IGLs is a low commodity market rather within Europe. Pretty much every IGL that we have, or the vast majority, are players who are pushed into that role because no one else is doing it. Magnum, for example.
I have a conspiracy theory. Can I share it with you guys?
Go on.
So I think Fnatic should pick up FNS because they've got Alpha Year, A for Alpha Year, B for Boaster, C for Chronicle, D for Durka, E for Elmer Putty, some reason L next, but then you get F for FNS, and you have the alphabet like basically completed.
Yeah, there are more letters.
It fits so
missing.
well.
And M for Mini.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like they need an F.
But who do they?
They bring in
We're
FNS.
talking about bringing in IGLs. I hate to break this to you, Sue, but that would probably remove the B.
Yes. No, but more IGLs is better. Look at the fragging IGLs we have right now.
You want them to play 6 players? Like, do they rotate IGLs per map?
Why not?
Which map can't boast their IGL, just for all of his opponents out there right now?
I reckon Icebox. Icebox definitely.
Icebox really bad.
Famously.
Yeah, Fnatic are definitely not going to be good on
Famously a map that Boaster knows nothing about. Okay,
God,
Shadow, the first was off the open. The second and third, a little bit more so.
IGLs.
I like the idea from KC. You know, it's brave and it's contrarian. You see,
Did they just give up? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the match is like.
What do you do?
You know, it's not a good format when we have a game like this getting played.
To do that, but they do, and I'm.
They're setting Thomasy up. He hasn't had many kills. That's what it is.
Get him the clutch.
Want him to
wake him up.
Clutch out.
Guys, we're actually really good at everything on Bind except clutches. So you all need to die now and test it. I like it.
Yeah.
That's really innovative. When's Boaster pulling this strat?
As Lothar once said, perfect Valorant is boring. So
very true.
Exactly. He actually wants teams.
Yeah, that's true,
Pansy. 1 by 1. That's what he has said.
Am I watching the NA games?
Specifically against him.
Yeah, checking corners is also overrated.
And on his team.
Not sure about that.
He also loves it when you play Reyna. That's his favorite agent. Wow. He didn't get the spike plant. Didn't really get anything for that round, but even still, 8-2 up for Karmine Corp. A fantastic position. For anybody just joining us and think, this card's a little bit weird.
I missed a game. Yeah, I missed some of the Chinese games.
Yeah, that was going to be my response. Shut up,
You read his mind.
This cast is lit. That was my exact response.
Am I wrong, though?
For anybody wondering,
am I wrong?
Karmine Corp has already qualified, and that is why we are
doing this lit
Yeah,
cast.
so if you want to blame somebody for the reason I'm here, blame Karmine Corp. I'm sorry.
What?
Koi, if you really want to sort of crapping them while they're down.
No, I think Koi have actually been pretty impressive. I think
All of them too scared to say blame Riot.
They made it this far. They looked resilient.
All too scared.
Barbar's given us some of the greatest moments that we've seen as usual. I'm actually very excited for Koi going into the next split.
I want to get a tracker on how many times Barbar's fallen off his chair in the last week and a half.
I feel like he saved it though. Well, or he's been saved. He hasn't
he's been
fully
saved.
hit the floor.
Contrary to what you believe, Arrows is actually there just to catch him when he falls. Like, that's usually the job of a coach with the players. They need to have a coach for the coach.
So that's what he
it's
was
like
singing in
the
Spanish.
keep-back coach in NFL.
That's why Tom is here, right? For you.
Exactly.
But Mitch
There's a
doesn't
good
have very
chance.
far to fall.
Wow.
What's wrong with play-ins?
Is he wrong though?
You're mad at single limbus.
think
What's
my
wrong with
headset's
play-ins?
broken.
Should I play the
Why,
clip?
dude? Why is there a format
the
where
clip
one
is a quick
team
and brief, I
in
think
the
you
top
can run
4 has to
That's
show
not-
like
that's not the clip I
a
was gonna go
potential
for.
6 maps more?
Surprisingly.
Like,
somewhat.
bro, it's not
okay,
good, man.
Play by play.
Like the play-ins is bad as well.
Thanks for that, Tom. Really appreciate you.
Like it shouldn't be like that.
attack
How would I have
side,
done it?
5 versus
I would have
5.
done it round robin. As much as people hate best of one, if we're stuck for time, I would have done round robin. And then you have double limit at the end of it. We would have had to have picked the lesser of 2 evils, and the lesser of 2 evils would have been round robin best of ones.
KC jerseys picks up the double, still alive. Well, that was short-lived. 8-3.
That's
Koi
what should have happened.
Up with another round. There's not really anything to add to it because it's pointless.
I mean, shout out to the one person that was really excited.
Starzo. That was definitely
about that.
Starzo.
Oh,
But
well,
I think it's also good to not have. I mean,
somebody in the
in an
crowd
ideal
was
world, I
like,
would never have this format.
Let's see.
Like in an ideal
gonna
world,
get
I'd
a
never have a
Starzo
kickoff
replay? 'Cause I
tournament
think-
like this.
Yep.
But with the time restraints and everything there, that's what I would have gone with.
9 possible for KC at the halftime. A recovery on 4 would be good for Koi. And in the same regard as we talk about KC using this to learn, it's the same thing for Koi. Now they don't even have that end game of getting to Madrid. Instead, the conversation has to be about
What is?
learning.
Is this
for
Molly
stage 1.
on
He missed his
purpose?
lineup.
He might not have. Is it just to clear? Is it just to clear
I
the?
think he missed the Viper spit. The one that Sliggy definitely did not invent, even though he says that he came up with it.
I literally,
The
dude.
one- the one
This,
outside of-
this is like a big thing between me and Boaster.
stealing the credit for? 'Cause
We
no one
use
in our
this
scene
age.
would
Yeah,
ever do
this
that.
is good.
It's never happened
Oh
before.
yeah, definitely not. Probably someone from NA, I feel like. That's what he does,
Are they
right?
thieves? Are they?
Dude, we showed. We had this for so long, man.
More.
They made it
possibly out
popular.
there. KC, 8
Let's
rounds
just
like we
say it
said.
was created by Sean. I think we can all agree with that.
It probably, if there's anything that we're not sure about, that it's probably always
We'll just give the
created by
credit to Sean Gers. Why not?
He deserves it. He deserves it.
He's
I
so
gotta call in
handsome.
to defend myself. I'm pretty good for giving credit out when people invent
Back
stuff.
through for Narrate, some control over Lamps, but he wants to fight back out, knowing there's players close. He's pulled out the shorty! Well, that's a slightly ambitious play, to put it nicely. Luckily, though, this chaos and distraction has left a wide open gap for KC to push on through. Again, Starzo's left alone, but he's blindsided by the fact that the site is being taken. That is a gap that I don't expect to see much more of. from the
Right?
side
Oh
of
yeah,
Koi.
man. He wants it
Now
done.
they have to fight back through, mainly because it's the last round of the half. Now, we're left in this 3 versus 4 with KC on full control. Martin's still alive with both flashes in hand. Well, both flashes in his back pocket. It's the rifle in hand, as we're about to see, but Grabinho, a couple nice shots from him recently. He's been on
He's not
fire.
even used his stimmy yet. He could use his Stimbicon to get back into the site.
His what?
Stimbicon!
Player standing.
I've stolen that from the Japanese
Japanese
casters. It's
casters,
amazing. If you haven't watched it,
Hey, he used it.
What did he
did.
use?
Stimbicon!
Nice,
Nice.
nice.
The clip where they're going, yeah, is my favorite clip of all time. It's one of the best clutches ever.
Surely nobody is gonna throw a 9-3 lead, right? Surely we've never
No.
seen that happen in the history of Valorant.
To be
ever.
honest, I feel like I haven't seen one in a while.
Yeah, that's true.
And I know Mitch really wants this to go to map 3.
I'm pretty sure that molly's actually meant to go there, by the way.
Icebox.
That looks like it's a molly that touches both sides of left side.
You have been
my
saying
favorite
that
map.
you enjoy Icebox now.
Now.
Mainly because you just played Outlaw on Viper,
Yep.
and he uses the Viper
Or
screen
Killjoy.
for a little bit of damage, and then he just hits them with the 140.
Killjoy turret also
He's
works.
basically a rat, is
Wait,
what I'm saying.
no more Odin? It's Ode out now?
certain maps.
Owed out.
Certain
Owed
maps.
out?
Damn.
Certain map, but yeah, the tracker is leaning more towards outlaw.
Please
right
give
now,
us a
for sure.
pistol.
I'm always an OD.
Please
doesn't
finish
matter what
this.
map.
You know, I would believe, but even Aspas is on that 9K outlaw grind, so
Even Aspas.
even Aspas.
Yeah, because he was renowned for his Odin before that.
That's what I'm talking about. He's finally caught up with the meta. 46 HP on Martine, but a kill to be found. Opening pistol, strong for KC, and they're going walkabouts. A push straight down through middle that Shados is ready for. He's even doubled up on the angle. The spike plant on A, the kills on short.
They
This is looking
literally
like a
are
boy
so
round.
out of position, and look at Starkso, man.
RGX, I think.
Look at this guy.
Graceful carry on.
No, Starkso was.
Unlucky.
I think Shadow was just running the RGX. Yeah, but I mean, I feel like
Come
Starkso
on, man.
achieved it.
Responsive, that's what it is. He needs...
I'm a big fan of the KC capsule. You guys got a favorite?
Liquid.
Yeah.
I think mine's Gentlemates. I really like the
neon,
classic.
the neon.
Classic
Yeah,
is
yeah,
sick.
yeah. It looks like a kind of like an 80s vibe, right?
I just like their color scheme in general. I think it's really cool. I also like Koi's player card.
Oh, with the koi fish dragon coming out.
I do kind of like Foot's player card as well. Nice colors on it. In the end, Shados 4 kills to pick up the pistol.
Yeah. I mean, you've always been a big fan of Foot, so yeah, understandable.
I have.
I
Ever
heard they
since
made a
were...
special player card just for him.
Pardon me? No, I look forward to seeing it, Tom. Whatever it may be. Yeah, ever since they were so courteous, we went to Turkey, they brought us to the player house, they fed us, clothed us.
That's all it takes.
That's all it takes.
That's all it
To be a
takes.
simple man.
Yes.
Yeah. It's, you know, you share a meal with someone, it means something, Sue.
Can't relate, but yeah.
Yeah, to buy Sue's love, it takes a lot more.
You gotta at least have like a 3-11 comeback on Icebox or something before we can talk. Yeah.
Nice, Starzo. Pulled out the big gun, the new one at least. Grabbing himself a kill, a follow-up with a classic. Keeping the numbers nicely in favor of Koi. KC, Narrate, and Magnum playing just with weak pistols. Expecting this to be a 9-5. Steps being taken towards that third map of Icebox.
I feel like Magnum's been in quite a lot of these 2v4s, 2v5 situations. So.
You're saying he's baiting?
Damn.
No, I'm saying that I'm not counting him out until the round is
it was
done,
a positive
mate.
thing.
Yeah, it was.
I'm surprised they've actually
Take a
managed
break.
to get it this
It doesn't
far.
matter. I'll eat again
It's only
after
a
like the
1v2.
first Americas game.
I mean, it's worth.
What a
It's
classic.
worth. You take 3 out of the game. Yeah, who knows? We might get that third map if Koi makes a comeback here.
The economic butterfly effect, we'll see if it comes through.
Yeah, I'm just speechless.
Weapons down
Man,
to
it's
the last
just,
credits.
it's just a pointless
Remember,
game.
KC only need that one little streak of rounds. They'll be
Like we
running away
watched
with this one.
seeding games before,
Already in the
and
back
seeding
of their
games at least you
mind.
get seeding.
They know there's nothing to worry about. They're locked in for playoffs, joining Navi, Fnatic, and Heretics up there.
So they got to play Fnatic next, right? We already know.
Is that confirmed?
Yeah,
These
yeah,
was
it is
finals?
confirmed. I think
Yeah,
the
but
address
ages
is
and
gonna
ages
be,
ago,
Heretics,
like
Na'Vi,
2 years
and
ago.
Kickoff, Fnatic, I believe.
Now it's now you normally get something, some kind of
Not
advantage.
going to be the easiest of games for them. Not that Navi would be too much easier.
I feel like with Fnatic, you kind of know what you're getting, but that's not a good thing.
Yeah, a
and with
loss.
Na'Vi, you have... yeah, I guess. And with Na'Vi, you don't know what you're getting, which might actually be even worse.
I will say, though, we talk about N, how great he is, his record in the EMEA. I'm honestly his #1 fan, but he has never beaten Mini. Mini has always had the upper hand on N. Of course, he stepped down as head coach of Fnatic, but he is still there. He's going to have a lot of
So
knowledge.
basically, what you're saying is Mini will have the excuse if they do. He'll be like, I have it.
Stop beating me, man.
It wasn't me, yeah.
You didn't beat me.
Actually, if I was coach,
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Mini can just say
You
that.
specifically. Should we look
That's
at
a good thing he's been the
Alliance?
assistant coach.
I was impersonating Mini
sorry,
for a moment, but thank you for bodying
Do
me
you
anyways.
reckon if you were coaching, you would be able to go up against Logan? You know, you'd be able to face
No,
him?
no, because the statistics...
On
tell me
champion
I would
point
not
still
be
on the
a
line?
surprise.
Nah, it's only fast for winning playoffs.
And they'd still lose.
Yep. Yep. Honestly, if Fnatic play Gentlemates, I look forward to that day. Maybe you can feel some of that pain. Nice little blitz into B, you would think, but Koi have changed directions.
The outcome?
Looking
Yeah,
instead to
Kickoff,
the A side
Fnatic,
with 14
Heretics, Na'Vi.
seconds left. They've got to be quick making it out of bathroom. Already a close fight. Martine adjusting very quickly.
Jesus.
Even firing through the wall for more.
Jesus,
they
man, this
probably
kid.
won it on the time, but Well, that's another way to lock in the round. Double digits in the ones found for KC.
Yeah, Martin.
Didn't they say about every win at kickoff is 1 point? Nah, it's only fast. It's every kill at stage 1 and stage 2.
Go eat, go enjoy, go celebrate. You know, by the looks of by the way that he's playing.
Well,
You get 3 points for winning kickoff. You get 3 points for winning
no
Madrid.
celebration now, Sue. There's only practice.
Okay, I've been told that maybe somebody in NA to cast.
Yeah, the only other points, but basically, if you come second, at kickoff and second at Madrid, you get you get nothing.
2.0.
Hear me out, me.
That's so
Esports
funny.
Doug, Baby Bay, boom, nice analysis.
That is a tricast I'd like to see. Make it happen, Riot. I think it might actually be that
Thanks,
Sue
Tom.
has an interview. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, you can talk to my agent Tom. Anyone else and needs a caster out there? Yeah, let me know. Let me know. Thanks, boys. It's I appreciate this. This has been fun.
Been nice having you, Sue.
Yeah.
Enjoy your interview. Who have you got?
Why don't they get points at Madrid? They don't want people to get like a massive advantage for going to the going to Madrid and stuff. I think they don't want international stage play to not be important, basically.
Testings here. Find out your protocols if they're good.
Long story short, they want to make champs meme more,
that you've set up for
so they've
stage
kind of
1
made masters meme
is
a
what
bit
you need to
less.
be doing, or if you should be changing, pivoting, change the tracks on the train.
Well, bear in mind, this has been a pause taken by Barber. High impact moment. A chance to change the history of the next 10 minutes and nothing else whatsoever. What do you say in that moment, Mitch?
I don't know I'd be able to say anything. The pressure you've set up is too great.
Well, I asked him that once after an amazing comeback in another FPS game, and what he said to his team, according to him, was don't lose. So, you know, hopefully the Koi players have taken that into consideration. They may have been losing before, but now they have been
K-Corp good with strats or their insane firepower. No, it's a solid mix of both. They got everything.
As they get the opening pick. And Tomazi, you may have
It's a stacked roster, and they have six strats. A different way of playing to like any other team. It's really cool. Like they're an exciting team. They're one of the better teams to watch.
I didn't even know it went that high.
I'm not sure how.
The spam on the back of the
I'm not sure how a
How
longer format will suit them, but this is a perfect format for them.
Tomazi will not be finding the ace here. Scorbino quickly shut him down, but
Thoughts on the rate? He's unreal, bro.
For not getting the ace, I think we have to deduct 3 rounds.
I reckon we just kick him from the event.
The fact that he can consistently perform on different agents, like to a really high level.
No, I don't want to play again. Please don't diss me again.
Honestly, Zaysh would have got that ace, and that's I'll say that with confidence. Yeah, understandably frustrating though, as we touch back at reality, seeing Barbar.
Martin? Yeah, Martin's a beast, man.
11-5, Koi being left in the dust, and the 13-4 previously was tough over on Sunset, but now Koi are on their map, and this is somewhere that we definitely at least hope to see a better side to them. Technically we did. It's already 1 round better, but somehow I don't think that's the metric.
I tell you that something that could work out well for K-Corp is they're like mimicking some of their ult strats just without ults to potentially try and make like teams think differently when they're looking at all of their footage. But I'm pretty sure Mini would just not look at this map.
Yep, the right. He's brought those premium.
But they did that. They mimicked their Razor with Narrate from short, just without it.
And put this into an advantageous position. Magnum has fallen.
So maybe they're thinking ahead a little bit.
Wanting vision over the extra damage, and
Narrate's
vision
beast.
is clear. I don't think they're going to be winning this round unless Grabinho can pull off a miracle. Gets a kill, and he adds himself his ult. Instead, he's going to get shortied by Shin.
So Tom, you mentioned that they dropped the Viper's pit. Now, I don't know if
Martin, check, yeah, check.
Maybe what happened was Shados couldn't get back in it on time because he was deep in the elbow. He's where he is now. And it looked like he ran towards it and then ran away. And I'm not sure if he
Take up remind you of Paper X sometimes in the way they're super creative. Yeah, it's actually very true. They're definitely not as wild in terms of the W key, but they got some good combos. They think different.
Oh, it's not GG.
Oh, oh God.
Oh, I love
At least we're not the only ones struggling with math.
Okay, 7 chances to get rid of this.
12-5. 7 chances to close it out. 7 consecutive rounds for Koi to bring us to an
Yeah,
OT,
look,
bring
and
us
the
to a
next
map
round they
3
do the
to
exact
nothing.
same strat that we were talking
You
about.
talked about showstoppers.
That's so
Both
funny.
of those completely missed.
So maybe they were trying to create the fake that they weren't going to do it this round. But this was the round I was talking about where they go short with the Razor.
That nade was luckier in its placement, perhaps. Close nade used. It's not forcing shit back. In fact, he's going forward and taking 2 quick kills. A little more attempted. Damage done. Both players.
Man, I'm happy Shin. I'm happy Shin got another go.
HP respectively. Get your gun out, Damazi.
Because he's looked really good. I mean, he looked good still in the old K-Corp, but it's cool that they didn't like overthink it and actually gave him a chance.
Okay, he's got orbital strike.
Oh, has he?
That might give him a chance.
He's also got 46 HP up against the
That's
Viper's
fine.
pit. Snake bite.
Look,
Oh,
see?
my.
Orbital strike into the 1v1. Narrate, what are you going to do? Nothing. Can't defuse. He has used that quite early.
Might win this.
Now it comes down to the time. The thing is, Narrate is away.
Honestly, it's a nice clutch from him.
It's going to be the Red Bull clutch coming through for Grabinho. And Mitch has got egg on his face.
I absolutely do. I did not count him into that one. I didn't think he had a chance.
The level of sarcasm when I say he's got orbital strike.
46 HP, 1v2. I mean, Grabinho played it perfectly, though. Isolating the first duel as they come waterfalling out of heaven.
What do you think of Magnum's eye gelling? I think
you cannot ask for a better play than that.
some of the mid-rounding
I've been really impressed by Grabinho.
it has been pretty good, but I think a lot of it is just like set stuff that they have already. I think there's a lot of protocols in place, and then that makes it nice and easy for him. So I think like having such a structured way of playing these maps makes it easy for him to call. But I think that might be where they become a little bit predictable. But again, that's like a learning curve for them.
Absolutely nuts.
I think the cool thing about this team is you're going to see some players from regions that may not have the most representation. You know, you've got players from Portugal. Even players from small regions like America have managed to get players into this Karmine Corp team.
There.
Tiny, insignificant regions.
Yeah, there's like 4 players, I think.
Into with a fake clone.
KC,
Maybe.
I mean, look, it's not a round we expect them to win. They've saved up their credits, so I understand this stack. Going towards one side of the map, playing the numbers, still have... They haven't got the nade on Narrate, but they've got plenty of flashing utility that can make them uncomfortable.
Okay, nice.
Good try by Martin to try to sneak in, grab a kill on an unaware player, but Starzo was too ready.
Oh, now Rubinho waiting.
30 seconds left.
Imagine they come back. I think the
Narrate
coaches
doesn't
would
really
get
have
involved.
weaponry for this, and well,
Last player
I don't know
standing.
if it would have mattered. Shin
They're a
might
young
try
team
and
also.
hold on to
Yeah,
the
that's
rifle,
very
but
true.
He does have
That's very, very
enough
true.
to buy into the next round anyway. Maybe just going to see if somebody can aggress. The thing is, when you're on Omen, it's more going to be about damage rather than getting the ult online, because in most cases, you're not going to see the most impact from the shadows, or from the shadows.
Thank you. Thank you for correcting that.
But then again,
They're
you
trying.
haven't
No,
seen much
they're full
impact
trying
from the shadow
on this.
either.
Like both teams.
Oh.
Again, most of, especially when you look over towards Koi. So K-Corp want it done fast, first of all. Then when you look over towards Koi, they don't play for like 5 weeks. So any game they can look back on and be like, what did we do wrong? Is good for them.
I don't like his sandwiches, that's for sure.
Look at the Fabrican days.
Imagine like, I don't know, if you're a brother or sister or maybe a parent of Shadow, and you're like, oh, I'm feeling really hungry. Oh, Shadow's making a sandwich. Can he, you know what, no. I don't want a banana, mustard, whatever other weird stuff he puts in there.
He is wrong.
They go to map 3?
I'm
Oh man, we'll go Americas if that happens.
Having that as a combination of flavors and textures is just sickening, to be honest. Deep
Yeah,
pit.
it's a nice lineup. Nice and easy for you to still.
The thing is you can play around that wall, so no spams can come through on you. Double Yoru TP, both the clone and the
How do I feel after about Koi? Dude, I don't want to look about today too much for Koi, but you have to say, like, this is for sure the worst Koi's played, and then yesterday was like decent, and the first time we saw them as well was really good as well, so it's like high highs, low lows. They might be the most inconsistent this year, potentially.
Yeah.
Except maybe like, you know, the Penguin books.
But hasn't been published yet.
Oh, okay.
I think that's the key word, you know.
That's where I kind of sit with them.
Not too many places yet.
Just like last year. A little bit, yeah. But maybe maybe higher highs, hopefully.
Under creation. McCoy quickly on their way through. A little bit of damage on the camo, but this guy, when his back's against the wall, somehow he's able to deliver. With Shin down already. Camo doesn't need to do too much. He's in a nasty position.
What a weird round with this ult still up.
No flank to come through.
Man.
Tamazi already dropped. Viper's pick comes into play. Narrate does well, though. He's picked up one. He's looking for the fight, and that's Shados down. The decay making him very low, but he hasn't got a lot of
Wait, is this the round they win?
1-2. How much more? It's only Grabinho left in the corner. He's revealed that's 2, and he's looking for a third of his own. Someone's getting out of here with a 3K, and it's Martin
Price is done for Martin. Okay, they closed it out. And honestly, Kickoff are looking good, man. I like this. This is exciting for this year. No matter what happens against them, the game against Fnatic, I still feel like they, especially when they look over towards champs, like they have a good chance.
This day was null and void. They go on to stage 1. They have a break.
Could be a good year for
They'll
them.
watch Madrid from home, but KC still have a chance to take it all the way as they move on to playoffs.
That's the thing. We've spoken to both
Martin,
the
yeah, I'm a
coaches
Martin
within this
believer.
roster
So
about what their expectations were for this event, and all they said was that they want to learn.
where's Sideshow, bro? He's broadcasting in like 4 minutes, I think.
Teams that have been around for a while or have built these superstar rosters, it was to make sure that they were improving, that they were getting better, and the fact is, they've already made it to playoffs the first time out, into that top 4. They've done fantastically well. And now, well, the fact is they are 1 match away from making it to a Masters, something that for Karmine Corp last year was only a dream. Now could be a real reality if they manage to do something that truly I don't think anybody would have expected.
No, not at all. This KC roster, I think we can say, without a doubt, underestimated. Now they've pushed up to top 4 in the region with a chance to take it all the way to the global stage. A huge accolade for them. To their opponents across the stage, Koi did well. They put on a decent show, but there's certainly a lot more to build on from what we've seen. Stage 1's going to be a competitive journey within EMEA. More games and more chances for these players to show us what they've been working on. For now, it's back to the drawing board for them. For KC, they have a few days to prepare before the big matchup.
Well, either way, we have got our star tricaster
Nice.
alongside
Great.
Zeish, who's going to be bringing us the interview.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom, for that intro. That's right, I've got Zeish here with me. Last year, you had to face a lot of obstacles, hardship. This year, you are 1 game away from an international land in Madrid. Zeish, talk me through your emotions. How does it feel?
I don't know. Honestly, it's been so rude last year. Like, it was really hard for me because like I was giving everything and like the results were not here. And like I don't know, this year I'm just taking pleasure, you know, like seeing the hard work that we do backstage, it's working, seeing like the results. It's like only giving more motivation, like to keep doing like what we are doing with the staff, with Eng, and also like big shout out to Magnum because he's working really hard. Even though we are helping him, like he's on the server, he's the one who is calling, he's the one who is having the reads. So big shout out to him for taking like this IGL role since the beginning and like doing this.
I mean, that's the thing with last year, right? I felt like you had to maybe take on the IGL responsibilities. So having someone like Magnum, like you said, who's more willing, who's doing really well on the server, how much does that help the rest of your roster?
I mean, obviously, it's like this on every game. When you have a main voice in the team that you can trust, everyone just have to do his job and like just shoot heads. So when you have someone like this who is taking care of everything, listening to the prep that we do with the staff, and like just implementing it to the game, so like as a team and as a player, you just have to focus on your crosshair and like say what you're seeing, and that's it.
I mean, all of your boys can shoot heads. I think they're insane on the server. Now, what is the key to success? Because some people are saying maybe it is the end method. Some people are saying maybe the youngsters you brought in. So from your point of view, why do you think you guys have been winning and being successful so far?
I don't know if there is like really a key to success, but I think like everyone has his method. The most important thing is like the trust like in the team. And I think like that is something that we really like managed to build well. I think like our roster, like everyone like trusts each other. We just like doing the work. We know that we are all in the same ship. So like everyone just trusting each other and like we're going forward. Like a day like this, we played 2 BO3s today, but we are used to it because like for like months we played 6 scrim a day for like
the end thing.
6, yeah, 6 is a lot.
6 pracs a day, 6 days out of 7. So for us, like it's kinda a usual day. So
is this a Gambit 2.0 we're gonna see?
I mean, I don't want like to go really forward for now, but I mean, I'm really proud of the team because we went into this tournament like without any expectation. What we wanted the most is like play as much game as possible to get experience because we have really young roster. Like our, I think it's Magnum. He's 22, like the oldest one. So
that's
we just
mad, isn't it? That he's the oldest.
Possible. With the format of this year, that is really rude for like the teams that won't perform. We have already played 5 games and we'll have a 6th one on the 29th. So for us, like it's insane the experience that we can get from this game for the future.
Oh, you can definitely see that. 2 very quick questions to round this off. Your next opponent, the one that's gonna be in the way of you in Madrid, is Fnatic.
Yeah.
I think that's the one that everybody kind of wanted to dodge. So how do you feel about going up against them?
I mean, it's always the same that I just said. It's like we are going to get experience. Like we win, we lose, we do not care. We came to this tournament. Obviously, everyone wants to win. But what we want the most is like getting experience, living a lot of situations that we can solve for the future. The season is still long. Obviously we want to go to Madrid and we want to face them and beat such a good team because like they did insane year last year. But the objective is still the same, take experience from everything. And like playing against a team like this, it's really good experience for us.
And last question, VCT Americas, they're about to kick off as well. They're about to go through the day that you just had.
Yeah.
I think it's MIBR, G2 and Sentinels. Who do you think is making it through?
So the first match is EMEA against, I don't remember.
I think it's Sentinels, I believe. I could be lying, but they got to play each other, you know.
I think from what I watched, G2 were very strong. I watched their Icebox with the Brimstone on it. I think they have great ideas. And yeah, for me, it might be G2 or Sentinels. I don't really see EMEA doing it. I didn't like find them like really, really good. I mean, they scaled like since the beginning. Like they had like not good games in the beginning and then after they scaled, but I think might be G2.
Oh, okay. Zage thinks it's G2. Congratulations once again, by the way. Thank you for joining me. You're going to be able to find out very soon because VCT Americas has just started. Go tune into that and come back here in 2 days' time for playoffs in the EMEA. And we'll see you then.
It's just MIBR. Yeah. Dude, that game was still one of the funnest to watch just because of that interview. Okay, we'll do the hop over. Let's YouTube stream. I'm going to restart you, so don't panic.
Yes. This is a newish segment, I think.